what was it, Normandy, huh? No, Africa? Let me guess.
Operation Husky.
Yeah? What unit were you in?
504th Parachute.
No shit, you were a paratrooper? That was kind of hairy, I heard.
Yeah, well, it wasn't no picnic, I tell you. I got hit, so they sent me home.
Yeah, any medals?
Yeah, Purple Heart and the DSC.
Whoa, wait, you got a cross? Let me tell you, they don't give those babies out for nothing. Yeah, I was in Normandy. We hit Utah Beach. Yeah, that wasn't no picnic neither, but... when I was crawling over the fence on the way back, I poked my eye out on a fucking tree branch. Well, hey, it was good enough for a discharge.
Look, I really gotta get going.
All right. Hey, by the way, I'm Harry.
Hey, Vito.
Hey, good to meet you, Vito. Real good. If you ever need some hardware, you know where to find me. There you go. I hope you drove here. She's a big girl. Good luck.
Hey, thanks. Nice to meet you, Harry.
The gun's in the crate, and there's a couple thousand rounds in the van out in the yard. Take it. It's all paid for.
Say less, hold on.
Hey, be careful out there.
Alright, folks. I need my car though, folks.
Where you from, Henry?
Sicily.
What brought you to the States?
Mussolini.
Will you buy your ticket?
Don't be a smart-ass, Joe. My father was, man of honor. Things got pretty bad for us after Mussolini came into power. My old man figured I'd either get drafted or locked up, so he sent me to America and got me a job working for Clementi.
So what happened to your father?
He said he was too old to make the trip. Mussolini had him arrested, and he died in jail. They won't even turn his body over for a proper burial.
That's rough.
So how's your English so good?
They're coming. Those black cars. Vito, aim for the fat bastard. We gotta nail him before he gets in the building. Get ready.
All right, I'm on it.
They got
All right,
guns.
showtime.
They got guns up there in that window. Damn.
Him, Vito. Waste that fat fuck!
We got them all! Stop shooting that fucking thing! I'm going deaf over here! Back me up, Vito.
Come on, let's get this. He ain't got a chance.
I got you covered, Vito. Move!
There he is. Let's go, asshole.
All right, showtime, Vito. It's fucking over! Is that the fucking best you got?
You ain't got no bullets, folks. So you ain't got no bullets, man. Gee, where my bullets at?
Tim, Vito! Waste that fat fuck!
We got them all! Stop shooting that fucking thing! I'm going deaf over here! Back me up, Vito! I'll cover you, move it! All right, showtime, Vito. You're fucking dead!
There he is. Let's kill that fucker. Look out. Kill that bastard.
Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble.
I got him pinned down.
Come on, think of something. Hurry up here.
Hey, hurry up and kill this guy. I'm almost out of bullets. Go. I'm coming. Look out. Fuck you. Everybody all right?
You okay? We'll get him.
Son of a bitch shot me, asshole!
I'm going in. I got you covered.
Nah, I need a chopstick. Fuck that. Where the choppers at? You niggas ain't got no chopsticks?
Back me up, Vito. It's fucking over. You shoot like my sister. All right, Vito, go, go, go. All right, showtime, Vito.
Damn, I got my little ass hit.
That's him, Vito! Waste that fat fuck!
We got them all. Stop shooting that fucking thing. I'm going deaf over here. Going in!
Get down! Kiss your ass goodbye! You scared? You fuck? Come on, you bastard! Over there!
I'll cover you, move! Die, motherfucker! You okay? covering you. Ain't dead yet.
They just let this nigga shoot me like this, bro.
Let's go. I'm almost out of bullets over here. Big mistake, kid.
Tap this shit. Tap this fucking gun. Tap this fucking gun too.
You lads all right? I'm gonna enjoy. Let's fucking meet or you.
Back me up, Vito. I'll cover you. Move it. Yo, fucking dead. All right, showtime, Vito. Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Tim, Vito. Waste that fat fuck.
We got them all! Stop shooting that fucking thing! I'm going deaf over here! Back me up, Vito. You don't know who you're fucking with, kid! I'll cover you. Move it! What are you, scared, asshole? I'll cover you! Move it! All right, showtime, Vito.
There he is. Look out. Kill that guy.
Fuck you, Dingo.
Die, asshole. That's something for you, you fucker. Kiss your ass goodbye. Eat shit, asshole.
Peek.
Come on, you fuck. Come on, you bastard!
Kill that fucking road.
Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble.
He's armed.
Going in. You're fucking dead.
I'm gonna fucking get you.
I'll cover you. Move it. All right, showtime, Vito. I'm going in. Cover my back. Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble.
Everybody all right?
I won't want to get on your bad side.
Hold on, let's turn around this bitch. Hold on, y'all. Check this motherfucker. Yeah. What guns these niggas got? We gotta be precise, man. We gotta start checking these. You feel me? on point. How you got a Tommy? Where you get that from? How the fuck you just get the lick? Oh, no, man. There they go, there they go, there they go.
You okay?
There he is! Kill him!
All right, showtime, Vito.
For you, you fuck!
It's a good day to die, kid!
Okay, I gotta kill folks to take his pipe. Okay.
That's him, Vito. Waste that fat fuck.
We got them all! Stop shooting that fucking thing! I'm going deaf over here!
Kiss your ass goodbye!
Back me up, Vito. I'll cover you, move it! What are you scared, asshole?
Y'all gonna kill this nigga or what? Y'all ain't... Chat, what is going on, chat? Why they didn't kill that nigga? Y'all supposed to be protecting me.
Vito, waste that fat fuck.
We got them all! Stop shooting that fucking thing! I'm going deaf over here!
Nigga home. They need to get hungry during this shit.
I'm going in! I'll cover you, move it!
Nah, fuck that.
You're fucking dead!
Scared?
You okay? We get it.
Everybody alright? I don't like this. Hey, hurry up and kill this guy! I'm almost out of bullets! Get this fuck. There he is! Let's kill that fucker! You okay?
He's got a gun! Cover me! Are you scared yet, boy?
Back me up, Vito. I won't want to get on your bad side. All right, showtime, Vito. Back me up, Vito. What are you scared, asshole? I got you covered, Vito. Move. All right, Vito, here we go. You shoot like my sister. Come on, let's go. Chop, chop.
Fucking bastard!
All right, showtime, Vito. All right, Vito, go, go, go. I won't want to...
Oh shit, I gotta use that one. My bad, y'all. My bad. That was my fault. I just hope y'all ready.
I'm going in. All right, Vito, here we go. You okay?
Damn! Where y'all was at, cuz?
Tim, Vito! Waste that fat fuck!
We got them all! Stop shooting that fucking thing! I'm going deaf over here!
Die, asshole! Go!
I'm going in!
There he is! Kill him!
One nigga dead.
Kiss your ass goodbye!
I'll cover you, move it!
Over there!
Big mistake, kid!
Stay sharp, Vito. Back me up, Vito. I'm the best. You okay? We'll get him. Is that the fucking best you got? Back me up, Vito. You're fucking dead! Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble. All right, Vito.
He moved. I don't know this.
Back me up, Vito.
Got him covered!
You okay?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea who
All right, showtime, Vito. You shoot like my sister. I got you covered, Vito. Move.
everything all right, lad? You picked the wrong man, kid. You're playing with the big boys now, kid.
Shut your fat ass up. Shut up.
Don't kill me! Please! I got a wife!
You should have thought about your wife
Do
before.
anything you want! Just don't kill me! Oh, for Christ's sake!
Don Clemente sends his regards. Oh! Fuck!
Fuck you, sorry you... Henry, you okay?
Hey.
Where'd he hit
Of course I'm not fucking okay. He shot me in the fucking leg.
Oh, yeah, it's bleeding all
Son
over
of
the
a...
place.
Get me to El Greco.
The fucking painter?
No, the fucking doctor,
Okay,
you
take it
idiot.
easy. We're gonna get you there in a minute.
The Greek guy lives up in
All right,
Highbrook.
let's get you to the car.
Oh, Marona, you're heavier than you look.
The fat fuck. He almost shot my balls off.
Take it easy. You missed him by a mile. Come on, Vito. He's bleeding all over the place. Move it.
Hey, careful. This fucking hurts.
Yeah, well, you can walk if you don't quit your moaning.
Hey, you're right. I don't need to get pissy.
No,
One
please.
bleeding to death
I
here.
don't want to die.
Oh! Fuck.
Let's go.
This whole fucking place is coming apart.
Damn.
The fat fuck. He almost shot my balls off.
Take it easy. You missed him by a mile.
Hey, careful. This
No.
fucking hurts.
Please.
Yeah, well, you
I don't
can
wanna
walk
die.
if you don't quit your moaning.
Hey, you're right. I don't need to get pissy.
Fuck.
Bleeding to death here.
This whole fucking place is coming apart.
I've always wanted to kill.
God damn it, I knew it. This is my 13th contract. It's a fucking jinx.
Gotta hurry.
What do you mean,
Fire's
you lucky
spreading.
bastard? Oh, damn smoke. Shit! Vito, find a way out!
All right. Oh, God.
Ah, fuck.
Get the police off me. This shit finna be.
If I don't make it,
Hey, don't go saying that, pal. It's just a scratch. The doc will give you a few stitches, and then we'll all go out and celebrate.
no, really.
Shh, you shouldn't talk right now. Helps conserve your strength. I seen that in a movie once.
Yeah? And what happened to the guy in the movie?
He died.
Nah.
Jesus, you drive like my fucking grandmother.
Vito, come on. Can't this thing go any faster?
I'm going as fast as I can, damn it.
Well, it ain't fast enough.
Just relax, would you?
I got a hole in my leg the size of a fucking golf ball, and you're telling me to relax? Just get me to El Greco, damn it.
Hey, Vito, step on it. Henry's sweating like a whore in church back here.
You know what would make me drive faster? You start a zit. So, fellas, who is this guy?
What guy?
This guy we're taking Henry to.
El Greco? He's a doctor. Throw him a couple of bucks, he patches you up. No questions asked.
He's the guy you go see when you can't go to the hospital, genius.
Why the hell wouldn't you be able to go to the hospital?
Because you go to the hospital with a bullet in you, first thing they do is call the cops.
Yeah. So El Greco deals with a lot of guys in our line of work.
You shouldn't need to visit him, though, Vito. You've always been a quick healer. Must be your diet. Keep that shit up and Henry's a dead man. Hey, Henry, you awake? Come on, Vito. Just hang in there, pal. We'll be at El Greco's in a minute. I can smell the souvlaki from here. Hey, step on it or Henry's done for. If he dies, you're burying him. Vito! Jesus, are you fucking nuts? Vito, there. That house. Park right in front.
You know what would make me drive faster? You start a zit.
Careful!
Damn.
If I don't make it,
Hey, don't go saying that, pal. It's just a scratch. The doc will give you a few stitches, and then we'll all go out and celebrate.
no, really.
Shh, you shouldn't talk right now. Helps conserve your strength. I seen that in a movie once.
Yeah? And what happened to the guy in the movie?
He died.
Nah.
I ain't trying to spend no money.
Vito, come on. Can't this thing go any faster?
Going as fast as I can, damn it.
Well, it ain't fast enough.
Just relax, would you?
I got a hole in my leg the size of a fucking golf ball, and you're telling me to relax? Just get me to El Greco, damn it.
So, fellas, who is this guy?
What guy?
This guy we're taking Henry to.
El Greco? He's a doctor. Throw him a couple of bucks, he patches you up. No questions asked.
He's the guy you go see when you can't go to the hospital, genius.
Why the hell wouldn't you be able to go to the hospital?
Because you go to the hospital with a bullet in you, first thing they do is call the cops.
Yeah. So El Greco deals with a lot of guys in our line of work.
You shouldn't need to visit him, though, Vito. You've always been a quick healer. Must be your diet. Jesus, you drive like my fucking grandmother. Hey, Henry, you awake? Stay with me now.
Yeah.
Just hang in there, pal.
We'll be at El Greco's in a minute. I can smell the souvlaki from here. Hey, Vito, step on it. Henry's sweating like a whore in church back here.
You know what would make me drive faster? You start a zit.
Come on, Vito. At this rate, we get there fast if we walk. Hey, step on it or Henry's done for. If he dies, you're burying him. Vito, there. That house. Park right in front.
You El Greco the doctor?
No, I'm the fucking painter.
A friend needs help or he's gonna bleed to death.
Thanks, Doc.
Good God, Henry.
We owe you one.
Get him inside. Hello, though.
Wait. I got money for you. For the job. Take it.
You know this could have waited. But thanks.
And hey, thanks for everything.
I hope you'll be okay.
Yeah, me too.
I'll stay here with Henry. Meet me in my place later.
All right.
Out of my way.
Get out my way. Hold out. Hold out. Hold out.
Vito,
Vito, hey, how you doing?
No. I just wanted to give you the money to pay off Papa's debt.
Oh, Vito, that's great. I was gonna try and see if we could pay it back in installments. I got a little money. He wouldn't have hurt us.
Don't be so sure, but it doesn't matter now. Here, take
Where'd you get all this money, Vito? You haven't done nothing you'll be sorry for, have
Hey,
you?
don't worry. Everything's fine.
Thank you, Vito. Thank
No
you.
problem. All right, look, I better be going. I don't want Ma to see me. She'll be asking where I got the money, too.
Don't worry, I'll make something up.
All right. Give her a big kiss for
I
me,
will.
okay?
Take care of yourself, Vito.
$2,000, damn. How much money I got? Oh, I got, damn, 1,600. Molly just got me. Out.
Vito Scaletta?
Yeah? What's it to you?
You're under arrest for the illegal distribution of federal ration stamps. You're coming with us.
One of the gas station attendants ratted me out. The guy fingered me and they strung on Mama into telling him where I was staying. But they had no idea who I was working for, and I wasn't about to tell them. Henry was able to get me a lawyer, courtesy of his boss, Clementi. I was up Schitt's Creek, but at least I had a paddle. Could have been a hell of a lot worse if the feds knew about any of my other activities.
To be even more serious, considering the fact that you stole national resources at a time when our country needs them the most. An act the gravity of which you, Mr. Scaletta...
The guy was good, but even he couldn't get me out of this one. It was a lost cause from day one. 3 months later, they handed down the verdict.
Vittorio Antonio Scaletta, for your crimes against the people of this city and of this great country, this court hereby sentences you to 10 years in a federal penitentiary.
Welcome to hell, new boys.
Yeah, baby! That's right, welcome to my life! We're gonna get you! Ooh, look at
The federal pen. Thieves, murderers, child molesters, they were all here. The worst of the worst.
All right, get in line, gentlemen. Follow me single file. And no monkey business, or else.
Let's go, assholes! You want to make problems, you son of a bitch?
I'm sorry. What's the matter? No speaking to English? Here, let me teach you.
What, do you enjoy this, you sick fuck?
Now, get your ass up and get back in line.
No.
Move!
Hey, smartass, don't make me repeat myself. Back in line.
Move it! Stop right there. Turn to your right. Your other right.
Listen up, assholes. My name is Captain Terrence Stone, and this is my prison. You're here on the inside because you can't behave like normal human beings on the outside. Make no mistake. Your ass belongs to me now, and you'll do what I say, or you'll be sorry that you didn't! Fuck with me, and I'll fuck with your sorry ass all day long! You were sent here to be rehabilitated, and rehabilitate you, we will.
Okay, you assholes. We're gonna cut you loose just long enough to get yous cleaned up. Now get in line and follow me.
Welcome to the salon, ladies. You're gonna look just fucking beautiful.
Hey, me too? I ain't got nothing on my head to cut.
Shut your face, cue ball. Okay, let's go. Hey, shit for brains. Do what you're fucking told. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard.
Whatever is not washed for the dark clothes, that shit can go in the bathroom. I'm not gonna keep washing the same shit over.
Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard.
Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole.
I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard. Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole. I can beat your ass 6 ways to Sunday, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Usually, you assholes figure out how this works. But you must be some kind of retard.
Vito Scaletta?
Yeah? What's it to you?
You're under arrest for the illegal distribution of federal ration stamps. You're coming with us.
One of the gas station attendants ratted me out. The guy fingered me and they strung on Mama into telling him where I was staying. But they had no idea who I was working for, and I wasn't about to tell them. Henry was able to get me a lawyer, courtesy of his boss, Clementi. I was up Shit's Creek, but at least I had a paddle. Could have been a hell of a lot worse if the feds knew about any of my other activities.
To be even more serious, considering the fact that you stole national resources at a time when our country needs them the most. An act the gravity of which you, Mr. Scaletta...
The guy was good, but even he couldn't get me out of this one. It was a lost cause from day one. 3 months later, they handed down the verdict.
Vittorio Antonio Scaletta, for your crimes against the people of this city and of this great country, this court hereby sentences you to 10 years in a federal penitentiary.
10 years. Who the hell is that?
Welcome to hell, new boys.
Yeah, baby! That's right, welcome to my life! We're gonna get you! Ooh, look at
The federal pen. Thieves, murderers, child molesters, they were all here. The worst of the worst.
All right, get in line, gentlemen. Follow me single file. And no monkey business, or else.
Let's go, assholes! You want to make problems, you son of a bitch?
I'm sorry.
What's the matter? No speaking to English? Here, let me teach you.
What, do you enjoy this, you sick fuck?
Now, get your ass up and get back in line.
No. Hey, smartass, don't make me repeat myself. Back in line. Move it!
Stop right there. Turn to your right. Other right.
Listen up, assholes. My name is Captain Terrence Stone, and this is my prison. You're here on the inside because you can't behave like normal human beings on the outside. Make no mistake. Your ass belongs to me now, and you'll do what I say, or you'll be sorry that you didn't! Fuck with me, and I'll fuck...
She a reflection of you. Me and her.
Okay, did y'all keep bullshit?
No.
You threw some of the stuff away?
You don't see that bag right there on her door? Look in it.
Fuck with your sorry ass all day long. You were sent here to be rehabilitated, and rehabilitate you, we will.
Okay, you assholes. We're gonna cut you loose just long enough to get yous cleaned up. Now get in line and follow me.
Welcome to the salon, ladies. You're gonna look just fucking beautiful.
Hey, me too? I ain't got nothing on my head to cut.
Shut your face, cue ball. Okay, let's go. Hey, shit for brains. Do what you're fucking told.
Listen, pretty boy, if you ain't gonna do what you're told, we're gonna stick you in the hole.
Follow me.
I can smell you, new fish.
Welcome home. Get in. Lights out! And be quiet, assholes! If you know what's good for you.
I'm trying to break out this bitch.
This was gonna be my new home for the next 10 years. Looked like shit and smelled like piss. I would have preferred dodging bullets in Europe to this. After 3 action-packed days of staring at the wall, I got a message from Joe to contact a guy named Leo Galante, who could supposedly help me out in here. This wasn't the kind of place where you could survive on your own.
Well, there's 365 days in a year. So if it were just 2 years, that would be 730 days. So how many years then? The bomb. You see the path of destruction. He's in the hole. No chance to survive. Make your time.
I know you.
You're that fucking guinea who was with Barbara in a jewelry store. I'm in this fucking hellhole because of you.
You got locked up because you're a stupid, crazy fuck.
You know, fellas, my mom was right. There is a God! And he sent you here, you guinea bastard, so that I could pay you back!
This looks interesting. Want to make a small bet?
I'm gonna break you, Dago!
Fucking brain!
Come on,
Yeah,
easy grown
knock
retard.
his fucking Dago ass!
You and your boyfriend Barbara are dead!
Fight!
This is gonna be easier than the time I shoved a potato up your mother's ass.
Kick his teeth in! Yeah!
Step back!
Okay,
Did you hear
that's
me?
enough. Break it
Get
up!
out of here!
Both of yous are
Move
going
it!
to the hole!
We're gonna give you a little time to think about what you've done.
Why they beating me?
Close it up.
So O'Neill almost took my head off, but I made a stand. And let me tell you something, when you're inside, it counts for a lot more than you might think.
How long are you planning on keeping him in here?
Long enough to learn his lesson.
That's gonna have to change. He in any shape to fight?
Should be. Boys didn't knock him around too bad after the brawl in the yard. All right, open it up. Rise and shine, Scaletta. You got yourself a visitor.
My name is Leo Galante. I heard you wanted to speak to me.
Yeah. One of Clemente's guys said I should contact you. Said maybe you could help me out.
Oh, fuck Clemente. I don't provide protection for his guys in here. But I saw how you handled that Mick who's after you, O'Neill. He could prove useful. Come with me, boy. Now listen up, fellas. This is Vito. He's gonna be helping us out. Pepe here's got a big fight coming up against O'Neill. He needs a sparring partner. And from what I saw of you out there in the yard, you're just the man for the job. You're gonna help us out, kid. In return, you'll be under my protection. And who knows, maybe you'll even learn a thing or two along the way.
I guess I can't say no to that offer, huh?
I don't remember asking. All right, fellas, let's get this show on the road. Okay, today we're gonna work on your counterpunching. Vito, I want you to hit Pepe. Try and bust that big jaw of his. Pepe, you avoid the punch like I showed you. Then use that momentum to throw a punch of your own. All right, fellas, let's get going. Atta boy, Pepe. Keep that oversized chin of yours down, damn it.
Kid's good.
Whoa! Would you look at that?
Hey! We supposed to be sparring or training?
Change of plans, big fella. This kid's got fire in him. So now you're both gonna practice your counterpunches. All right, Vito. See if you can do that again. It's a handy tool to have in the box, huh? Most guys ain't gonna see it coming. Pepe here, he ain't most guys, though.
Nice one. Shit, that had to hurt.
Nice, real nice. Nice, kid, nice. Give me 2 more of those. All right, one more, Vito. Oh, there you go. You're a fast learner, kid. All right, fellas, that's enough for today. Nice work. So, how close did you get to Clemente, Vito?
Actually, I never met him. I always dealt with either Henry Tomasino or Luca Guarino.
Huh. I can't believe that cocksucker Guarino's still breathing.
What was your deal with him?
Well, you know, we did a couple jobs for him, and, Luca said he'd bring us into the family for, $5 grand.
What? Typical fucking Alberto. He's always been a crooked bastard.
So what is that, like more than usual?
Yeah, like 5 grand more than usual.
You don't gotta pay to get in, Vito. You're brought into the family once you prove that you're loyal, a good earner, and you can handle, well, you know, the life. In any case, this is an interesting piece of news. When this gets out, Alberto and Luca are gonna have a lot of explaining to do.
To who?
Jeez.
Don't worry about that. We'll talk about it some other time.
Come on, give me another 20. Watch where you walk, Guaylo.
Maybe if your eyes were all the way open, you would have seen me coming, asshole.
Galante. Crooked white devil.
Nice to see you too, Mr. Wu. Crooked? You bet on your own guy and he lost. That's the way it works in this country.
Then Wu offer you a rematch.
I think I can arrange that. You up to it, Vito?
Chinaman, huh? Yeah, get him a stepladder and send him over.
All right, Wu. Looks like you got yourself a rematch. And none of that chop suey crap this time. Now listen, these chinks are quick little bastards. No point in throwing big punches early on. You'll never connect.
All right. What am I supposed to do then?
You hit him quick and tire him out. When he's weak, he'll put his guard down. Then you swing for the fences. Now get out there and show him what you're made of.
Hey, does Vito get a fortune cookie after eating your guy for breakfast?
Shut up, study more. 对对，就是个那样子当你当时他也就是个那样，哎，快点退呀，快点退！哎呀 ，this no happen if you use tiger style.
Fuck your tiger style, nigga.
Let's go, Scaletta. You're late for work.
Hey, listen. Vito here's got the day off, courtesy of Mr. Galante.
Gotcha. Don't get used to it, Scaletta.
All right. Come with me, Vito. What, are we gonna train some more? Sorta. You'll see.
Morning, kid.
Morning, Mr. Galante. What, no training today?
Not exactly. We got a challenge from the spooks, and I don't want to risk Peppy getting all banged up before his big fight with O'Neill. So I want you to take this one. It'll be good practice for you. Come on. Now, the guy you're gonna be fighting is a strong bastard, but he ain't too bright. Fights with his heart, not his head. You piss him off, you lower his guard. That's when you let him have it. All right, here we go. Make me proud, kid.
Ooh, looky here. I'ma take this skinny-ass white boy to school. Gonna hit him so hard his mama's mama gonna feel it. Hope you meatballs getting ready to lose. Ah! Oh, come on, my grandmama hit me harder than that. Ah!
Laying down on a job like always. Hey, win or lose, it'll probably be the hardest work this bum ever did in his life.
Man, who taught this brother how to fight? Your little cracker going down.
Ain't so bad now, are you?
What the fuck just happened, yo?
Let's go, Vito.
Now, Vito, grab him and all right, kid. Now put his lights out.
Oh, this boy got as much chance of winning as a brother running.
Hell of a job, kid. Hell of a job. Here's your cut, Vito. You earned it.
Yo, one of the hacks is coming.
What the hell is this? Some kind of circle jerk? All right, come on, Scaletta. You got a visitor.
Hi, Vito.
Hey, Frankie. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Real good, thanks.
So, how's things?
Well, I got something to tell you. I'm getting married, Vito.
Oh, Maron, that's great. I mean, it would have been nice if he has my permission first, but... Hey, I'm happy for you.
Vito, you're in jail. Look at yourself. How'd you let this happen?
Hey, I already got a lecture from the judge, huh? I don't need another one. Just drop it, all right?
Vito, there's something else. It's Mama.
What do you mean? What about her?
She's sick, Vito. She's been like this for weeks and she's not getting any better.
Look, Frankie. Go to Joe's. He's holding on to my money for me. You get her the best doctor you can find. And, you keep the rest as a wedding gift.
Vito...
No, I mean it. Looks like I'm not gonna need it for a while. All right, looks like I gotta go. Look, you take care of Ma. Tell her I love her.
I will. And thanks, Vito. Bye.
Let's go, Scaletta. Those turlets ain't gonna clean themselves. So, you're the new cleaning lady, huh? Follow me.
Hey, pal, you mind? Yo, practice that shit someplace else. Come on, man, you're killing us. Jesus, your singing is the second worst thing
There you
happening
go.
in here.
Make 'em sparkle. And hurry it up. Hey, pipe down now. All of yous.
Relax, fellas. I'm just giving the old pipes a workout.
Any more of that shit, and I'm gonna give your face a workout. Dig?
All right. Jeez, you guys got no culture.
What's the matter? Keep cleaning, or else. Hey, looks like this one's still dirty. Clean it again. All right, that's enough. Now you're gonna go join the rest of the animals in the showers. Get moving. All right, Scaletta, get your clothes off and get cleaned up. Would you kindly? What's the holdup here? Move your asses.
Hey, Frankie, we got a little business to take care of here, huh? Why don't you go have a smoke?
Yeah, sure. Have your fun, you sick bastards.
I like your scars, pretty boy. Where'd you get them?
Sorry, asshole. You picked the wrong ass to drill.
We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. Your choice.
I got a better idea. Why don't you go fuck your buddies instead? Or better yet, go fuck yourself.
Okay. I guess you want it rough. It's party time. Do that again, sweet cheeks. It's turning me on.
Hurry it up, John. You ain't got long.
This could have been so much easier.
Don't knock him out. I want to hear him scream.
It's party time. Let's dance, sweetheart. Do that again, sweet.
Fuck, this guy's a fighter, huh? Hurry it up, Joe. You ain't got long.
This could have been so much.
Don't knock him out. I want to hear him scream.
Hey! Hey! Whoa, whoa! What the hell's going on? Where's Frank?
Go on, boy. You know the drill. Oh, and, this came today. Might want to read it. Looks important.
No! Fuck!
Mama died while Francesca was visiting me. Instead of going toward a good doctor and a wedding gift, every penny I had went to the funeral.
Mr. Galante wants to talk to you. Come with me.
Good to have you back, kid.
What the hell happened?
Oh, shit.
On IG and purchase a signed copy of my book. That's how you support me. Make sure you smash the like button. Go right now and follow me on TikTok at Trenches News 3837. That's my only TikTok. Yo, it's your boy Trenches News, and I'm back at y'all with another one. Appreciate all love support. Thanks for everyone who subscribed to the channel. If you ain't subbed to my channel, make sure you join the membership. Shout out to all my mods. If you ain't following my mods, you can follow their at the end of the video. Remember, if you got anything extra, I said extra, not food, hygiene, clothes, bag it up, take it outside, and give it to the less fortunate. Remember, we all one step away from being homeless. I don't care how much money you got or you think you got. Mother Nature could come and destroy everything, and now you homeless. So make sure you get back. With that being said, let's say the kids, the women, the elderly, the neutrons, and the civilians. It's Saturday, y'all. Make sure you keep your head on the swivel. Remember, CPD can't save you or your local police department, so make sure you know where your kids are and your surroundings. If you got kids out there, nieces and nephews, claiming hats, dissing the dead, woofing on the internet, make sure you get life insurance on them so you can bury them properly and won't have to go fund me. All right, y'all, I got one story for y'all today. We talking about Larry Hoover, and I know y'all seen 1090 Jake yesterday pull out old paperwork from 1963 on Larry Hoover, telling police that 2 men had shot him. Make sure y'all smash that like button so this video can get around. If you got Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Twitch, Facebook Market, Bayzoo, hook it up. All right, so we got 1090 Jake came out with a video yesterday saying that Larry Hoover was a snitch and that he snitched on 2 guys that shot him. Now, the guy that was supposedly shot him, that was in the newspaper that was saying that he was arrested 57 years ago, he has spoken. His name is James Highsmith, and he with Project Hood, you know, and he say that Larry Hoover never snitched on him. In fact, it didn't happen that way. They described it. None of it. I refuse to rehitch something that happened 57 years ago. Stop it. So, 1090 Jake, he just really played with some real fire for 153,000 views. Now, Larry Hoover, he just got pardoned by Trump, and he trying to come home to see his family, his kids. He ain't seen none of his kids. He been locked up. In fact, for things that he don't even know nothing about, that the GD's been saying that it's in his name, and his name that they killing people, and his name that they shooting at police officers, and his name that they selling drugs, and he ain't getting none of the money. He ain't seeing nothing off of it, but he's sitting in a cell for all the crimes that's being committed. The federal government has said it. Now, I don't know who gave 1090 Jake or who led him the way towards the paperwork, but I can say, back then, from talking to my father, back then, you know, you had police officers who would tamper with the paperwork, who would tamper with the news reporters, you know, and shock you, electric shot, like torture you. You know, we got a lot of cops that's in Chicago. All you got to do is do your homework, man. That was torturing people, that was switching around the paperwork, false coursing people to say that they killed somebody or they got shot, or, you know. And then Larry Hoover, he would have been the highest of his gang, right? So what make it not, you know, hey, Larry Hoover, he had said that these guys shot him. Now that make your ops think something, and that make your gang who look up to you try to stir away from you. So it must have been back then, Jake, if you couldn't read between the lines, it must have been like nobody cared about it. Like Highsmith said, the person who was supposed to shot him. Man, that's all bullshit. We know what the law trying to do back then. They trying to divide us. You know, it's already one thing that we killing each other, but you got to look at the time. It was racism. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they started to protect the community, but then when they seen a little bit of money, they started fighting over it. You know what I'm talking about? They started fighting over who get the most. Instead of all coming together as one, they broke off into branches and started fighting with each other. I think Larry Hoover would be a good addition to the streets, you know, to talk to the youth, to talk to the older people who these kids is, and you know, they look up.
You want to get some, you know what I'm saying, something to get it right. Boom. All right, cool. This costs this much. We go to the hotel. I go get my braids done. You know what I'm saying? We about to do the promo. I pull back up to the hotel. She's sitting in there in the room. I'm like, what up, Ivy? What's the word? She like, what up, sicko boy? I just talked to her manager and let him know that none of the people locked in for the slots. So we were going to create an opportunity, and I was still going to pay for it. If I handed you that money, right, like I said, and it was $450 cash that I handed you, but it was $80 for what you said you wanted, I said, okay, Ivy, here's $450. That $80, I'm going to put that towards that. She said, okay. When I come back and I said I put that towards that, she like, nah, you only gave me $450. Saying she thought that over a small situation, because maybe from the South or maybe they don't do math that fast, or I'm not sure what exactly it may be, but she didn't understand that I wasn't playing with her money, and I tried to explain it, and she flashed out. You were supposed to have my money when I got off the plane. Get mad. I'm looking at her like, hold on now, like the money's here. I just put it on the table, and mind you, my uncle, I just had like $2,700. Long story short, it was $190 short cash. She didn't even let me get the opportunity to talk about the money that was coming in the door or nothing. She just, oh, and this short right here, and flashed out, took it to the max level. Then she went as far as to tell me, matter of fact, get at the Airbnb until we start Twitch streaming. You see what I'm saying? When she said that, I'm like, okay. She pushed me, put her hands on me. You see what I'm saying? Now it's different. We done came down here, supply job with car, ride, we paying y'all money. All you gotta do is just sit and judge our artists, blah, blah, blah. And you tweaking on me about a misunderstanding, basically. And like I said, it's not something that I escalated with her. Unc came back up the stairs like, hold on, nephew, what's going on? I'm like, they in there tripping right now, Unc. And I'm already past it, because if I would have put my hands on Ivy, if I would have pushed Ivy, it would be a totally different story about a miscommunication. So at this point, I say, get this bitch. That come out of my mouth after a past anger, because mind you, I'm not even a disrespectful person. I don't even call females bitches, you see what I'm saying? So I gotta be mad. At this particular time, Junior Boy, her manager, after he didn't say nothing the entire time, grabbed my shirt. Now we standing here at a standstill, grabbing each other, looking at each other crazy. Now it done escalated past just talking, you see what I'm saying? To where it's no more of a point where this is even a miscommunication. She done
nap time. Broke. Ain't got money, ain't got no back end. Ain't got money, bro. Just broke. Janky promoters in nap time, bro. Like, I'd rather y'all take my shit than take my daughter's shit, bro. So, I'm not coming back to Naptown. It's over with for Naptown. Appreciate all the love y'all showed me through all the years, but I'm not coming back to Naptown. It's over with. You want me back, nigga, gotta pay that time for what they took from my daughter.
We almost shut the city down again.
Who the f you talking to, boy? Some fat. All right, you got it, man. What's going on here?
You know.
Hey.
Wow.
But we work with police. We come prepared.
Brave soul coming in here with that energy. Oh, yeah, that's a crackhead. Stomach's ashy. Oh, well, I didn't know it was going there. Are you a stud or you just a young kid?
I'm a 20-year-old boy.
This could have been records, baby. You live or you die by this. Let's tone it back a little bit. Yep. Oh, wait, guys.
Drewski!
You don't do no sneak.
Hell no, I'm just bodylicious.
Is you gangster, is you streeter, is you not? Let's get it out of here. Oh, okay. Sit, boy.
Oh, damn.
You wanna be a dude? We're gonna treat you like one.
Wait. Hold up. If you want more episodes like this or any TV shows Drewski related, go subscribe right now. Yes, right now. What Philly got?
What's good?
Okay, off bat, this is a extravagant build here. It's a little bit of your coochie falling out. Right
Let it fall out, baby. Everybody can.
Just a piece of it.
That is protected. The stomach protecting it.
A little nibble of the coochie.
Don't worry about it. The stomach protecting. I'll save a piece for you.
Well, that's gonna cause a yeast infection at some point.
It ain't gonna cause no yeast infection. Fat protect fat.
All right. What's the reason for the Kool-Aid
Oh,
jar?
because I'm sweet ice.
Oh, okay.
And everything about me is sweet.
Well, not everything.
Well, you don't know. You ain't tasted yet, but I'm known for stirring the tea.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what is that? What is that?
I'll rap.
Oh, all right. Let's hear it.
You talk about this and you talk about that, but you don't talk about that money that you never pay me back. Just a big giant ball full of negativity.
Well, there's
Keep
a
the
big
drama
giant
in the
ball
room.
down there
Keep
I
it
wanna
far
talk
away
about.
From me. Every time you in the room, everybody get mad. Because you always
Just
stirring
wanna-
gossip, which is childish and sad. Online, your profile
could
is the
just-
hostess with the mostest. But real life, your life is filled with no Justin Donald. Yo, keep serving that tea. Keep serving that tea. Keep serving that tea. Why your eyes on me? Yo, keep serving that tea.
No, my eyes is on
Keep
the-
serving that
on the
tea.
coochie lip.
Keep serving that tea. Why your eyes on me?
No,
Yo,
my eyes
keep
is-
serving that tea. Keep serving that tea. Keep serving that tea. Why your eyes on me? Keep serving that tea.
Oh, yeah.
Keep serving that tea. Keep serving that tea. Why your eyes on me?
Just wanted to grab a little bit of that lip. Just wanted to flip that lip back up in there. Kind of like a thong she had up there. Do you be sneak?
Hell no, I'm just bodylicious.
You don't do no sneak.
No, hell, that's not my cup of tea.
What up? It's all good. Yeah, let's get him the out of here. He's obviously confused. let's get him out of here. Thank you, sir. We got the wrong guy. He's not mic'd. Oh shit, yo. Nonchalant. He don't give a. Let's get him out of here.
Sure.
Why the you got your hands in your pockets? You too cool for this shit or something?
I'm not too cool.
Nigga too cool to get money. You know what I'm saying? Like a nigga too cool for opportunity. Out of here. Well, who's the cadet right here?
Right here?
No, the platoon. Yeah, the head of the platoon right here.
Yeah, he the head. Yeah, he.
What's your name?
Hey, Yasin.
Yasin. All right, Yasin. How many years you served?
Like 10.
10. Damn, how many years you been on Earth? You served out the wounded. Where they station you at?
Fort Knox.
Okay, somebody's lying. Where'd they really station you, bro?
Fort Knox.
Let's get him out of here. Appreciate it.
All my homies dogs, all my friends dogs, everybody I know is dogs. If you're not consistent and dedicated in what you're doing, get from around me. How I expect you to believe in me if you don't believe in yourself?
This nigga think he wallow. We already got a wallow out here in Philly, nigga. You gonna have to find something else to do.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
Meatball, how you doing today?
What's up? What's up? What happened?
What's up, me?
How y'all been?
We been good.
That's good. That's
You looking real nice today, too. Now, I mean, I want to be honest with you because a lot of times these record deals is different. Back in the day, Gilly signed a record deal with Cash Money for an 8-ball and $2,700.
An 8-ball and what?
$2,700. Booger sugar. Do. Hey, man, listen, man. Meatball, you did great. You going to the next level.
Okay, period. It ain't
going to the
nothing.
next
Ain't
level.
nothing. Period.
Appreciate you. Settle on the Drew, man.
Oh, okay. Oh, you ain't got no shit. All right, well,
Bow, bow. You flip, hold on, nigga. I can do it.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you. He'll take care of it.
Get right into it?
Yeah.
Nah, I've been writing chorus in my corpse and feel like I've been Damn, bro, y'all niggas ain't gonna touch me, I'm out.
Damn.
How you feel, man?
I feel good.
You the last nigga here, man.
I'm happy I made it. I'm hard of hearing, so I'm happy I made it.
Well, you gonna hear this. Get the f out of here. You heard that? Yeah, I bet you is hard of hearing. You heard that, though. You heard that, mother. Get the out. Get the out of here, nigga.
I'm hard of hearing, you see?
Yeah, you heard that, though. You're hard of hearing, but you heard that.
Perimeter check, perimeter check.
Oh, shit.
Put us together on the black square, nigga. What are you doing? You
All
security.
right,
You're
man,
supposed to be
let's
going-
chill.
supposed to be doing this right.
We supposed to
Top artist coming in hot. We straight from Kenton Allegheny. That's
Yo,
where
I
we come
respect
from.
that, but there's one thing wrong here.
That's my security.
Well, there's a crackhead in the building.
No, it's not.
Oh
No,
my
it's not.
God, come on, bro.
Let me see your teeth. Just smile for me real quick. Oh yeah, that's a crackhead.
Stop looking at security.
Well,
That's
we-
top security.
What does he do for you?
For real, listen, I got bars. Hot from Mars, I'm making 80s crack, the baby back in
Oh,
the booth.
shit.
I make it pop just like 80s
that
crack,
part.
cause the baby back, the chunk blow shotties out, this baby fat. I'm hot.
He
All
got hair
black
like the
10.
Grinch a little bit.
I like that.
Like the
black
Grinch when he
ten.
was a baby. Something's up.
Hold this.
Is that a walkie-talkie? What the f? You got a,
Yeah, no.
you got a walkie-talkie for?
Listen.
Nigga, hey, man. What the f is that crackhead with a walkie-talkie for? What does he need that
I
for?
turn this on, Drews.
Just take the scully off.
the
I just want to
district.
see something.
Everybody gotta take a hat off?
Yeah,
No,
everybody
let
can take
me
the hat
hold
off in the
your
building.
stuff. Let me hold your
Seriously.
Don't mess it up.
Who else taking the hats off?
That's what everybody taking the hats off, man.
They just be on.
Oh shit!
No, come on.
You done took the roof off that
No,
motherfucker.
not like that. No, I'm not
Okay.
like that. Hold on.
Okay.
You
Well, he done dropped the. Oh, Pops, you took the roof off this motherfucker.
See,
Just take,
that's
hey,
the
man,
shit
just
I'm
take it
talking
off.
about.
Take it out of respect. Out of respect.
Ain't nobody else taking no hat off, yo. I'm not comfortable with my shit like this.
All right.
Man, I'm out, man. I'm not here for nobody. It's just not no episode of Good Feathers. Niggas die. Listen. Man, fuck that. I wish that shit would have hit.
Anyway, Pops. Are these dudes serving you at all?
Don't get no info. I'm telling you nothing.
Hey, what you whispering to him, man? Wait, what's going on?
No lo digan nada. No lo digan nada, brother. Pero lo diga algo, lo está perdiendo. Ahí está
What the
fuerte.
f is going on, man? Hey, listen.
Huh?
Hey, Pops, can I talk to you for a second? You the only brother here. I know that.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
These dudes holding you hostage.
No, son. Come on, brother. As a man, you see how I reacted when you asked me to take my hat off.
Okay, Scrappy.
I actually keep it right, because everything that's real ain't right. I try to keep it right, not real. Y'all keep it real.
Hey, what's that walkie-talkie for, though? What the f is the walkie-talkie about?
Security.
Nigga, you not secure. I'll f you up right now, nigga.
Keep it straight.
Security.
Call somebody on the thing. I want to hear who you call out to. Oh, shit. There's a whole...
Hold up.
Go, see?
I told you, bro.
Yeah, turn it back up. Hey, hold up.
No. Juice, this real. This ain't no.
Who the f was that on the other side of the line, man?
You did. You ain't supposed to turn that shit. I told you, don't press that button. I told you, don't press that button, though. That's the real. No, that was the real button, though.
Was that a real police dispatch right there?
Hey, I told him. Leave it like that.
Well, somebody's involved in some shit here. And somebody's gonna f around and go to jail. Guys, I'm not f***ing with you. I work with the police, and I'm telling you, these two niggas right here on the outside, you guys f***ed up.
I'm here. I can't tell you who's on the other end of the line if I'm here, sir.
Are y'all being investigated? Let's get him the f out of here.
Who I'm looking at?
Take his ass to jail. We in Philly, man. Y'all saw what it was.
Y'all let us know what city y'all want us to come to next, man. Hey, this could have been records, baby. You live or you die by this shit. If you want more shows like this, I need you to subscribe to my channel right now. Don't forget to let us know in the comments where to go next.
People are always taking pics of me, but they're sleeping on who the real muse is. Okay, Coco.
It's a sunny day. The gang's all here.
Did you know 95% of children don't get enough daily fiber? Try new Zarbee's Regularity Support, an excellent source of fiber that's backed by science to help prevent occasional constipation. Zarbee's, from our hive to yours.
To my you do now, my dang, to the jickle yow do now, snap bang. They know how I'm airman and gearman.
Appreciate it, dummy. Could have been records. We in Baltimore. Even though we've been around the world, we still going city to city. Yeah.
Hold on, wait a minute. You got loose knees, bro. We don't do all this waiting.
Shut the up, man. We coming.
Who the you talking to? Hello. You got that bounce house on. It me up. Hey, out y'all fucking mind.
It's about the CEO. You got your hair color the same thing.
Did you just not grow out of it? Hey, man, didn't I tell you to shut the up? Got you.
Let me get him, bro. Let me switch. Let me switch. Thanks.
Out of here. You guys are underage.
I'm going stupid, man. How you gonna do me like that, man?
We ain't stopping, baby. It don't matter where we go. This my city now.
You in my city, shorty. You in my city now.
Drewski, I'll clear your window.
The event has been shut down.
That's real ruthless, dummy.
Wait. Hold up. If you want more episodes like this or any TV shows Drewski related, go subscribe right now. Yes, right now. More God.
When I think about you, I think about giving myself to you. You know I want you, babe, and I would do anything. I know you're thinking the same thing, babe.
I'm not.
So come and get it.
Let's get it out of here.
Oh my God.
I'm not thinking the same thing at all. I'm actually thinking the opposite.
Y'all don't gotta touch me.
All right, quick batch of young. What's the youngest nigga here?
My man's Killer.
Caleb?
Killer.
Oh, Killer.
Man.
All right. What's that again? What's that? You
Stand over him.
Oh, okay. All right, and that's he's the youngest one. How old is he?
13.
All right, 13. Killer.
Yeah, Killer.
All right, how old are you?
14.
14. What'd they call you? Murder?
That's bro over here.
Oh, that's his name.
Right there. I'm Murder. Murder.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's your name?
Lesty.
Lester. Why the they call you Lester at all? Killer, Murder, and Lester?
What, bro?
I see why you ain't got no ski mask. You don't need one.
Northeast niggas know what's going on.
Oh, my bad. All right, y'all rap?
I'm a hot one to beat you, you know I'm a drag. I'm for the body, you know I'm a spaz. Glock 22 hit him, Glock 22.
You say, hey, Glock 22.
Glock 22 went right on his head. Don't do that. Glock 22 with a binary trigger with a switch on the back.
Oh, my bad, big bro.
Let me spit.
Hey, let me just preach to y'all youngins, man. Hey, listen, y'all. We not out here talking all that
We ain't
shit.
trying to have none of that, Holmes. Yeah, we from the Northeast. We don't want to hear that.
Yeah, my bad.
We want to slide every day.
You got it, big bro.
Every
But you know, in
second
the
of the
streets,
day.
it's just either jail or death. I don't want y'all to go down that path.
I already went to juvie. The law not catching me.
I'm gonna shut my bitch ass up then. You got it, big bro. Yeah, just
I'm on the run right now.
Guys, they're 13. Hey, guys, they're 13, man. Those are kids, man. What type of show do y'all think we running? This is not what the show is about, man. I know they're young kids, man, but all right. We in Baltimore. Baltimore.
My hair long, my booty real big. All you bitches hate cause niggas feeling the kid. I need a nigga in the room that's sucking the night, that's gonna bend his ass sober. I can make his heat on a from the front.
That nigga gonna hit it from the front.
I can make this on a from the front.
Well, I can tell you got,
baby.
you can definitely make me. You got ass in the front too.
Yeah.
You got ass in the front and the back.
Double trouble, baby.
Let me see. Let me get a 360 of that.
Yeah. When I'm
Yeah,
on the beat.
you got more ass in the front than you got in the back.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, this is my first time hearing that.
I hit that mother from the front first.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, let's get him out of here.
Okay. Damn.
We never even jiggle yang. Don't let no one jiggle yangs, cause they don't know man fucko yet. They don't know man jiggle yang unless they you sang. Man fucko yangs. How could I say that I'm not good? Jiggle yang, heavy gear, it's the biggest gear. The fucko tang of all your tangs. I ain't coming again. What's happening, gears?
That's a lot of Baltimore slang now.
It's a whole lot of, it's all in one, big jiggle ute. This is where it earned from, the biggest ute. It don't get no bigger than the heaviest ute.
Hey, let me have to talk to the CEO. We hear you.
Which way I'm earning? This way, Ute?
I'm hearing you. We gonna let you talk to the CEO.
Mom, where do hot sandwiches come from?
Oh, I got this. Hey, champ. So when our bread, meat, and cheese come together in our 500-degree ovens, they fall in love. About a minute or so later, out comes a beautiful and delicious rack sandwich. You get it, right?
Where did I come from?
Potbelly, we bring the hot.
Good. Good. What's happening?
What's that you're saying?
Heavy good, big jiggle yang good. I ain't coming Ermin German. What's Ermin and German?
Yeah. Whatever the that means. So what, are you from America?
I'm from Baltimore, but you high jiggle yang on a heavy gear now, but dang. You got what I earn, you got what I earn. See how I'm earning?
I'm actually very confused, sir. So does this derive from the terms they use in Baltimore saying two?
You know what I'm saying? I just came through and changed the game, Goot. It's a new Smithsonian, it's a new beginning, big bipple yip snip. To my you do now, my dang, to the jiggle yow do now, snip bang. They know how I'm Ermin and German. Yes.
Okay, do you understand what he's... You from Baltimore, you?
How you gonna up and jiggle yang? How you gonna earn now, dang?
That sounds amazing.
How you gonna earn it up?
What the is he saying?
We just finished. It might be some turkeys watching. Let me do it again with these on. How you gonna up and jiggle yang? How you gonna earn now, dang? How you gonna get?
Ain't that Tyrese?
How you gonna get?
Tyrese ain't say, he ain't say those words on it. He ain't say that, though. Are you remixing it into your own language? Is that what you're doing?
I'm danging into my own jiggle towel. I'm trying to excuse my smile.
Okay, you...
It's big goot.
Yeah, it. Just come sign this shit. Yeah,
man. Let me hear him, dang. Trying to hurt nothing, trying to split something. So
we got a contract for you.
It's the biggest goot.
Yeah, we don't understand what you're saying.
Where I signed from?
Two.
Heavy goot, on dude. Appreciate you, goot. Biggest goot. Big fuck with dang. Which way I earn dang so I don't slurm dang again?
You mean which way you go? Yeah, well, you fee now and you goo now.
Okay, you heavy on the flu now. I see you good. Okay, heavy good. No goo high. It's big good. Know what's happening, good.
The first one. On good, on heavy good. The who now, the shmoo now.
Already know what's happening and who's sagging and good. The big bit will yip snip, the fuck will tang, now tang good is heavy good now dang. You know how I'm airman and gearman. Came to get that towel, came to get that dang, came to get that rat deal for the falls. That's airman gearman.
I gotta find a way to get these tickets, man.
Hey, me!
I'm telling you how much I got.
Me!
Yo!
What are you doing, man?
I'm trying to buy some tickets.
You don't need to buy tickets. I'm gonna show you. Just get in the car.
Just trying to get some tickets, that's all. Just trying to get the best
I got
tickets.
an app. I got SeatGeek. Morgan Wallen, Beyonce, Post Malone, even sporting events, NFL, NBA. I love using SeatGeek. You can get all that on this app right here.
Say that, okay.
You want to be on the floor or you want the suite?
Top notch, I want to be big, up.
Oh, you try to be
VIP.
on the suite. Each ticket is rated on a scale of 1 to 10. So you know you got a good deal.
All right, bad.
So look for the green dots. Green means good, red means bad. Plus, every ticket is backed by the buyer, guaranteed. And you know I came through for you guys. You can use code Drewski10 for your next set of tickets to be 10% off on SeatGeek. That's 10% off any ticket if you use promo code Drewski10. Make sure you click the link to download the app. Thank you, SeatGeek.
Hey, Drewski!
Crackhead, get him out of here.
Wait, no. I got the mixtape. I got my mixtape, Drewski. I'll clean your window. I'm a midwife in 17 states. I got you, Drewski.
Good work. Hey, good work. Let's keep doing that. Everybody that come in here, agile. Let's get to running. Start warming up like this. Everybody start warming up. Start stretching out. Whatever you need to do to stretch out, start stretching out. Yeah, let's get them the out of here. Appreciate it, man.
Oh, shit, y'all ain't gonna do me like that. Come on, bro. That's what's up. Yo. So
It get tricky, it can be tough. These niggas ready to pick me up. Y'all don't gotta be so aggressive. I'll walk out of the door.
All right. What's your name?
Josh.
Atube.
I'm Nigerian. So
I can tell.
almost there.
Well, you.
Yeah.
It wouldn't take a blind man to see that.
It's a little coyote.
Man, I could tell you was Nigerian. I could tell you was of Nigerian descent.
So I'm about to sing.
All right, man. Let's see what you got.
Stay by myself.
All right. He's signed. We got the next Burner Boy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did you fly all the way out here for this?
I just came to America last year.
You speak English?
Yeah.
Something about it, I still can't understand what he's saying, man, but it is what it is. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, sir.
We gonna see. We gonna stay in contact. We gonna stay in contact.
Okay, this is. All right, man. Let's. All right, man. Dirty and freaky. I get it. That's what got you in the streets right there. You practice safe sex or what? Probably not.
No.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, you just nasty as a motherfucker. Yeah, hey, back him up. Don't, yeah. That need an antibiotic. That's what he need. He need an antibiotic. Get him. Yeah, let's get, okay, see.
This is your second warning to leave the area or you will be subject to arrest. The club is at capacity. You are currently blocking the free-flowing traffic on the roadway and the sidewalk.
All right. You two niggas look like y'all don't belong to be around each other. Y'all don't look like a good.
Man, he don't talk, he just dance.
Well, y'all just don't, it just don't seem like y'all should be around each other.
Shit, I be like,
Riding through my city in the Mercy light go. Everything shining, you can see it with your eyes closed. You ain't gotta ask how I been and how I'm doing. Still excelling, you can see that I'm pursuing. Shooting, do that, it be like I'm shooting. Do that, I'm shooting off.
You got a beautiful voice, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
You hadn't popped yet.
Nah, man, I just been out
It
here
might
just
be
walking
your
around
time,
the whole city,
man.
just
That,
singing,
hey.
selling my own music and stuff.
What's that bar you said? Shoot it!
Yeah, that's that shoot it. That's the anthem, bro.
Shoot it!
Shooting off.
Okay, where did that derive from?
Man, I've been up and down, man. I've been homeless. I've been shot at a few times. I done been up and down these blocks. Cause like I said, like at first I was in the streets around the wrong people, like just doing the wrong
Well, it
things.
still looked like you around the wrong people, but,
yeah, but I'm just
that don't mean that you can't clean it up. What year did it come out?
Like 2013, 2012.
Nigga, this song came out in 2013. Okay, hold on. Let's go back, Shooty.
It was just improper management with the music and stuff.
It's always fucking management.
Yeah,
everybody
always,
say the same shit,
It
man.
was me and management. It wasn't just me, you know.
We ain't never did a 12-year-old song.
All right.
But hey, we could turn that motherfucker back up.
Let's get it
Shoot
done.
it! I don't do that.
All right.
Come sign it, man. Come sign it. That boy's shooting. Shooting. So, hey, let's get rid of this other nigga. I don't trust him.
That's my brother.
Well, I know, but it be the like that that try to pull you down.
Right.
Those try to pull you down. So don't.
I know it's a lot of them.
Yeah, well, he trying to hang on.
There's a lot of people that's out here helping me out.
Well, Shooting, he trying to hang on to you. That dancing ain't shit. I'm gonna be the one. Hey, you gotta be real with yourself.
I know Drewski talking about.
No, not at all. I'm telling him about the deal and what he's signing. No, I'm telling him.
It's like
Get rid of this nigga.
Right.
He's gonna try to pull you back. All right, bet. We got your signature. Hey, my boy. Yeah, let's get mine. Appreciate it. Thank y'all, man. We'll talk, my brother. Yes, sir. Hey, Shooty, yeah. Hey, Shooty, appreciate that, man.
That's crazy, bro.
Shoot it, undo that. Riding around the city in the mud, seeing lager. Bro, that just sound like something from like Madden's playlist. Could you imagine Shooty on duty with LeAngelo Ball? Nigga, they'll around and make a 2005 banger. Them oh boy, if they could go back in time. If they could go back in time. Damn.
Bet had the game on lock, niggas thinking I'm cheating. I'm glad that I'm making them mad. She see them up and I'll show you trying to be like the ops. So you know where I spin a bet. Ain't got the heart for a hoe to be honest. I might fuck around. Just God damn it. Oh shit. You know what?
All right, have you been to the Army?
No, sir.
You been in any military? Why the are you wearing camo? Get them the out of here. Stupid nigga, man. The disrespect to our nation and the troops. So disrespectful to our troops, man. The stolen valor. That's what it is, man. He shouldn't be wearing that. The stolen valor.
You a bitch for not letting me go on asking me about the Army plans, but it's all good.
Damn. What's up, dummy? What's going on? Okay. Damn, what's going on with y'all, fella? I know who this dummy is, man. Ain't you the Ravens quarterback, man?
That's 4. That's 4-4. That ain't 4. That's 4-3. That's 4 point.
You know who that is? Come on, man. That's him. Timothy, LaMarvelous. Stop it.
You can use him as a crash dummy. All right, yeah. We're gonna talk to you. We're gonna holler at the CEO. We're gonna get back with you.
Appreciate that, LaMarvelous, man.
Don't call me no motherfucking dummy. I'm not with it. I'm not too fond of it. Smarty. Shit, call me Smarty.
Little B not eating enough fiber? New Zarbee's Regularity Support is an excellent source of fiber.
Wix. One platform. Any website. Unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals. And AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience down to the finest detail. Monitor, measure, and manage all your website's activity from one place. Personalized, customized.
Well, I don't like Juicy, dog. We ain't wiping no nigga nose. It's Baltimore. Ain't really, you know, young niggas
My
really.
bad, Shorty. My bad, Shorty.
They know you know me now.
It's love.
Good. Appreciate you, Drewski.
He don't need no help. He got a bad leg. The hind leg bad. He don't need no help. He good. All right,
Appreciate you, youngster.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, dummy.
Yes, God, dummy. I need to be managing them in the house and holding down for Drewski, man. Like, just making sure everything runs smooth while he chilling. That's why I need to hold it down on the management tip.
Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this season. You just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on your projected stats, and place your entry. Testing my skills on Prize Picks this season is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. If you have the skills, you can turn $1,000 into $25,000 in just a few taps. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types is what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. I'm always going 6 for 6, less or more or less, it don't matter. Do you play Prize Picks? Yeah, do you play on your other phone? He got the app downloaded on his cheating phone. If you're cheating on your wife or if you're doing it regular, Prize Picks is there. Sign up using promo code Drewski, deposit and place your first lineup of $5 or more, and $50 in promo funds will appear in your account instantly. Win or lose, that's $50 guaranteed no matter what. That's code Drewski for a free $50 bonus when you place your first lineup. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Yes, sir. I go by 5. I'm the littest in my city. Big, never little. Double D titties. 4 no. Bronx, Baltimore.
When you say big, we could tell. Them titties huge as
Yeah, never small.
Well, we
I
just
came out 20 pounds.
Well, off bat.
5
off
ounces.
The bat.
Yeah.
Off the bat, we see them tits.
Yeah.
You can't hide them. It don't matter. You got that Dickie suit on or what. You can't hide them tits.
It's the LV.
Titties big as a mother.
Yeah.
So straight up, I agree with that bar. Say that bar again.
Big, not the little one. Double D titties.
Yeah,
4 no.
big, not the little one. Yeah, I felt that. Because them titties is humongous.
Yeah, you know.
Bro.
Yeah, I gotta use what God gave me. You feel me? Oh,
Let's get him out of here. Let's get him out of here.
Oh, that's crazy. Damn, brother. Y'all big as shit too.
It was time that I campaigned, made it through the damn rain. Suit and tie, pine box. Funny how the plans change. Funny
Hey,
how
man,
the tables turn.
why don't you just shut the f up? Hey, hold on, brother. Why don't you shut the f up, man? He don't need to hear all that ad-lib bullshit. Let's run it back. Run it back again.
Funny how the tables turn. I got this or what I earned on spit box. Come and get the straightening like a new perm.
Hey, man, didn't I tell you to shut the f up? Yeah. Hey, hold on, my nigga. Cause this nigga gotta be addressed, straight up. Hey, who you think you is, bro?
I'm a star too, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, man.
All due respect, you know what I mean?
Yeah, all due respect is right.
All due respect.
Yeah, all due respect. You gonna respect a brother when you see a brother.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's hear it from the top.
Ain't they? Most of these rappers make believe, ain't they? Most of these rappers fake to me. Most of these rappers, they ain't spending on nothing. They ain't never sold nothing. They ain't standing on nothing.
Hey, man, hold on. So,
I got
you telling me you just do the ad-libs?
I got it. Hey, they told me they said I couldn't bring the camera in, I couldn't bring my stuff in to do what I do, so they was like, just hype bro up.
Hey, what's all this jigaboo bullshit you trying to talk like, man?
Sir.
You sound like a nigga from East Georgia, man. I want to hear the ad-lib nigga do the song. Let me.
Man, it's funny how they campaign. Funny how the plans change. Suit and tie, pine box. Shit, yeah, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. When it come to it, when it come down to the nitty gritty, you got to be ready for that.
Yeah, I got it.
That's how get record deals.
Yeah.
From one nigga to another, I want to let you know, you got potential, bro.
I appreciate that.
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, I know it. No, I appreciate that for
I said,
him.
nigga, bro, I never was talking.
I appreciate that for him.
Oh, no, yeah,
This
yeah,
is my
for him.
brother. This is family.
I'm letting
He a
you know,
star.
I wasn't talking, when I said
know you
nigga,
was talking to him.
I was talking to him.
I know you was talking to him. I know you was talking to him.
Don't get it twisted, nigga.
Nah.
Don't get it twisted, my
Shit crazy.
I've been talking to him. When I say my
Well, you just did it to me a second ago, yeah.
Well, he knew, but he knew I was talking
Nah,
to him
you
when I
definitely
said
talking
it.
to him.
Oh, 100%. He knew I was talking to him.
100%.
Straight up. Well, let's sign him. Let's sign him, man. I think y'all both have potential. Let's sign both of them. Go ahead. Just sign anything, you know. You got the Hublot on your wrist, you know what I'm saying?
A citizen. Baltimore, we wear cities.
Why everybody wearing citizen watches out here?
It's the Baltimore Watch, apparently.
Hey, man. Hey, how about you shut the up before you lose your deal, brother?
Nah, you right.
Hey, white boy. Hey, look, man.
Much love, brother.
I don't even need
All that critical shit. That's not how we roll, man.
I got you.
Straight up. Y'all boys got a future with us. Straight up. Yeah, let's get him out of here.
These big ass motherfuckers is throwing me out. First is I act too black, then is I'm too country. So he need to pick one.
How you doing, my G?
What's up, Drewski?
What brings you here?
Shit, opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. Can you spell opportunity?
O-P-P.
Let's get him the out of here. That nigga need reading rainbow. How the you want opportunity but can't spell it?
All right, bro. All right.
Said O-P-P. That nigga, all that nigga know is ops. Are you guys on dope or crack or what? What?
Nah,
dope,
we straight.
crack, what you on, baby?
We
None of
straight.
that.
We straight.
None of
Well,
that.
one of y'all on something. Y'all on some stuff.
Completely
Nah, we straight.
None of
Where the
that.
did y'all hear a rhythm in that?
No. We sober.
How old are you? Let's go down the line. How old is everybody? How old are you?
I'm about to be 21.
You about to be. What?
I'm about to be 21 too.
About to be 21. Oh, this fifth fucking line. They're
21
probably
though.
16.
I'm 21.
I know this shit. I've seen this
I'm
before.
21.
Whenever they about to be something, get the out of here. You guys are, you're underage.
We ain't no damn underage.
You're underage. They're underage, man. Whenever women talk about they about to be some shit, they're underage. You could tell. I don't condone that behavior, and that's not what we do here. It could have been labeled.
You know how the time flies. Only yesterday was the time of our lives, and we were born and raised in a 7 days down by. Be surprised, it isn't over.
How do you feel about that one?
I mean,
I'm curious, real. I want to know how you feel. Let's cut the shit, all the shits and giggles.
okay.
How you feel about that?
I think it was good. I liked it. And you seen something different? Yeah, no. Oh, okay. Oh, damn. Okay. That's what's up.
What's up, pimp?
What are you here to do, my man?
I got a spoken word.
Spoken, oh, well.
Yes, sir.
I could have guessed that you was gonna do spoken word.
That's what I do.
You give that vibe of spoken literature.
So as I walk through these alleys of the shadow of death, I fear not, because I know if I change my mindset, I'll grow. Just like that rose did from the cement. And I'm a king, but not just because of where I descend. We war free. And that costs for me to eat from a tree. These dummies driving both lanes, and I'm expecting a change that won't. Unless we stop reacting and start taking action.
Hey, when you said the eat from a tree.
It costs money to eat from a tree now.
You talking like Adam and Eve?
I'm talking like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I understand where you at, brother. It's a mind thing. It's a spiritual earth connection that we share.
Yeah, they got us slaves out here.
Yeah. You said what?
They got us being slaves out here.
Who?
In the penitentiary, they still out here working for free.
Yeah, let's get them out of here, man. It's a negative way of thinking.
Coming at my people that will not be wise. We planting our flag that way we could see the wind, and we healing the people like a acetaminophen. If they come at our queens, then a acetaminophen. If they jump in that water, we see if he a swim, and I know we gonna see the wind. We're at war.
Malcolm X, get him out of here.
I'm speaking life, power in your thoughts.
That was 100 years ago, bro.
It's a grind way. Can't wait and watch till the time right. The time passing like TikTok.
That was 100 years ago, bro.
Wise man said time is money.
That was 100+ years ago, fam.
With golden arms and a loud alarm. I need all my people to wake up and realize
Yo, man, we fought those battles.
It is glizzy. Want me to start over?
I can start over.
Yeah, there you go. School?
No, sir.
Where do you work right
I
now?
work for my dad. My dad's the NAACP president for real. I work for my dad cleaning up Walmart parking lots. I'm an NAACP son. My dad's the president of NAACP. I work for my dad cleaning up Walmart parking lots. I make $20 an hour.
That's good. That's good, man. That's good. That's good. Your dad ain't no president. He president of the parking lot? You telling me your dad was president of that parking lot at Walmart? Is that what you saying?
Yes, sir.
Why you lie about the NAACP, man?
No, I'm not lying.
I knew it, though. That's what I'm saying. I had to get it out of you.
No, I'm not lying.
Your dad the president of a fucking Walmart parking lot, nigga?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Your dad the president of Walmart parking lot?
No, he's the president for real.
You locked in with us, brother.
Man, thank you, boss. Give me a chance.
Welcome
Thank
home.
you. Yes, sir.
Welcome home, man.
I appreciate
Seriously.
it. Thanks.
I love you, bro.
Love you too, brother.
What's your name?
Jerome Massey, sir.
Gerard Massey. Y'all clap it up.
Thank you.
Good dude right here, man. Good dude. Good dude.
Where you want to go next, sir?
You gonna be getting the fuck up out of here, Gerard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But hey, we're gonna be in contact with you.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna go to new levels.
Yes, sir.
Put your Instagram down, actually.
I got Instagram. I got Facebook.
Well, I figured that. Put that down.
My name on Facebook?
Yeah, you put the Facebook name.
Jerome Massey.
Hey, love you, boy.
Love you too, boss.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, boss.
I'm your boss now.
Yes, sir.
All right, Gerard.
All right, boss.
Let's do it.
Okay.
That's my type of guy right there. Good dude, straight up and down, bro.
My dad's part of NAACP, like I told him, and he gave me an opportunity and a chance. I'm talking about a woman. I'm talking about a stallion. I'm talking about a woman that cook and clean, bringing food home to the table. A beautiful woman that's a butterfly.
All jokes aside, that dude, he's a good guy. I fuck with him heavy. Okay, Ernst.
Hey, y'all.
Okay. What's good?
Take me out the project.
How y'all doing?
Take me out the project. I ain't got this deal on my neck for nothing.
Tight
What's up?
shit, tight
DOG
shit.
is
Tight
the bounce
shit.
artist from New Orleans.
Where y'all from? What part?
We from New Orleans, the Ninth Ward.
Oh, Ninth Ward.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm a bounce artist. I'm
Oh,
a
yeah.
rapper.
Yeah.
Ass shaking, ass
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's before we indulge, let's figure this out. What's it's your crew right here?
This is my crew, that's my girls. They shake ass sometimes.
Oh, they
just
wah,
beat the big thing.
Yeah, baby.
We just gotta get out the project. I'm tired of fighting.
Yeah. Okay. So what is this? What we doing here?
I'm a rapper. I'm a bounce artist.
All right, bet. Let's hear it. Let's see what's going on.
He got a bitch, but I ain't worried about her. Jill Ryan Inc., I know she heard about it.
Yeah.
Crack the code to his phone, know about me.
Yeah.
Try to beat him up so she asks the questions out.
Yeah.
Yes, me, sis. They digging it. You blowing up his phone, sis. I'm always hitting it. Bitch, you still pressed. No, they ain't stressed. The way he eat this bitch up, bitch, he the best.
Okay, what do you mean by that right there? The way he eat this bitch up?
The way he eat this.
Hey, I got something for y'all to wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead, sign right here. Yeah, sign it right there. Sign right there, son. Yeah. What projects out here? Is it Holly Grove?
We be in the Magnolia all the way down.
Oh, the Magnolia.
I'ma take it all.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
I'ma take it all over, Drew. What's up?
I like that. Hey, oh no, y'all, we gotta get the fuck out of here now. Yeah, we're gonna be in contact though. We're gonna be in contact. All right, yeah, y'all good. They got them bounce triplets. Hey, man. Yeah. The little midget one had a little toot up.
Come on. Get right on. We ain't gonna play around with it. Bring it back. Yeah.
Walking through the club, all his ass on me.
That's a lyricist, nigga. Why all white people try to hit the Dougie? What, you in middle school or something? What type of shit you on, bro? Chicken thing? All right, let's hear you think. Okay.
Big ass man, what the f?
Damn, that mother thick. Oh, shit. Part 2 coming soon.
Walking through the club, all his ass on me.
That's a lyricist.
Could have been records. Welcome back to season 2. Things are changing. Oh, but we keeping the same recipe. See, we introduced the whole international thing to y'all in season 1. But this year, you have no idea. No, seriously. You have no idea. We back in the know for part 2. The Ninth Ward, Holly Grove.
You gotta be know how to use it.
Thank you, I do. Who's the alien? He don't know You wet your hair this morning, didn't you?
Hit me up.
Not a fucking chance.
Just have a.
Why all white people try to hit the Dougie?
Say, what's that, little?
What's that, little?
What's up?
Get out of here. Oh. You was on Dean list in prison?
Hold up, you know that Martin? Come on, man, hold on. You can't. My shoe. Hey.
Let's take it back a little bit, guys.
Oh, you know, he ain't that whole his old fat guy. There's something like
But don't get it twisted. If you make it past auditions and come onto our TV show Could Have Been House Season 2, you will then be granted with a chance to win $50,000.
Chicken thing? All right, let's hear you think. Okay. If y'all all ride together in the coupe, I figure y'all packed into something.
Man, what the f?
We do what we gotta do, man. It's called discipline. Damn, that mother thick. Oh, shit.
Everything ain't always what it seems. Let's get into it.
Who's the alien?
You better run up on me if you do this. I'm you better run up on me if you
That
do
nigga
this.
from another dimension, ain't he?
You better run up on me. You better run up on me. You better run up. You Tell the security better run up on me.
Oh, we ain't. We don't know what you're capable of.
Tell you.
Yeah. How old you is, man? What's your ethnicity? You Haitian, ain't you?
Better run up on me if you do this. I'm a tripper. Better run up on me. You better run up on me.
That little alien crazy.
Better run up on me.
Yeah. What else is he capable of? That's his little superpower right there. He from another dimension, ain't he? Yeah. He don't even speak. He just know how to trip out.
All day.
Look at him.
That's all I
He just
need. Trip out.
Yeah.
Skip school, smoke weed.
He don't know shit. Yeah, he don't know shit.
He dumb.
He don't know shit.
So what's
He
that?
just know how to trip out. Look at him.
Yeah.
He from another dimension. Gonna trip out. Yeah.
all he know.
Little bean head ass. I'll with that. That little from somewhere. It ain't this earth, I tell you that. Okay, let me see it one more time. Yeah.
gang bird, gang bird, gang bird, gang bird, gang.
Hey, get him out of here, man. That's all he know, man. That's all he know. Oh, shit. Wait, hold up now.
That's all he want to do.
Turn it off, please. Turn it off. I don't
Yeah,
want
turn
to
it off.
watch more.
Turn it off, please. Turn it off. Yeah, thank you. Turn it the f off. Please. No, please, I'm begging you, turn it off. She don't like her own f***ing music. Yeah, give him f*** out of here. Be slow. Yeah. I'm not racist, I'm just keeping it real. Why all white people try to hit the Dougie? What's up with that? It's only a f***ing dance move, man. It's like all they learn is the Dougie.
Well, what's up, brother?
What's going on, my G?
Coolin'.
What's your name?
BB Hell.
BBL.
No, BB hell. Hell, like raising hell in these streets. I got some work done, but I'm still, yeah.
Okay, BB hell. I never heard no name like that. Yeah. Let's hear what you got, player.
Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. We gon' pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. Is you gangster? Is you G or is you not? I got questions. Is you street? Do you pop? Walk into the bank with all this cash on me. Woo! Walk into the club, all this ass on me. Woo! 2-minute drive-bys. I should've went and got my CDL. Women music winning, so I went and got a BBL. Real we gon' get that cash. I know that's right. Real we gon' throw that ass. I know that's right. Interrogation room. It's a lot of shit I can't say. Pull up Uzi, squirting, booty, twerking, but I ain't gay. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. We gon' pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. Is you gangster? Is you G or is you not?
So you keeping it gangster regardless?
Yeah.
You gangster first.
BB hell.
Not BBL.
No, BB hell.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's something new we ain't seen, man.
Yeah. Is you gangster? Is you street or is you not? You feel me?
This shit crazy, man. New Orleans, y'all just, when you saying pop, 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 the other one for the gun.
Yeah, it's two.
It's pop,
like a play on like a pop, pop, pop. That's why I kind of simultaneously
pop, pop, pop,
pop, pop, pop.
Oh.
Like, you feel me?
You a lyricist.
See that why
it's bigger than rap.
You feel me? Walking to the bank with all this cash on me. Woo! Walking through the club, all this ass on me.
I see, that's a lyricist, nigga.
Yeah.
Open your fucking eyes, man. This is bigger than rap, bro.
It's bigger.
He's a fucking lyricist, nigga.
Facts.
It's genius.
Facts. They got a lot of women getting their body done and they take off. Once I jumped off the porch with that ass on me, streams with the going up, I went to getting book mode, everything. Power move. I don't know what dude laughing, I'm just saying like this. Fuck, it's working.
It's working.
It's working.
That's what we need more of, bro. Come sign this shit, man.
Oh.
Straight up, man. That's what we be needing.
Big
pop, 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 and pop, pop, pop. Yeah. Where you from?
I'm from the 9th Ward.
9th Ward.
From the
yeah.
9th Ward.
Hey, that's some real nigga shit that you
me?
did. Hey, a lot of niggas won't do it.
Solid.
But it's smart in the sense that all these girls doing it. Why not? Is you thug? Is you gangster?
Is you gangster? Is you G or is you not? I got questions. Is you street? Do you pop?
Hey, you got it on. You got it going on, player.
Fact. Nice to meet you, brother.
Real shit.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, dog. Hold it down.
Back this way?
No.
This way.
You take that fat old ass over there.
My bad.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta relax with that. I ain't with that freak ass industry shit, though.
Hey, that shit weighing you down, nigga. All that ass weighing your that shit you get to change the direction. Is you G? Is you gangster? Is you not? That nigga a genius, bro. All these girls going and getting BBLs for no reason. He's a gangster, bro. He's a gangster. There's a reason behind those lyrics. And that's why I like lyricists, so. We got another good one. Let's do it. Who next?
Because the women do it. The women get their body.
Actually, not a chance.
Zoom with it.
Zoom. Zoom.
I don't trust him. Get him the f out of here.
Damn.
Y'all niggas shaking dice, you already know what to come with. And then y'all dice with a young nigga if you want. They switching your ass down, nigga. You win and Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this season. You just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and place your entry. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types is what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. If you have the skills, you can turn $1,000 into $25,000 in just a few taps. You paid your baby mama back with the money from the Prize Picks. Yeah, my bad. What'd you do with your money last time you played Prize Picks? Oh, you. Some people go to the strip club. You can do anything with the money, man. Sign up using promo code Drewski, deposit and place your first lineup for $5 or more, and $50 of promo funds will appear in your account instantly. Win or lose, that's $50 guaranteed no matter what. That's code Drewski for a $50 bonus when you place your first lineup. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Why, what's up, baby?
What's
Fella
going
Chill,
on?
the green Lamborghini in the building. I just ain't got it yet, but it's on the way. How y'all doing?
You said the what, nigga?
I'm fettuccine with the green Lamborghini. I just ain't got it yet. It's on the way, young nigga.
Why they call you fettuccine, man?
I come from New Orleans, Jeremy. I come from the streets.
How old are you?
What's better than money? I'm 39. I've been arrested 55 times.
I tell you what, well, you still trying to pop off and rap?
Actually, no. I'm a Dean's List student, a residential electrician by trade. I'm in school for music business concentration.
You just fix shit. What's the name of the electrician one you said?
Residential.
Residential electrician is just a f***ing handyman, nigga.
Word, but guess what?
Just because you put residential in front of electrician don't mean shit.
I ain't no fucking handyman. I'm an electrician, nigga. You can't shit on me. I made the Dean's List, you understand me? I'm also in school for music business concentration right now. Small
I respect that, though.
electrician.
I respect that.
You
No,
feel
that's
me?
good. That's good.
I can show you how to do copyright and publishing right now, you dig? Like
no,
dead
we
ass.
don't want to see nothing
Like,
out
but that's what I came in for. I came to make beats, you hear me? It's a pleasure to meet you. My cousin them love you, you hear me?
Yeah,
you kind of,
that's
you
real.
funny. Y'all show y'all look like y'all ready to do something. I don't want to fight. You want to fight? And I'm just playing. I don't want no smoke. I want all my limbs. I'm walking out of here. You heard me?
39.
Yeah, I'm 39, but I've been arrested 55 times. And after that, I went to school, made a Dean's List for a residential electrician. I went
So
back.
you was on Dean List in prison?
That's what I got in.
Hey, salute.
That's what I got in prison. And when I came home, I really wanted to better myself because I was used to selling drugs and all that shit on, like hustling all the time. That's where my life come from. And you hear me? Half the time they got arrested, police hacking them just for being black. You hear me? Or just talking to somebody who white or something just different like that.
I tell you what, I see why you went 55 times.
You sound like my cousin.
And it's pretty fucking obvious.
But tell me why you say that.
You just yapping at the mouth, nigga. At some point, them niggas probably was like, shut the fuck up and just took you to jail. But it ain't bad, because I understand you been in and out, but 55 times? God damn, nigga.
I ain't going back, though. I'm cool.
55,
right?
what the fuck could you do 55 times?
Half the times, bro, being stupid. Half the time hustling. Some of them times. It took me a while to start hustling.
What's the dumbest reason why you went to prison?
Man, getting off the bus.
You got off the bus and went to prison?
I got off the bus. I was going to the get my TWIC card. This
How
on Canal
do
Street.
you go to jail getting off the bus, nigga?
Literally, you asked me the crazy. This the crazy. Literally, the stood up. The bullies come on a scooter. This on Canal Street. You come on. What you mean? Come on. Matter of fact, I need to snatch you up. Like, what you, man? Hold up. You know that Martin? Come on, man. Hold on. You can't, man. I couldn't even do nothing, so I couldn't even resist an arrest. So I just like went to jail. Had to.
You were innocent every 55 times.
No. I ain't gonna even lie to you and tell y'all. Let them catch me. I'm running through the gates, doors. I ain't going to prison. Like, I'm straight.
What was the reason why you went in there?
I sold y'all undercover without asking that nigga whether he a police.
Damn.
That's what I should have did. I took my lick, and that nigga caught a rollie on my wrist, some red penny loaf. I had $10,800 in my pocket in the quarters. I was eating. You hear me?
Okay, hold on now. You're not about to lie how much you had in your pocket.
I had
$10,000 in your pocket?
From that same, I had hoes. You understand me?
You had hoes and $10,000.
I had really, it was two. Two, but you know what I'm saying?
Now you had 2 hoes and $10,000.
Hoe, you know what a hoe is? Not a freaky girl, but hoe, who getting paid. Yeah. I had hoe on Bourbon Street. You do the math. You know what I mean?
So I feel like I'm being an accomplice.
Huh?
Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Doc.
About that accomplice.
Take him to jail. Give him to fucking jail. Take that nigga to jail, man. I don't know. He has no reason. Just get him to fucking jail, man.
Yeah, you want a nigga to go to jail? You a bitch for that, boy.
Get that nigga back. It's just like, I don't know. It's just, I feel like that deserves to be in jail. He just needs to be in fucking jail. It's like it's just too much yapping, man. He just need to put his ass in fucking jail. Shit. All that yapping and bullshit, man. I see why 55 times, god damn. Bro, you know what you gotta do to go to jail 55 fucking times?
I hope you don't say that. I hope his whole family died. But suck my bitch ass. I'm from the Waters, bitch ass.
Some cholos.
What's word, Drizzy? What's good, Juicy?
I didn't know they had y'all out here.
I'm a rapper or
what y'all call
freestyler.
yourselves? What is this? The
Chicanos.
Did y'all all ride together?
Yep. Yeah.
I figured that.
Yeah, we all did. We always together, man.
I figured y'all packed into something.
In the coupe.
Oh, y'all rode in the coupe?
In the coupe. Two-door. You can follow us if you want.
Yep. Toyota?
Nissan. Altima. That's his car.
Yeah, Nissan Altima. Okay, yeah. Okay, Nissan, packed into a Nissan Altima.
Yep.
How many of y'all traveled?
Travel?
I figure it was more.
Well, we no Visa card, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
They didn't all come in?
Yeah, we just kind of was all coming in together.
Just the 4 of y'all came in, but not all. Is more outside?
No, like our people, huh? No, they ain't come with us. Just us. Just
They
us.
didn't come in.
Nah, yeah.
Okay.
My son want to drop a freestyle.
Yeah, go ahead, drop a freestyle.
Want to drop a
bro.
freestyle? Drop
Yeah.
it.
Bitch, I'm in the pain. I be throwing shots so simple, kinda like it's Minute Maid. Shit and all you niggas made a mess. Now
Whoa,
you need a
hold
maid.
up.
Keep going, keep going.
Hold the
keep
fuck
going. Y'all
up,
be
man.
looking mad as on me,
Hey,
but
hey,
bitch,
hey,
I'm
hey,
getting
hey.
paid. Y'all should make a change.
Hey, let's draw the
Seems
line.
like y'all ain't really making change.
Hey, let's draw the line, player. You not about to be saying nigga.
Oh yeah, you right, nigga.
Hold the fuck up on the nigga word.
Got you, sir.
For sure.
Y'all all say
Nah, just like
He
y'all
said
say
it.
nigga.
Oh, he said it too. Yeah.
He be saying nigga.
Me
and
He
him,
be
me and
saying
him.
it.
Well, he say nigga too.
For sure, bro. For sure, but come on.
F it. I think Latinos, y'all
come
deserve the
from the
right to
same
say
cloth,
nigga.
for real.
Yeah,
Like,
you
we-
right. Rap that shit again, man.
Bitch, I'm in the pain. I be throwing shots so simple, kinda like it's Minute Maid. Shitting all you niggas, made a mess. Now you
I
need
don't
a
know,
maid.
man. Every time you say it, it sounds a little weird, man. Go down the line. I just want to hear you say nigga, he say nigga. I just want to hear how y'all say it.
All right, nigga.
He said kind of discreet. Go ahead, say it.
Can't do that, sir.
You say it.
Nigga.
Okay, so he said kind of more black. I fuck with the way he's saying it. Say it one more time.
Nigga.
Yeah, he say it subtle. Well, that's cool too.
Yeah, I don't
Cool.
want to say yeah.
And you said kind of like,
nigga.
okay, that's cool.
Bitch ass nigga.
Hey, hold on, Beaner.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Now you watch it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now let's watch my fucking mouth. There ain't no fucking hold on. You say it. I want to hear you say it. Say nigga one time.
But you don't get no talent out of that, bro. Like,
Fuck you mean, nigga?
fuck you and me, nigga. Like, what the fuck?
Oh.
Fuck wrong with you?
I like the way you say it. See, you say it in a black kind of tense. You might got the most black descent out of everybody. Fuck it, man. I sign y'all, man.
Really?
Everybody sign their name right here.
Who gives a fuck?
All right, you sign your name right there. Everybody else sign their name after. Yeah. Cause I fuck with y'all niggas. What y'all be listening to, Daddy Yankee?
Gasolina,
Yeah.
dame la gasolina, a ella le gusta la gasolina, dame la gasolina, a ella le gusta la gasolina.
Yeah. I fuck with that.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all niggas, man.
Go ahead,
For sure,
sir.
brother. For
Got
sure,
you,
for
sir.
Hey,
sure.
real nigga.
You
For
straight.
sure, for sure.
Real nigga, man.
For sure, for sure.
Real nigga. Real nigga, dog. Appreciate that. Appreciate y'all niggas, man. Hey, get them niggas out of here. See, Latinos get a certain amount of niggas in their vocabulary. It's not more than 3 or 4. He passed the limit. That one nigga guy, he passed the limit.
He was trying to tell us something like, hey, you saying nigga too much.
We can
I'm
say
not
nigga,
saying,
like, what
yeah,
the
like, I'm not
the
saying
fuck,
it
nigga?
in like a bad way, you know, for real.
All them in the Nissan Altima.
Thick, the volume thick, you know.
I'm not looking.
Okay.
That's all.
I'm ready.
My eyes glued to the ground, brother.
I mean, look up.
All right.
Just look up.
Yeah, I
Just
see
look
it.
up.
Yeah, I saw it. It's
I'm ready.
hips. Yeah, I saw the hips.
They look even? I'm ready.
Yeah, they.
I'm ready.
All right, man.
Tell these hoes pay their role cause they know what's up. See you with your new piece and them hoes won't keep your eyes on them hoes cause they hate on you. They'll smile in your face and they'll be f***ing your dude. Cause I got that bag dope, bag dope, bag dope, bag. You know, I feel it, bag dope.
When you say back dope, back
Yes,
dope.
bag dope, yes.
What is back dope?
Oh, like, okay, so like the that's in the front is kind of played out.
Oh, you got back dope.
Yeah, back dope pussy, like booty pussy. Yeah, back dope, it's tight, back there, it's tight. Fuck pussy this hole out. The
Oh,
back
that's
dope is tight.
ass.
Yeah,
Oh, you
know it. Yeah.
you. It looks like the Micks weren't up for a fair fight. Fair fight. Couple of them jumped Pepe yesterday.
It was a lot more than a couple.
Yeah, well, we sure as hell ain't gonna let this go.
What do you got in mind?
Pepe's got it all worked out.
Took a little persuading, but O'Neill's all by himself right now in the gym. The guards won't be back for a while. You're just gonna give him a good beating. Break a couple of bones, same as they did to me. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, come with me.
Break a leg, kid.
I'll wait out here. If the guards get back early, I'll warn you.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
Hey, O'Neill. I got a little business to settle with you.
Just the man I wanted to see. Come here, Mary! Oh, again, harder. Nice shot, Mary. No guards to save you this time. I don't think so. Me ma used to hit her. Is that all you've got? This time I'll finish you.
Jesus, the fuck are you made of?
Oh, you'll have to do better than that, little... Little girl! I'm not gonna be...
Shut the fuck up.
It all worked out just fine. They never found out who did it. Leo arranged for me to relocate to his cell. Well, actually, it was more like a suite. Life was getting better by the minute.
So, Vito, what do you plan on doing when you get out of this shithole?
I don't know. I sure as hell ain't gonna go back to working for Clemente, I can tell you that.
Yeah, you're better off just forgetting about that old bastard. Trust me, Alberto's a real cocksucker, and you can bet that lawyer he's hired was just there to make sure you didn't rat. But don't worry, you'll get his. Letting guys into your family for money like he offered you is against the rules. He's gonna have a lot of explaining to do.
To who? I thought Clemente was the boss.
You obviously don't know how things work around here. You see, there's more than one family in Empire Bay. There's 3. Each family controls their own neighborhoods. There's a system of rules. And if there's any disagreements, the bosses of all the families meet to work things out. That's the commission.
Great, so what do I do now? Am I in trouble too?
No, nothing like that. You're young, you're smart, and you've proven you can keep your mouth shut. You're exactly the type of guy everybody wants working for him.
Yeah, but I don't even know who these other guys are.
There's 2 other bosses besides Clemente. One is Carlo Falcone. The other is Frank Vinci. Carlo is young and ambitious.
The guy's a freaking nut job.
He's new blood, whereas Don Vinci is a man of honor. He respects the old ways.
You know these guys?
You could say that. And Frank Vinci is consigliere. You think being just a regular old man gets you all this? But listen, Vito. I'm getting out in a few months. When I do, you'll see what we can do about adjusting your sentence. Pepe, come here. Have a taste.
Galante wasn't lying. He called in a few favors and arranged for me to get out early. Knocked almost 4 years off my sentence. Now, Joe used to come visit me and, you know, kind of fill me in on what was happening on the outside. But I tell you, as soon as I walked out of that prison gate, it was like a whole new world.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Joe, open up.
Vito! Hey, you break out of jail? Ah, jeez, good to see you in regular clothes and on the right side of the bars again. Welcome home. Come on in, come in, come in.
Man, I tell you, lots changed since I went away.
Yeah, I guess it has. And hey, it ain't much, but I hooked you up with a nice little apartment, just like you
Thanks.
said. Now I got a surprise for you. We're going out tonight to celebrate, and I'm gonna introduce you to somebody.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
You're gonna need a little cash so you can get things going again. I got a piece for you, too, if you want it. Ah, here. Always comes in handy. So, what do you want to do now that you're a free man?
Hey, what do you think? I want to go back to working with you again.
All right. I was worried they might have turned you straight in there.
I actually met a lot of people and learned a lot while I was on the inside. Got a much better idea of how things work now.
Good thing, because I wasn't exactly sitting around on my ass when I was in there. Don't worry, though. I'll show you the ropes, like always.
All right, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Jesus, I didn't expect you to be raring to go like this, but what the hell? Come on, let's go see your new place. We'll take my car and go meet your new landlord. You do the driving so you can get back into the swing of things. Just hope you didn't forget how to drive while you was in the camp.
Hey, what are you worried about? It's like riding a bicycle.
Sure, but when you smack up your bicycle, it don't cost a fortune to fix the friggin' thing.
All right, I get it. You're like an old lady.
Yeah, I sure as hell hope so. And if you ain't noticed, cars are a lot different since you went away. You'll see. Your new place is just down the street, right near the boardwalk. You're gonna love it. Damn, it's good to have you home. I done pretty good while you was locked up. But now that you're out, the sky's the limit.
You seen Henry lately?
Nah, not for a few years now. He really felt bad about what happened, you know.
So what you been up to? We couldn't really talk about much when you visited me.
Well, after the shit Clemente and that little asshole Luca tried to pull on us, I got hooked up with the Falcone family and I started working for them.
Really?
Yeah, you'll see tonight. I told you, I got a nice surprise plan for you. But don't bother asking, because I ain't gonna tell you.
Oh, boy.
Don't worry. I've been planning this for weeks.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Hey, you just went through a red light. What is this, the Indianapolis Speedway?
Take it easy, I'm in a rush.
All right, this is close enough. Park here. Go check the place out. It's on the top floor. I already paid the first month's rent for you. And hey, the entrance to your garage is on that side street over there.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it.
Okay, here we are. I'm sure you'll find it to your liking. I live in a similar apartment myself. As you can see, it even comes with a telephone at no extra charge. And here's the bathroom, clean and modern, with all the hot water you could ever want. And here is the master bedroom. And there is the master's bed. It's comfy, with room enough for 2. Maybe 3. And it doesn't squeak. Always a plus in my book. I sure hope you like your new apartment, sir. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Just one question. When are you leaving?
Now, if you'll pardon me, I have to go and check out another client. Goodbye now.
Yeah, see you.
Jeez, I thought you was gonna be a no-show. Not bad, nice material.
Thanks. So, what's the plan for tonight?
You'll find out. A friend of mine's coming to pick us up. I met him when you was on your little vacation. And show him some respect. He's kind of an important guy.
Oh, yeah?
You'll see in a minute. Here he comes.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Eddie.
Here I am.
How's it going?
Not too bad, not too bad. Oh, this your buddy?
Yeah, this is my pal Vito. Vito, This here is a good friend of mine, Eddie Scarpa.
Nice to meet you, Eddie.
Same here, Vito. Okay, fellas, I'm dying for a drink. Let's go. Hey, Vito, you want to drive? I had a couple of drinks already. So, you tell him where we're headed, Joey?
Nope. All he knows is that it's a surprise.
He's gonna love it.
I fucking hope so. Unless he got into the, funny business in the can.
Hey, what are you two talking about?
Don't worry about it. You'll see.
Hey, come on. We might as well tell him now.
Hey, you waited this long. We'll tell him in the car. All right, let's go, Vito.
Hey, you know, it would help if you told me where we're going.
Head to Oyster Bay.
In pursuit of a hit-and-run driver.
Okay, so Vito, what was the one thing you missed the most when you was in the camp?
Freedom.
Yeah, well, but besides that?
Nah, you know, booze, broads, baseball, everything.
Now you're getting closer.
What are you guys taking me to a baseball game?
No, we're taking you to the classiest cat house in the city, Vito.
Cat house, huh? Wow.
Whoa, you don't sound too excited, Vito. Come on, don't tell me you don't want to have some fun after all that time.
Hey, don't worry, Vito. These girls are real professionals. If you forgot how to do it, they'll get you back in shape in no time.
We're gonna have a ball. Oh, hey, remind me not to drink too much. There's something I gotta take care of later.
What's more important than pussy and booze?
You know how it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, Vito, come on, step on it, eh?
Nigga, you should have jumped, nigga. Come on, y'all, damn. They do this weird ass shit.
Charging that much. They're gonna have to answer for this, and soon. So I talked to Leo Galante about you, Vito. He said you were a real stand-up guy, and he told me all about the shit that Clemente tried to pull on you guys. But between you and me, why'd you get into that line of work? I mean, we all got our reasons.
Well,
Yeah.
Because, you know, I don't want to end up like my old man, and,
Oh, no. Yeah.
Look, I figure nobody's gonna help me, so I gotta help myself.
You do. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Scram, baby. So, Vito, listen. I work for Carlo Falcone, and we're looking to expand our operation. Joe's been working for us for a while now, and since you're a friend of his, we'd like to extend that offer to you as well. What do you say?
Yeah, sure, I'm interested.
All right, let's drink to it. Here's to you guys.
All right.
And to a bright future together.
Touching
I
down.
can't be drinking too much tonight. I got some business to take care of.
Talk about a horse's ass!
No, really. Carlo's a real smart guy. He's into, you know, astrology.
You mean astronomy?
Fuck you, you fucking cum dumpster.
You
Sorry, ladies. Looks like I gotta get going.
Shut your goddamn pie hole. If you want to use your mouth...
You fellas ready to go?
Vito! Yeah, let's go. Hey, get up, Joe! Hey, I'm going home. Good night, you whores. Hey, where the hell is my car? Somebody stole it. Hey, call the fucking cops, man.
You're staring at it, you lush.
Huh? Oh, yeah, good. Hey, where's my keys?
Vito's gonna drive. He's the least fucked up out of all us.
Yeah, next time for us, Joe. More pussy, less booze. So, how'd you like the place, Vito?
A lot better than playing hide this Zeech in the showers, huh? Oh, what the hell's that stink? Eddie, you puke?
What? I wouldn't puke in my own car.
What the hell is that smell then?
Oh, yeah, I'm smelling it too.
Must be Frankie Potts.
What? That asshole puked in your car?
Nah, he's in a trunk.
What?
What?
Hey, it's all your fault, Joey. I told you I had some fucking business to take care of, and you went and got me drunk.
Hey, since when does business to take care of mean dead guy in the trunk?
Hey, whoa. Hey, calm down, Vito. Hey, aspetta. We'll figure something out.
What's the figure? All we gotta do is bury the stiff. I already got his spot picked out, up by the old observatory.
You got a shovel?
Sure, it's in the trunk. And the hole is already dug. All we need to do is chuck him in and cover him up.
All right. Where's this hole?
A little ways outside of town, there's a path in the forest to a small clearing. That's where the hole is. And hurry it up, will ya? God, I need some fresh air. The stench back here is fucking killing me. Stop. Now, I'm gonna hurl. Too late,
Ah, Christ, Eddie. That fucking reeks.
Oh, hey, it's his car.
Yeah, but that smell, plus the other smell. The only way it could get worse now is if he craps himself.
All right, we're here.
Vito, go pop the trunk.
Is that a joke? That's great. That's just great. Yeah.
God damn it, new shoes. Jesus Christ. Ah, oh, fucking Christ almighty. How long this guy been in here, Eddie?
Just a couple days.
You're gonna have to get him out of there, Vito.
That's just great.
I can't handle the smell.
Some fucking welcome home this is.
Ah.
Whoa! Hey, mother. Hey, here's a hole. Right here. Dump him in.
Finally done. Okay. Now who's gonna bury him?
What?
Give me a minute to get a hold of myself. Can you just do it? Every time I get a whiff of the guy, makes me have to puke. And Eddie's not gonna be any help here.
Fine, whatever.
Hey, fellas. How about a little music, eh?
You gotta be kidding me.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to
This
go.
wasn't supposed to be part of your homecoming party, but it's nice out here, ain't it? I ain't been in the woods for a while.
Yeah? You won't be liking it so damn much after I smack you with this shovel.
Fucking leave.
You guys kidding me with this?
It's only my favorite song.
Oh my God, poor Dino.
This is the best part of the day. Hey, come on.
You know, I gotta do all this damn driving again, man. This shit irritating.
You guys kidding me with this? Oh my God, poor Dino.
In pursuit of a hit-and-run driver.
Yo, this nigga just ran right into me, cuz.
Copy that.
Sorry, Vito. Not exactly the best way to end the night, huh? But thanks. I owe you one big time.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, I ain't even trying to go on the young ladies, but these young ladies be getting wrapped on. Don't be giving everybody your location to your crib. Bro, don't be out here dangling. Not on point.
Stop being too friendly to niggas that you know not for you.
So how you feel about like when somebody do a feature with somebody, then now they be clicking up doing this, that, and the third?
It's business.
But nowadays you tell like that ain't my beef, that ain't my issue. He look at you like an op now.
They want you to take on the beef, but they ain't gonna take on no bill.
I swear to God.
Free Larry, man. You know that, man. And I'm still running the bid, man. Free Larry, though, man.
Larry coming home before GTA 6 is crazy.
Nah, for sure.
I ain't gonna lie, the biggest lesson I think I say I learned from my bid, like everybody make mistakes, cause everybody human. Like life about making mistakes, but life really about learning from your mistakes.
Bro, don't be no follower, be a leader. You feel me,
bro?
You know, don't follow the crowd. be the change you want to see.
That's the new hustle.
Bro,
All you need is one of these.
And
If
if
you
you
know the
phone.
algorithm.
Just did like 7.4 million.
Oh yeah, on that 4 Block Lamar video, I put him on a blind date. Hey, hold on. Take your blindfold off. Take your blindfold off real quick. Cause I don't know about this Benz. They flying through this. We gonna wait real quick. See if it's going in the store.
So you say you 21, right? How many friends you think you lost, bro?
I can't even count on two hands. So I ain't gonna lie, I lost too many homies. Not even to just the streets. Shit, these drugs. Stop selling fake perks. Stop doing perks. I dropped out of school and everything, but I shook back and graduated on time. But they tried to hold me back because, you know, I was still doing this content. I had a little boxing match in the school, a little friendly boxing match. The principal was like, yeah, you got to delete that. You ain't graduate.
So what y'all got here?
Jerk chicken Alfredo pizza.
Jerk chicken Alfredo pizza.
Hey, take a bite, man. What we got right here, Pops?
Those honey lemon pepper wings.
Hey, you know they good. He just set them down and walked off. I'm my dead homie. You know I can't even eat them.
Check us out. Ray's Caribbean Jerk, 3825 Main Street in East Chicago, Indiana. You won't be disappointed.
Look! This is the eye of the trenches.
Where we at, family?
I already know, man. Chicago. On bro, Southside, born and raised.
For sure. Who I got with me?
You got your boy Shot Made Q, Morphine,
Louisiana.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you know you had hit me up. You like you want to get on the platform, bro.
Hell
so
yeah. Cause I feel everything you got going on.
Love,
God,
brother.
this shit positive. Bro, I just want to say kids, folks. Bro, I don't feel like a lot of people talk to the kids enough, man. They sending them off and shit. I don't like that shit.
100%. So how old are you, brother?
Shit, I just turned 21 in March.
Oh wow, congratulations. Bro, you too. How about you?
Yeah, 21 in April.
22.
Oh yeah, so y'all still young in it for sure, for sure. Y'all still their age range, so it kind of mean more coming.
Bro,
yeah.
You know, I'm 21, but I'm mad. I'm 30.
For sure.
Ahead of time.
So what make you feel that way?
I ain't gonna lie, like my upbringing, I didn't see like a lot of early. You know, been through a lot of situations early, so I feel like I'm at an age. Well, not my age, my mindset. Like I understand when it's coming. You feel me? Because I've been there before.
For sure.
You feel me? A lot of shit that people my age would have probably never even went through. You know?
100%. You mind going into detail about a certain situation, anything?
Man, without going too deep, like you know how this Chicago.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
You know, if you know, you know, man. It's just been everything. These females, they'll get you wrapped up. I done been through that. You know, seen everything there is. Yeah, they'll be distractions.
Everything in this world is distraction for you. Just gotta have a mindset to get through this.
You know how they say hard head make a soft ass? Shit, I didn't went through some already, you know?
100%. So how was it growing up in Chicago for you, brother?
Growing up, I ain't gonna lie, for me, it was fun. It was fun, you feel me?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it was fun.
Like if you gotta make it fun, for like I don't know, like I was doing some shit you wouldn't think, but I made it fun though. You feel me?
Yeah,
for sure,
I wouldn't say it was over bad. You know, they be trying to make Chicago seem like you will get popped just walking down the street, which is true, but it happen everywhere. For you just gotta make the best out of it. Chicago ain't as bad as y'all make it seem. For I ain't gonna lie, it ain't. You just gotta move smart. You know,
for sure.
You gotta know how to move in your city, bro. Like,
yeah, that's it.
Leave at the right time. If you know you got a name, you need to be getting black trust to your car. Don't be dangling, trying to talk to the hoes. Like, I'm moving like a little mama.
Y'all, but you know, just dangling, sitting nowhere too long either.
Well, upbringing, I had started off. I went to John Fish. You know, that's why I started. Then I went to Phillips, Harlan. You know.
Oh, so you moved around?
Yeah, I moved around. I'm from 61st and Cottage. Then I stayed on 56th and Prairie. Then I went to the Hundreds. I went to the East Side. Stayed on Manistee. I done been everywhere, all around.
So you ain't really like. So you really ain't know.
Only one I don't know is the West Side, but I know a little bit. I know a little bit. He know out West. You know,
you from out West?
No, I ain't from out West. I've been, like he said, I've been there.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Just going up, moving around this place.
So how all y'all lock in then? YouTube?
Yeah,
Dang.
Shit like my senior, I'ma say like my senior. Yeah, that's how we all met. We seen each other doing our around like senior. Bro, then we just locked in like after we graduated.
Oh, dang. What school?
Shit, I went to Harlan. That's the one I graduated from when I left Phillips.
Yeah.
I went to Carmel. I played football.
Mount Carmel?
Yeah, I played football, but I stopped to do the YouTube. Bro, I ain't gonna cap. Them coaches, they be and there be too much politics and shit over there. Like,
Yeah, that,
you
you
can
know
be
that's
better
one of them
than
type of
they
schools.
kids, but just because they rich, they gonna, you know.
And that's a school like generations be going to, like
so it'd be like
they
their
granddad,
granddads, fathers,
yeah.
and great granddads. Bro.
Nah, for sure, for sure. So how was it going to Chicago public schools, bro? Break it down like
I
an
ain't gonna
average
lie,
day in
bro.
Chicago public schools. bro.
I've been in the county before.
You say what?
I've been in the county before. Bro, school is like jail, folks. Just, you know, show respect and they gonna respect you when you go in that bitch. It's really fun,
Don't even
though.
say that as an example, folks.
Like,
But no, it is though. Like
it
Chicago
is, folks.
public schools,
I'm
the way they
telling you,
describe it.
Like Chicago
Yeah.
public schools, folks. Just be cool though, folks. You ain't gotta be bugging, folks. It was fun for me.
Yeah.
I used to be with the ladies, folks. I ain't gonna lie, the ladies liked me, so I was in each other, folks.
For sure.
Bro, all that shit.
How often you think you seen the fight?
Them that every day, shit.
So every day in school you seen the
them
fight.
now, shit. I ain't gonna say every single day, but them that every day for somebody was bugging for, especially at Harlan and Phillips, whatever it was turned.
Yeah, I think Harlan got like a horrible graduation rate. And
Shit, I made it. Shit, bro, hey, graduate. I don't get nobody talking about graduate.
So you say you been in the county?
Do what you feel, folks. Like,
overdose for T. I think she done that.
But you say you been in the county, brother?
Hell yeah.
You want to explain that or nah?
Man, I got bumped, folks. You know, got bumped. You know,
For
I
sure.
want no bullshit. You know how it is when you know trying to just protect yourself. 12 be on that thirsty as got bumped. You live, you learn, shit.
For
you know,
sure.
I'm fighting my case, but shit, I'm gonna beat it.
100%.
Yeah.
So you had explained you was on house arrest and like I seen it on like your Instagram. or
Oh
something.
yeah.
You just said you got to doing random things.
Hell yeah, I'm bored as hell in this. Everybody outside, I'm scrolling. Everybody at the parties, got the drinks, everything. I'm just in the crib bored.
I be hating that I can't invite him to none of the
Yeah, you can't
YouTube
invite me and
videos,
shit.
like, motherfuckers
I'm like,
do
fuck it. I ain't trying to glorify being on a band or no shit like that, but I'm like, let me make the most out of this. Like, you know, let me at least get some content. You feel me? I'm a content creator. You might as well. Bro, you in this already? Oh, fuck
Yeah, you got to make do with what you got. Yeah.
Got to.
What's the biggest lesson you learned being on house arrest?
Patience. My fault. I'm stuttering. Patience. You know? Because I ain't gonna lie, being in here, you get irritated. You get irritated with you know how you around them for too long?
Yeah.
You start to get irritated with them. Like, you gotta learn patience and shit. Learn patience that I'm gonna get off this and, you know?
right off the
Planning. Having a plan. You know, you can't just be sitting around. It taught me to have a plan and just take shit one at a time, think before you do.
No, for sure, for sure.
That is actually, well, I ain't gonna say the best time, because, you know, this ain't no best time.
It ain't.
But, you know, there's some time for you to
reflect,
sit down,
you know?
Hell yeah.
Think on some shit.
I definitely need to sit down. I ain't gonna lie.
Shit in the making.
So you just got out?
Yeah.
How long you been out, brother?
I've been out for like almost a month. I've been out for like 3 weeks, almost a month. I just did a year and a half.
You did a year and a half?
Oh, no.
So what's the biggest lesson you learned in
one of the biggest lessons I learned, I ain't gonna lie, like I learned patience and I learned a lot of discipline, you know? Like I ain't gonna lie, my beard like matured me a lot, you know? Like it showed me like a lot of this shit ain't worth it. Like, you know, a lot of this shit, everybody think shit worth it. Like all the shit, like all that gang shit, that shit not worth it. All that be cool, yeah, that shit not nothing. I'm my dead uncle. I don't know, it taught me a lot, you know? It taught me a lot and it toughened me up a lot too, even though I was already a tough shit, but it just like toughened me out a lot more, you know? No. And it showed me that like everybody in life deserves a second chance. Like I looked at my beard as like a blessing type shit, you know? Cause it was a lot of shit going on while I was doing my beard, like down, left and right, you feel me? And it's like for that, I was thinking to myself that could have been me, but God blessed me and set my little down, like you moving too fast, shorty.
Y'all sound like repeats.
Like you moving too fast, shorty. Slow down. So he set me down, so I slow down. Now it's like after doing the bid, I planned everything out. So it's like now I know how to move. I know what to do, what not to do. Like I'm still young. I ain't 22, so of course I'm still gonna make.
You got time,
yeah, you feel me? Of course I'm still gonna make mistakes, but I ain't gonna make no more. I'm not gonna make the same mistakes twice. Like that's what life about. And one of the I ain't gonna lie, the biggest lesson I think I say I learned from my bid. Like everybody make mistakes, cause everybody human. Like life about making mistakes, but life really about learning from your mistakes. Like you gotta learn from your mistakes. Like if you do this, don't do that same stupid twice. You know? Like a lot of they do a bid, they do a long ass bid, come out still on the same stupid got them locked
That's
up.
because they be institutionalized.
Yeah, but you gotta shake up out of that. Like, a lot of people still, I hear that a lot. Since I've been out, I've been hearing that a lot. Like, motherfucker, I be institutionalized and shit. I still be doing, like, same shit I used to do in jail, but it's just like, man, certain period of time,
you was in there for a year and a half. It's gonna take a little time.
Yeah, but at a certain point in time, that shit gotta go away. Like, all that institutionalized shit gotta go out the door. Then what that is, that's a signature
You really
drink.
learn who in your circle for real.
I ain't never seen
somebody else promoting the juice house.
You really learn who really in your circle for real. When you isolated, like even on the band floor, when you can't be around, you will see who gonna make that time to call you. Who gonna make that time to come see you when you can't be out. Like
I'm telling all you shorties now, y'all wanna be in them cars and y'all wanna ride around with all these niggas that do all this gang shit with all these. When shit hit the fan, shorty, I'm telling you, when shit hit the fan, them niggas gonna go ghost, gang. You ain't gonna hear from them. It's not gonna be out.
They gonna snitch on you.
They not gonna be trying. They not gonna be able. They not. Hold on. They not gonna be trying to reach out to you. They not gonna be putting no money on no books. Sending none of that. They gonna forget about you.
Whatever girl you was dealing with, you might as well kiss that goodbye.
No, I ain't even gonna say that because
some of them.
On my dead uncle, on my uncle, my shorty did the whole bid with me. The whole year and a half, she did the whole bid.
I say, some of them, but most of them ain't gonna do it. Most of them ain't gonna do it. That's
like
fact.
some of them not gonna do it, but most of them is. But my shorty, like I ain't go through that. Like I don't know what it's like getting left in jail by your girl. My shorty did the whole bill with me. She put money on the books whenever I need to pay lawyer fees. Even if I was trying to send money so I could get high or something, she sending the dust out. You feel me? So it's like, but it's like them niggas gonna go ghost on you. And my shorty kept telling me that, and that's another thing. Niggas start doing, listen to our parents and listen to our girlfriends, or if you a girl, listen to your niggas, because they see that you don't see. Okay. Like, you feel me? My girl would tell me before I got locked up, a lot of niggas on my crowd, for real. Like, a lot of them this, that, and they ain't want to listen, you know, because, I mean, these my homies, man. I'm risking my freedom with you, man.
My boy got a flip phone.
Bang. Hello?
I got a door on the way. I think God just sat me down for a reason. I ain't gonna lie, because I was out here doing all types.
It's a new beginning.
Yeah.
So what's the worst part of, what was the worst part of house arrest?
The worst part? I ain't gonna lie. Just wanting to be out and go make money, like, I ain't gonna lie, I make a lot of money at night, day, like, but now that I'm stuck in the crib, it's like I can't go out and get my hands at that I want to get into.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, bro, gotta make the best out of it, though. That's the worst part for me.
So you mentioned you about to be a father. What's your biggest fear about that?
Nah, I'm ready.
You say you ready?
Hell yeah.
There ain't no big way.
Nah, I ain't scared. I ain't scared. Oh, bro.
I don't know. I'm scared right now.
Oh, you get
I'm too lit.
Oh, you got a child on the way too?
I ain't got a child. I'm scared to have one right now.
Okay.
I'm too lit right now. I got too much good going on. Like, you know, I mean, a kid could be a blessing, but it's still like, I gotta live my life a little bit. And
I say I ain't want to have one too old. I feel like 21 decent. One, you good, bro. It ain't gonna stop too much.
So if your daughter see this 10 years from now, what's something you'll tell her?
My daddy love you, bro. Stay in school, make sure you graduate. You know, shit, that's really it, bro. You know I got whatever you need, bro. You ain't gotta ask no man, bro.
Nah, for sure.
Excuse my language.
Nah, for sure. I rock with that. So y'all mentioned y'all do YouTube, right? So break that down a little bit, you know.
You can break yours down.
I'll be doing the 20 verse ones, the blind dates, pranks. I pranked my pops. I did a prank, act like I was fucking some shit in his bed. That shit went viral, but YouTube deleted it.
Folks just did like 7.4 million.
Oh yeah, on that 4 Block Lamar video, I put him on a blind date. That went up. Hey, hold on. Take your blindfold off. Real quick. Cause I don't know about this Benz. They flying through this. We gonna wait real quick. See if it's going in the store. 7.4 million on bro. On the real and on the actual video, it's at 92K.
Dang.
Hey, and folks.
What to the
Yo, YouTube, bro.
Man, look, we do everything on that. Do pranks. We try to sauce it up. You feel? We try
Tell
to
me y'all name, y'all channel name.
Funny Mon on YouTube.
You said Funny Mon?
Yeah, Funny Mon on YouTube. That was my original name. If you know, you know. But switch some shit up though.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, we'll get later on in that.
BCNZ on YouTube.
For sure.
Man, shot made Q. You know, but I ain't gonna lie, I just got clapped. I just got clapped at 31K.
What, on YouTube?
Yes.
Ooh, I know that had to hurt.
That hurt my soul, gang. I was averaging 50K, literally back to back to back to back. Then they clap my shit, and I'm making money off Patreon. I'm going crazy.
So explain how it's a real bag on social media, cause I want the youth to know this. It's more than just being a rapper.
This the new hustle. Bro, all you need is one of these.
And
if
you
know the algorithm, and if
you can edit on that bitch, you can record on that. Then the best thing about it is, if you post on all social media, there's gonna be checks coming in from different platforms. So you got 2 YouTube accounts, you got checks coming in from that. You got Patreon, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok.
Post on all
Make
that
money
shit,
on all that.
Do your homework.
Them checks gonna add up. And you
So how important is a phone, you think?
Huh? You can. What could you
It's
learn off
not
your phone?
important,
It's
but
like
hey, they make it
It's a
important.
job,
So
bro.
like nowadays, you need one of them bitches. I ain't gonna lie, if you want to really.
But it
All you
depends
gotta
on
do-
your mindset.
But
If
if
you
all
got
this
the
shit
mindset
shut
to use that bitch the right way.
Oh, God,
we ain't gonna
on
get
dumb
that.
shit.
You gotta do your research on how to don't just be doing it. Do your research on how your goals on how to monetize this shit. Then you
Everything
gonna
is
have
on
you
YouTube,
gonna
bro.
have the brand deals.
Go on
coming in.
YouTube and look up whatever you want
That's
to do.
how I learned
and that
how to
shit
do
gonna show
this,
you.
on YouTube.
TikTok, Google.
You can learn a lot of.
Do your research, and I
bro.
promise you, this shit is easy as we make it look.
Hey,
You
another
gotta put
thing.
effort into it.
These help you learn that you just need to know in general. Like in Chicago public schools on Jesus Christ, they did not teach us about credit. When I had to learn that after high school
Yeah.
on Jesus Christ, I
ain't
searched that shit on YouTube.
Yeah, I got
and
a
I
homie,
learned
he
a
do
lot of
all
shit.
that. He 21,
Oh, bro.
going crazy.
You feel me? You can learn so much shit on these devices and make so much money. You just got to do your research.
Yeah, for sure.
Look, ChatGPT. That's the
No,
word right there.
ChatGPT
ChatGPT.
do his thing.
Yeah.
You don't know how to get no ChatGPT. No, I'm just talking.
No, to that note, what's a positive message to the
Nah, but-
queens?
To the queens,
Yeah.
the positive message to the queens is don't let these fuck over you.
Hey,
Be
keep
a
your
hustler.
mental
Don't
right.
just be begging and because dudes don't like that. Don't nobody want no begging ass women. We want hustlers as women. We want young queens. We don't want females that's hoes, even though we might like it. But if you change our mindset on how we think about it, you know what I'm saying? We learn off our women. How you think we got her? Our mama. So we got to learn from that. So we learn off the women, but we lead y'all and protect y'all. You feel me? So we want real hustling women that's doing what they supposed to do. Standing on business.
I say stand on business. You feel me? Bro, don't be no follower. Be a leader. You feel me?
Bro.
You know, don't follow the crowd. Be the change you want to see. Shit, really all I can see.
No, for sure. I rock with that. You, brother?
They shit out everything out, you know.
Oh God, that's what I couldn't even
So,
really go. You really see
positive message to the young kings out here, man. You know?
The young kings.
Yeah.
You want to kick it off, folks?
Man, we're gonna let him start it
Yeah,
off since
bro.
we took the other one.
Yeah. He
Don't
don't
let the shit that's going on fuck, you know, future up. Cause look, y'all, some of y'all going down the wrong path already, folks. But you know,
It ain't never
is
too
what it
late
is.
to
It ain't
turn
never
it
too late
around,
though,
bro.
for sure. It ain't never too late.
Be
But
a
like I said,
leader. Don't be a follower. Keep going, folks. Keep going with your career. Leave these streets alone, cause they ain't nothing but jail or dead with this shit.
God.
I ain't gonna cap.
I ain't gonna lie,
Oh,
folks. It ain't shit but death.
And if you
in
wanna
jail,
rap-
man. I just seen this shit happen so many times, gang. And I looked at this shit like, damn, is this what I want to do?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, folks. Let me get on this content, bro.
So you say you 21, right? How many friends you think you lost, bro?
I can't even count on 2 hands. So I ain't gonna lie, I lost too many homies. But I really lost a lot of family, like a lot of family. You feel me? Not even to just the streets. See, these drugs. Stop selling fake perks. Stop doing perks. You feel
Yeah,
me?
the drugs getting people bad now. You like real bad.
It's a lot.
16-year-olds saying.
Too many to count. I'm gonna just say that. It's too many to count, fool. It's to the point where like you will lose so many homies, like you get numb to. That's not good. That's not good at all.
Nah, for sure, for sure. You say get numb to it. So how you cope with it, you know?
Now, folks, I can't even tell you. Like I give that look like the still ass look. I don't even got a reaction no more. At first, that's my man's.
Yeah, for sure.
At
for sure.
first, like I ain't gonna lie, I like that broke me down. Like when I was losing my homies as a shorty and shit, as I got older, it got so normal. I'm like, all right, man, we got another funeral. And it's something I'm like, damn, I can't even go see folks like that. But I ain't finna break down. I gotta stay strong for everybody else.
No, facts. I feel that. I feel
Cause
that.
I ain't gonna lie, when I lost my brother, long live my brother forever lost him, man.
Your blood brother?
Yeah, my blood brother.
Mm-hmm.
When I lost him, I ain't gonna lie, that made me give up on. That was the biggest death I had. That made me give up on everything. But then I dropped out of school and everything. But I shook back and graduated on time. You feel me? I just had to shake back, like, you know.
Man, congratulations, brother.
Appreciate
That's
it. I
a
had
big
to shake
flex,
back.
man.
Bro, I had to shake
That's
back.
a big flex for real to be
Bro.
able to deal with all that and still graduate. I ain't saying it like flexing about somebody passing away or
for
nothing.
sure.
But
I
like,
get what you saying, bro.
To overcome all them obstacles and
Yeah,
still,
you got to.
yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So what was the hardest part about graduating? Like, you know, like
The hardest part. Hey, this is my boy.
How you feeling, boss?
Bro, shit, the hardest. What you mean, like to graduate?
Yeah, to graduate. Like, you know, like what made it the most difficult? Like once you got back in school, like after you dropped out.
I ain't gonna lie, I had a lot of catching up to do. I had to go to Saturday school at Simeon. I had to do night school.
Damn, we talking
I had to do a lot. I had to do a lot. And then they tried to hold me back. Folks know.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie, they had him and Vaughn going crazy for at school for like. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't think Brother and them was gonna catch up for, cause they was so behind for. Like, I'm like, for they going to Saturday school, they doing all this extra. And he working, and folks get to the bag.
I'm working a job. You know,
Like
I got
a
my
real
cop.
job? Like,
yeah,
oh,
a real
yeah.
job after school. I ain't had no days off, but I'm like, I gotta do it. Oh, bro. But they tried to hold me back because, you know, I was still doing this content. I had a little boxing match in the school, a little friendly boxing match. The principal was like, yeah, you gotta delete that, or you ain't graduate. Ain't got on there. This is goofy enough. I ain't gonna lie.
That's cause you done that knock for ass out. You remember folks done that knock.
Yeah.
Then he tapped, bow.
I ain't even mean to hit his ass like that, folks. We was just playing. We shook up.
Playing.
We shook up and everything, folks. We was good, folks.
You was playing.
So like, what was your most viral piece? You think?
Most viral piece? It's a lot of them.
That shit when we went got into with King's College Kid.
Oh yeah.
That was the
viral. You know who King said them is?
He do the boxing stuff too, right? King?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We ended up getting into it with him. I think that's probably the most viral. But that was like,
bro,
we wasn't even on that. Nah, I wasn't on
YouTube with College Kid.
YouTube on Instagram.
So the YouTubers be getting into it too, then.
We got into it with College Kid, and King said was trying to help him, and we was for all.
Yeah, because College Kid was trying to scam. Like he was trying to scam Chicago. You know, I don't play about.
Are you talking about College Kid, the platform?
No, not him. College Kid. My fault.
I don't know who that is.
Haitian dude.
I had to see.
So he was trying to scam, like basically, you know, they was coming to the right. They was like, woo. If you want to be in a video, just DM us so you can get in. College Kid was trying to scam people, trying to make them pay, even though they didn't even have to pay. He just trying to get some extra back ends, and we caught on. We let that go. Ooh. My homie confronted him about it. He want to know shit at the shoot. We let it go. Then he pushed folks out the door. Man, y'all gotta just see that. It was just a lot of fluky shit that he was doing specific.
So if you watching this, y'all seen
yeah,
that shit.
You probably seen
look,
that shit.
That wasn't his most viral. I'm telling you, gang.
That wasn't.
Folks
Hell
did
nah.
more numbers.
I think
that was the only one I seen. 300,000.
Nah, man, y'all back in, and we caught up.
Yeah,
my fault.
I don't know who that is.
Haitian dude.
I had to see.
So he was trying to scam, like,
no, it was the kid, and King said was trying.
Right, King. Yeah.
We ended up getting
most viral piece. You think?
Most viral piece? It's a lot of them.
That shit when we went got into with King's College Kid.
Oh yeah.
That was the
viral. You know who King said them is?
He do the boxing stuff too, right, King? Yeah.
We ended up getting into it with him. I think that's probably the most viral. But that was like, bro, we wasn't even on that. Nah, I wasn't on YouTube on Instagram.
So the YouTubers be getting into it too, then.
We got into it with College Kid, and King said was trying to help him, and we was for all.
Yeah, because College Kid was trying to scam. Like he was trying to scam Chicago. You know, I don't play about.
Are you talking about College Kid, the platform?
No, not him. College Kid. My fault.
I don't know who that is.
Haitian dude.
I had to see.
So he was trying to scam, like basically. You know, they was coming to the right. They was like, woo. If you want to be in a video, just DM us so you can get in. College Kid was trying to scam people, trying to make them pay, even though they didn't even have to pay. He just trying to get some extra back ends, and we caught on. We let that go. Ooh. My homie confronted him about it. He want to know shit at the shoot. We let it go. Then he pushed folks out the door. Man, y'all gotta just see that. It was just a lot of fluky shit that he was doing specific.
So if you watching this, y'all seen
yeah,
that
you
shit.
probably seen
look,
that shit.
That wasn't his most viral. I'm telling you, gang.
That wasn't.
Folks did more numbers.
I think
that was the only one I seen. 300,000.
Nah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
So I'm gonna ask you this, bro. You know, like since y'all be going up, y'all turned in the city or whatever. What's the biggest misconception of y'all? You think?
Well, YouTubers?
Yeah.
That we some goofies.
Bro. People think we goofies.
Hey, that don't mean you gotta be. Hey, off and rock and did and seen everything. You don't gotta be no tough You can laugh and joke, all that shit. That don't mean you a
they
goofy.
be trying to paint the image that we supposed to be tough. Like we ain't trying to be tough, but
if you
still gotta watch their surroundings through this. We some good niggas, we cool niggas, but we still gotta watch our surroundings and make sure we good.
Hey,
like,
I be trying to see where they get that shit from, gang. I don't know. So,
I let them run with it. Shit.
Yeah, bro.
Nah, you gotta let people think what they think, bro.
You feel like that, you feel like that.
I ain't gonna front my like I don't do content. That's better than them. That's what like I support them. I let them do their thing. You feel me? But I ain't gonna lie, like these really be the most hot head folk. Like they be really ready to. In a second, I be trying to tell them for like you gotta chill, for you can't just go with your move all the time. You gotta just chill out, cause they be ready to knock them out or be ready to do like in a second more than the street for real. But you be having to tell them just chill.
Real around you to tell you like when not to do that and when to
and y'all don't know this content. This what you feel me that just get all that. Just stick with the content. We just get all that. That should be out the way for. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey,
we just
y'all can't lie.
A lot of distractions. You gotta be able to maneuver through.
Y'all can't lie, for I did grow. Like now, I got a lot more patience for.
Yeah. So you used to be a real hothead, bro.
Hell yeah.
I just look. I just let him find out.
He hot here too.
I could tell. He too chill right now. I already know.
Them too hot here.
I think mine will go up quicker in a second, like before Keith's. For Keith's be, it'll take a little.
So what got you like that, bro? Like
I seen some shit at an early age, boy. That shit,
Yeah,
and I just, just went with that, and I just think that was the way on some.
I say,
I ain't gonna lie, long live my brother. I ain't got the what's name on my dead homie. So look, we in the woods, that broke, so I ain't got the song. I gotta get that fixed. Long live my brother. He the one that taught me the ways and taught me, you feel me, how to go with it. So when I got I say 19, 20, that's when I really controlled everything and really went with, how to, you feel me? So
yeah.
What got me hot is like my cousins, my family, like our upbringing. Like they brought us up on some, if you don't fight, we gonna beat your bro.
For real. Hey, you better go.
That's how we was brought up. So that shit was just in me. For I couldn't let nobody on the street play with me, But it ain't always that though. Now that I'm growing, like it ain't well, sometimes you just gotta walk off on because you know what you would do. Type shit.
Yeah, for sure.
Just leave it alone.
Yeah, controlling your temper be a lot sometimes.
And then it's like when a motherfucker start the shit, you react off. Now you the villain. You feel
like
me?
Damn, motherfucker.
I'm protecting myself.
Right, that's
all
they
gonna ride who they want to ride.
Yeah.
To be quick to ride who they want to for and try to make an excuse for when really they in the wrong for. You just defending yourself for like real. So that's the thing with our city for real. Like dick riding and
whoever popping,
whoever. Instead of you just keeping it thorough and be like,
and holding them accountable.
You feel me? Like
that's why
motherfucker.
most of these that's known think what they doing is right and it's not.
Hey, bunch of and then the fans, gang, y'all be blowing me when y'all be jumping and rapping beef, gang. Like that ain't even y'all. They wouldn't even did that for you, gang. Stop hopping in these people beef. Be a fan. Listen to the music, folks. What the y'all think y'all finna do?
So how you feel about like when somebody do a feature with somebody, then now they be clicking up doing this, that, and the third?
It's
business.
Yeah.
Some people, I feel like some people make it business, but some people try to they take that shit like because you around it. That I'm with you now.
Yeah.
And don't really be with you. That be for in the moment.
That's why motherfuckers gotta let it be known. Your beef is not my beef.
Motherfuckers be scared to
locked in like this.
I'm gonna let you know. I don't know, folks. If we letting business doing what we do.
Cause you don't even know who his ops is for real.
I got a lot of money trying to. I can't do nothing with them because they my people.
You feel me? That's why you can't do a lot of motherfuckers.
But nowadays you tell a nigga like that ain't my beef. That ain't my issue. He look at you like an op now. He like, oh, you ain't with me? I bet you. That shit's so goofy. Like, damn, it's okay to be your own man, for you can be your own man out here. Scared, really
people be trying to force people to not be their own man.
Unless you really one of my homies ops, that's the only reason I'm not doing no shit with you. But
exactly.
If you somebody that I'm cordial with, that associate with, I don't give no fuck. You not my homie. You ain't doing.
There's levels to this shit. Like as far as being locked in, there's levels to this.
Oh, for sure.
Niggas want you to be ops with they ops, but they won't get money with you or do shit with you to help you grow.
Nah, for sure.
Niggas use your platform and use you for what they can and then dismiss your ass in a second. Hey, look, I used to tell
they want you to take on the beef, but they ain't gonna take on no bill.
I swear to God. How long was I telling you this shit in school? Like before his clout even got up there, folks always had clout since freshman year. Folks always had clout, but his just grew bigger and bigger over time. And I used to tell him, I'm like, fo, like, these niggas you with, fo, like, it's okay to do content with them, you know, but don't just be trying to overly, oh yeah, these my brothers, because these niggas not gonna show you the same type of loyalty. Niggas, I've been telling this man this shit for years on years on years. Like, these niggas, just because you around them, folk, don't make them your homies. Just know how to do business and keep it at that, folk. Like, because these will leave you hanging in a second, and it'll cost you your life for real.
And now you see why he in my circle. Now you see why he in the circle, bro. If you ain't got nobody to pull you to the side like this, bro, and talk to you like that, then I'm not your people.
Yeah, that's love, though. You know what I'm saying? That's real love. For real. So I'm going to ask y'all this. What's the difference between being in the way and out the way?
You can be in the way and out the way at the same time. It's just like, you can be in the way based off doing your content and shit. Everybody know who you is. But out the way by staying your ass in the crib.
See, me, my definition, I say, if your ass in the way, like you just fucking shit up. You out here, you just in the way.
You be in the way like that too. You can be in the way, you know, trying to get shit done.
In the way of some money. That's
right. But I'm thinking, you know, how you thinking. Like, you in the way with the bullshit.
It's two different ones, oh God.
So look.
Now, I ain't even think about it like that. It is. I was thinking it is. Yeah.
If your ass, but my definition, if you in the way, yeah, your ass just fucking shit up. You cause too much drama, your ass in the way. Watch out. When you out the way, folks, you just out the way of all the drama. You know, you getting your money. Ooh, you out the way. Motherfucker can't even get out with you. Just keep doing you. You out the way, shit.
Bro, wait, you can repeat that one more time?
I said what?
It was a lot of internet.
Yeah, like, oh God, it's two different ones though. Because what he said made sense too.
So we was pretty much saying, what's the difference between being in the way and out the way?
Shit, I ain't gonna lie. In the way, folk, that means like you doing that's not in your character. Like, you doing shit that's like, somebody know you. If a motherfucker know you and know your character, that means you, when you acting out of character, you in the way. Like, you doing too much.
That's the perfect way of breaking it.
You front your folk, because it's like, know you, and motherfuckers know what you will and won't do. But, you feel me? And when you out the way, folk, like, out the way, you could be outside every day and still be out the way. Why? Because you in your lane. You in your. No, you feel me? You doing what you supposed to do. Like, literally.
Exactly how we.
Like, folks, so it ain't. And then, you know, in Chicago, for your be out the way as much as you want to, and some could still catch you. Like, in a second, you could be out the way.
Direct, so.
I ain't gonna lie. I had a couple situations where I was trying to be out the way, and then some happened, folks. I ain't even gonna speak on that, folks. But if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Just know.
Nah, that's how Chicago is, though, boy. So what's some Chicago do's and don'ts?
I ain't gonna lie. Don't think with your dick, bro.
And if you don't know that, come on,
cause I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even trying to go on to young ladies, but these young ladies be getting wrapped. So like, I ain't gonna lie. And don't be tender about these females neither. Just cause a female come over here with me to come over there with you or whatever, ooh, we not beefing, folks. We is not beefing. That we do not own her. She could do what she want to do.
Cause we gonna do something to each other, and she still gonna go do another dick. Like, she gonna still go do that, folks. So
but
it ain't no purpose.
We ain't gonna go too hard on the young ladies for
it. Yeah, for sure. Cause it be our fault too, though.
Yeah, it do be us chasing the wrong shit. Just don't be tender, bro.
Still chasing the wrong.
I'm just kidding. This is what I gotta say about the situation. The girl gonna be out here with another. You gonna be in jail, for them gonna be dead, or for them gonna be dead, you gonna be in jail.
That's
Think of it like that.
No, for sure.
It's some old do's and don'ts. On God.
So just
don't
get
be
your little
like he said. Don't be trying to overkick it with not really your homie for real. That's how you get those. Don't be giving everybody your location to your crib. Bro, don't be out here dangling. Not on point.
Stop being too friendly to niggas that you know not for you, bro.
Yeah,
nah, that's real.
Trying to be cool with you.
I don't know how y'all.
Fuck them.
Y'all don't know how y'all don't be seeing. Y'all gotta feel energy. Y'all don't be.
Cause y'all be so caught up in that moment, and that's why the streets be so powerful. So caught up in that action and that adrenaline, that rush, folks. They lose sight. They lose sight of what the really important.
Dudes, what you do want to do, shit, go downtown, go see something new.
No, bro, sure.
I'm telling you, gang. When I started seeing new shit, it made me want to leave this bitch. Like, I want to go see more. I want to see what's more to it. I'm finna go to Jamaica, bro.
But go out of town, folks. Out of town, collab, network, bro. That's the
folks
shit right
stay
there.
Out of town.
Yeah.
Stay out of town.
I be out of town every time. I be telling bro, slide out of town with me, folks. We lit as hell out here. I'm in this bitch with different YouTubes. Damn, how the fuck you be here, folks?
What's the best city you been to besides Chicago, bro?
Atlanta,
Miami.
That's a typical
Houston.
one.
I've been everywhere, folks.
Folks, a party.
I've been to Vegas, Miami, I've been to a couple places, but them my favorite too, Vegas and Miami.
Nah, for sure. I rocked with Vegas when I went. It was different.
You went down that strip?
Yeah, it was.
Bro, that strip, bro. See, they still got that car out there? That little
I
red
went
car?
like 2-3 years ago. I don't even
Yeah.
All I heard about Vegas is they sell pussy and gamble.
Nah, but it's just random stuff to do. You gonna
they got
see
food down there, bro. They got food. They got the people out there performing and shit.
But I heard
You
they
see all
food ain't
type of
fucking
shit.
with our food.
Ain't nobody messing with the rack on the food.
I had to say Louisiana got us.
Nah,
Hell no. They don't, bro.
we got everything here. You can get some Jamaican, you can get some Mexican, you can get some Jamaican.
I don't travel.
Speaking of Jamaican, Caribbean, I got a restaurant for y'all. I got to slide to my.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, bro, we gotta show y'all what's to his restaurant.
Shit, we can go now for real.
Shit, I'm ready. Shit.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, they ain't playing around. It's called Ray's Caribbean Jerk, and it's located in East Chicago, Indiana. Some people told me down the street, like, Sal, they brand new, and you gotta go try them out. So I did just that. I started by getting this jerk platter. And this jerk platter came with some
best mac and cheese in the world. I'm telling
Say
y'all.
what?
Best mac and cheese in the world. I ain't say the city, the state, world. Y'all try to. Y'all ass gonna melt.
Nah, we doing an interview.
It's the restaurant. Y'all already know the vibe.
Where we at now?
Ray's Caribbean Jerk.
Yes, sir.
Bro. Hey, I don't know a lot of folks. Hey, but look. You had my bullshit going
I
on.
know the vibes, bro. Ray's Caribbean Jerk. Sell straight Caribbean food, soul food. I go Pops behind the register right there.
How you feeling, Pop?
How y'all doing, man? Let me show y'all the back.
Alright. Y'all got it sold up.
At home. Everybody can't come back here. It's only
So how old you is again, bro?
22.
22-year-old entrepreneur, you hear me?
Bro, everybody can't come back here. Only if you family or friends.
How you coming, man?
Y'all know how I'm coming, man. Big Capper, big clapper, man. You know, ain't no more free Big Sean, man. I'm free, man. We in for them, man. We in Ray's Caribbean Jerk.
Know that.
This
you got the flat screen TV.
What they say is the 150 inch, you know?
Yeah.
Probably like a 70. Motherfuckers get it, man, you know? My boy, what's up with you?
Alright, so good, man.
Alright, friend.
Then we got all the little old school throwback movies.
Oh, yeah.
Classics. We just had to make it look like home, you know?
So what made y'all go with jerk food though? You Jamaican or something?
Nah, I ain't Jamaican. I just love jerk food.
Oh, for
and
sure.
we know how to cook.
So what's your favorite dish?
From here or just in general?
No, from here.
From here.
I ain't
You gotta promote the restaurant.
The big dog combo. Everybody love that. I love the jerk chicken pieces. I ain't gonna cap. I ain't got no favorite. I like
And
it
the jerk chicken pizza.
Yep.
Come in this bitch and try the big dog. For the big
You
dog.
say what?
You know, hey, come in this bitch and try the big dog.
The big dog got lamb chops, lobster, shrimp, 2 sides of your choice, and red beans and rice.
Oh yeah, that's a big back meal. Oh my mama.
That's called Big Dog.
Oh, bro, you gotta be a big dog to eat that whole meal.
I knew he was gonna do this shit for. He been cooking for a long time. He used to call me like, yeah, I'm finna cook for this girl right quick.
Hey, no, wait. One thing his ass used to always call him and say, it wasn't even him, just period, for lamb chops.
Lamb chops. Lamb chops.
Hey, they cooking those bitches up.
Well, lamb chops.
So you know how we was talking about Chicago foods, right? Top 5 Chicago restaurants.
Ray's Caribbean Jerk.
You
What?
gonna start here first?
Yeah.
Ray's Caribbean Jerk. Ray's Caribbean Jerk.
I'm talking about hood classic.
Hood classic.
Hood classic.
Alright, I'm gonna say, damn, it's kind of hard because there's a lot of good ass classic restaurants.
Best pizza in the rack.
Best pizza. Italian Fiesta.
Italian Fiesta.
Italian Fiesta got the best pizza.
Damn, hold on, wait. He said a lot of questions. Hold on, which one we doing? We doing the top 5 or
the top
best
5.
pizza in the rack?
Oh,
But, yeah,
What's
let's
the
do
top 5, folks?
best.
My top 5 food, I ain't gonna lie
The
to me.
Chicago food, though, nice.
Where the fuck else I'm gonna name something? No. Out of town food restaurant. We gonna go Ray's Caribbean Jerk, Italian Fiesta, Union Sub.
Union Sub definitely a must. Bro.
What else? We gotta say Harold's. We got to
JJ's.
Harold's. JJ's cool, but I get Shark before I get JJ.
Oh, yeah, he not lying.
Damn.
I ain't gonna lie, Sharks got it on Friday.
I be forgetting about Sharks.
Sharks got everybody beat though. I ain't gonna count.
Nah, hell,
Yeah,
I ain't
I
gonna
be
lie.
forgetting about Sharks,
Cause
bro.
Sharks be good. Every Sharks be good. Some heroes be weak. Some heroes be good.
Nah, you
Every
got a
Sharks-
point on that. He got a point.
Yeah,
And JJ's, you could go to a Bodine JJ's too though.
But Sharks got it. I ain't gonna.
I be forgetting I ain't had.
But you gotta know what Harold's you going to.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Best Harold's in the rack then.
Best. Ooh, that was.
That's a good ass question.
I ain't gonna lie. It was right. I know it's one right there. I think that's on.
You said the best Harold's?
Yeah.
Hyde Park.
What?
You say Hyde Park?
Hyde Park got one of the best Harold's. Yeah.
Oh, is that Harold's right there?
That bitch like what? It's right there like on 55th King Drive.
That's the one.
That Harold's on 75th House.
When they had Harold's on 87, like right off the E-way when that Firehouse place was, that was the best one to me.
Everybody say that though. Everybody say
But
that.
they moved it, and now it's like we mixed up. That was the best one to me though.
You said the one at Hyde Park?
When they had Hyde Park the second one, but when it
Then
was
it's
like
that one right there on 87th.
it was on 87 when it was off the E-way, like right where Firehouse used to be at.
Oh yeah, that was the best
one
one from them grade. Then they moved it across the street. They bogus as hell.
They kept moving them bitches.
I ain't gonna lie. I heard that new one was nasty. But you know we still support Howard though. But you know, but I heard that new one was nasty as hell.
Yeah, y'all heard
The one that was right there by Firehouse though, that bitch was bad. And they had the Obama tee, all type of tees in that bitch. That bitch.
You going down memory lane.
Oh no. We gotta try this, y'all. Hold on, this card. What's this card?
They say it's Skippy something. I ain't gonna lie. Skippy Crazy 8. Yeah, Skippy's Crazy 8.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit was
First
good.
try.
I
So great.
ain't gonna lie, that shit good.
What you rated out of 5? Like 5-star rating? Well, what you give it?
Ooh, I like that. Got a lot of flavor in it.
God, fool.
I get it like a 9. Feel like my girl Coochie a little bit.
Alright, man.
I can see old.
Yeah.
Now this thing is busting.
That's what we finna get some pasta.
No, we finna get jerk chicken Alfredo.
It kind of remind me like a pink lemonade. A little
Chicken
bit.
Alfredo pizza.
It's a pink lemonade.
Yeah, a little bit. But it's like fruit at the same time. I ain't gonna lie.
I think it's strawberries or something.
Yeah, that shit tastes good.
You say what?
They finna give us a jerk chicken Alfredo on top of pizza. Like it's a jerk chicken Alfredo pizza.
It's the Alfredo sauce. It ain't on top though, but it's the sauce. The sauce gonna make it taste good. I'm gonna show y'all the menu.
I bet. You say what?
Foods we got. It's the menu. These all the foods we got.
Y'all got options in here for real.
For sure, for sure. And then we got days where we got the special. So we got Taco Tuesday. We got the wings on Wednesday. The sliders on Thursday. Po' boys and Phillies. Pasta Saturday. And then on Sunday we got the shrimp and grits, catfish and grits, whatever you want with the grits, bro.
So,
all of it busting.
Y'all gotta get in there. I ain't gonna lie.
Y'all got and it's black on, man.
Shout out to Pops, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What's up, y'all? Come check us out. Ray's Caribbean Jerk, 3825 Main Street in East Chicago, Indiana. You won't be disappointed.
Yes, sir.
Be disappointed. Come try it out, man.
For sure.
They messed with you.
What you say?
Man, today a good day. Donald Trump just pardoned Larry Hoover. He coming home.
Yes, indeed. What'd you say?
Free Larry, man. You know that, man. And I'm still one of the big, man. Free Larry, though, man.
Trump one of the guys.
What'd you say?
Larry coming home before GTA 6 is crazy.
Nah, for sure.
Damn. We've been waiting on that since I was 8. Bro. That's damn.
Yeah, he been in for a minute.
We've been waiting for a decade.
For him too. You think that's actually gonna help the trenches?
Hell yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I know you got
Larry
better
coming
mindset
home.
and shit. I ain't never met him, but I met Big Dirt. He cool, bro.
So what y'all got here?
Jerk chicken Alfredo pizza.
Jerk chicken Alfredo pizza.
Hey, take a bite, man. Let's see how it's coming. On camera.
Don't take the bite.
Pause.
Hold on, he gotta take the meat off my boy a pescatarian. He don't like it. Yeah, man, that's why he's so skinny, man. He don't wanna eat no more.
Hey, look, I've been skinny when I was eating.
Damn, look, that shit fall off the pieces.
You say it fall off the pieces.
Look at that.
On bro.
I'm trying to look off. I can't even bite that bitch.
I don't like this crap. Damn.
It's a movie. Highlight film.
It's a movie. Hey, look, I ain't even saucy.
I'm gonna say this. I swear to God. I'm not even just, just saying it's just the, hey, look, jerk.
What's this called?
This some y'all gotta come.
Man, how that pizza taste, blood?
There's some different shit. You gotta come, and I had to take the little.
Yes.
Hey, that's how you doing for this shit. What's your name?
Ray's Caribbean Jerk.
Hey, what's the first thing you ate when you got out?
Wendy's.
Wendy's?
My deal, some Wendy's, because that was the closest thing, because I was like 2 hours out, so Wendy's was the closest thing.
How that Wendy's taste when you had it?
Oh, my dear uncle, that bitch was bad. I ain't gonna lie, how the Baconator, the biggest Baconator they had,
The crazy
Baconator
thing is,
fry.
bro, the pizza actually tastes like Alfredo. That's what's blowing my mind.
I ain't gonna lie, this
You say it tastes like Alfredo?
Yeah. That's what I'm, and it's like some, like you ain't seen nobody making no, you know?
Let me
Come
get
on,
in.
man. You gotta get all them motherfuckers.
Yeah, jerk ain't even that.
No, I don't look too greasy, just the right
Jerk
type
ain't
of
even that
grease.
hot. You know how some jerk places should be too hot, and it's like you don't be wanting to eat that because it's too hot.
If you want it hot, you gotta get the sauce.
Fold them like this, that jerk chicken, you can eat like.
What you rated out of 10? He
Man,
said.
you know I'm gonna say 10. That's me and
No,
Pop
for
stuff, you know?
sure.
This most definitely a 10.
Oh, yeah. Broke the scale, for I ain't gonna lie.
What we got right here, Pops?
Those honey lemon pepper wings.
Hey, you know they good. He just set them down and walked off. Oh my dear homie, you know I can't even eat them. I'm not even for the.
He just hooked.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Y'all got it.
Y'all got it.
I like how this.
They look like gold. You hear
Then we
me?
got the honey pepper hot wings.
Honey pepper, hot honey lemon pepper.
I mean. Honey lemon pepper wings.
That's a bad bitch.
How's coming?
Dang! I ain't gonna lie. Oh yeah. Oh my. I ain't never had no wings like this. Like literally, I ain't never had no wings like that.
These
like,
bitches honey.
I gotta come slide through for it. Not even just this right here. Y'all gotta try damn near.
Who came up with that?
Everything on me.
Yeah,
It's way more shit.
Man, I come up with all the recipes, man.
Man.
Yeah,
Hey, look, I can't cook. I could bring customers. I'm fresh out. I need a job. I'm tired of running the street.
Y'all like this.
Look! This is the eye of the trenches!
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what. No, I guess I don't.
A man who goes by the nickname Lil Woody might be one of the most entertaining witnesses we've seen so far in the RICO trial against rapper Young Thug out in Atlanta. And that's saying something. We have some of the top moments from Kenneth Copeland's testimony over the last few days. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey there, everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastroparesis or other side effects after taking Ozempic or another GLP-1 weight loss medication? The Ozempic lawsuits allege that the drug can lead to severe intestinal blockage and persistent vomiting, and that manufacturers allegedly failed to provide adequate warnings about these risks. Well, True Law, one of our legal sponsors, is helping those injured file a claim through an experienced attorney who helps ensure your claim is thoroughly presented. Visit glp1case.com/sidebar to answer less than 10 questions and check your eligibility to file a claim. Since the state's star witness Kenneth Copeland took the stand in the trial of rapper Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug, and his co-defendants, there has really been nothing short of absolute drama. But honestly, what do you expect in this case with all of its twists and turns? I'm talking, of course, about the case where Atlanta prosecutors allege that Williams is one of the founders of YSL, or Young Slime Life, which they claim is a criminal street gang that has been terrorizing the city. It's part of a wide sweeping racketeering, or RICO, indictment where Williams and his co-defendants are charged with numerous crimes. The defense says that this is just a record label and there's nothing more nefarious that's going on. Now, this trial has been a little bit of a circus because, for one thing, it has been going on for what, almost a year and a half? And by the way, almost a year of that was jury selection alone. Well, now, one of the witnesses that we had been anticipating and that we were looking forward to hearing from was Kenneth Copeland. He had been mentioned many times in prior testimony and was seen speaking with police in an interrogation tape that leaked online. He was supposed to be a star witness for the prosecution because he had previously told investigators that Williams was connected to criminal activity. But if prosecutors thought they were going to have pretty solid evidence in the form of Copeland's testimony, or it was going to be smooth sailing, they were disappointed. Why do I say that? Well, Copeland, who also goes by the nickname Woody or Lil Woody, was very uncooperative from the beginning. Before he was even called to the stand on Friday, June 7th, his attorney announced to the court that he didn't want to be there and he didn't want to testify.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Copeland is here. I can state as his attorney that he intends to exercise his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. He does not wish to testify in this trial. And I would ask, there is no other, he's not on bond, he's not on probation, there's nothing like that. I would ask that he be allowed to leave this courtroom without being compelled to testify.
Okay, now the prosecution had given Copeland what's called use immunity. And that means that whatever he would say on the stand during this trial couldn't be used against him legally. Well, at least by the state. It seems there's some concern, maybe on Copeland's part, about whether he could end up with federal charges. But anyway, putting that to the side, when you're granted use immunity and the court compels you to testify, you really can't plead the Fifth anymore because your right against self-incrimination is essentially protected.
What's your pleasure?
Say what?
I said, what's your pleasure, sir? Do you wish to give testimony? I know you don't want to give testimony in this case, but you've been given immunity in this particular circumstance, use immunity. So are you going to testify?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Copeland, good afternoon. Do you want to be here?
Ma'am?
Do you want to be here?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you going to let me ask you some questions?
Okay.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in years are you?
I plead the Fifth.
Mr. Copeland, given the fact that you have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state has already given you immunity under 24-5-507, this court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday. And we'll see if we can get some more testimony at that point in time. Take him into custody.
Yep, Copeland was held in contempt of court and he was taken to the Fulton County Jail for the weekend. He was back on that Monday, and this time he at least answered questions, but getting the answers that the prosecution wanted was a little more difficult. I mean, even on basic questions like, how old are you, or where did you go to school, proved to be complicated.
And when you were younger, did you go to school?
Yes.
Where did you attend school?
I don't know. I went to a lot of different schools.
Okay, what are all the schools you went to?
I don't recall all of them.
Or just tell me some of them.
I only know one. Slater.
Slater? Is that elementary school or middle school?
Elementary.
Why, you don't remember what middle school you went to? Did you go to middle school?
I think I did.
How long did you go to, did you finish middle school?
Relevance. Overruled.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Did you go to high school at all?
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, let me give you some context here. According to the prosecution back in 2015, several of the YSL defendants were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas, also known as Big Nut, an alleged rival gang member. Now, Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick, two of Williams' co-defendants in this trial, they have been charged in connection with the shooting, and Williams himself is accused of renting the car that was used in that alleged murder. The prosecution, they needed Copeland to confirm that he knew these men, but even that was like pulling teeth.
Can you take a moment and look at those pictures? Please look at those pictures.
Do I have to look at them?
Yes. I'm going to start first with Stacy's Exhibit 350 Yankee. Tell me if you recognize individual in Stacy's Exhibit 350 Yankee.
recognize myself.
Okay. Do you recognize anybody else in 350 Yankee?
Myself.
Do you recognize anyone else in 350 Yankee?
Their faces covered up.
Okay. Do you see someone's face who's not covered up in 350 Yankee?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize who that person is?
I can hardly tell.
Okay. Is that Shannon Jackson? Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm turning to impeachment. Do you know someone by the name of Demekion Garlington?
Street name.
Little D.
For sure.
How do you know Little D?
I didn't birth him.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I almost birthed him.
You almost birthed him?
Yeah.
Tell the jury, what do you mean by that?
That mean he my son.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Do you know another person who's referenced as Little D?
What you mean?
Do you know someone who's called Little D from Cleveland?
Oh, I heard of him.
You heard of him. Okay, we'll talk about him in a moment.
You said what now?
Tell me who you recognize in 380 Yankee.
Oh, me and Coco.
Who's Coco?
The ugly boy right here.
Okay.
And the prosecution also needed to connect Copeland with Williams himself. So they tried to get Copeland to give evidence of their friendship, but Copeland appeared hesitant.
My question is, when he was not in the studio and you hung out with him, where would you hang out with him at?
We used to do fun stuff, like go to like bowling alleys and stuff like that. He went to the kids' football game, I remember. I've been to the club with them. I've been on shows, correct that.
You said on shows?
Yeah, like when I watch him perform.
All right.
Now, Mr. Copeland and his testimony, or lack thereof, it had a bit of a ripple effect. Why do I say that? I say that because according to Williams' lead defense attorney, Brian Steele, he was told that the judge, the prosecution team, Copeland, and a stand-in attorney for Copeland were all part of an ex parte meeting, which is when they meet secretly in the judge's chambers, one-on-one with the judge. The defense is not present. And the defense argued that this was highly improper to have a private meeting with a sworn witness when they had no idea this was going on, especially when some of what Copeland allegedly said, namely that he would confess to being responsible for the murder of Thomas, or that the judge and prosecutor allegedly pressured him in that meeting to testify or face jail time. The defense said that that information we should have been privy to. Now, Judge Earl Glanville only wanted to know one thing from Brian Steele. How did you find out about this? How did you find out about this meeting? Steele wouldn't give up his information. He wouldn't give up his source. He cited privilege, that doing so would violate the Georgia bar rules. And so an angry Judge Glanville held him in contempt of court. He originally was supposed to report to jail this weekend to begin a 20-day stint over the next 10 weekends, but he was granted a reprieve by the Georgia Supreme Court, and he won't have to go, at least for now. We actually did a whole sidebar episode on this with some really great insight from Ben Shue, the lawyer for Johnny Depp during his defamation case. I encourage everybody to check that out if you want to learn a little bit more about this issue. But back to Kenneth Copeland. Caleb Bumpus was the stand-in counsel for Copeland's regular attorney who had gone out of town. And the allegation has surfaced, and based on Judge Glanville's statements in court, he seems to suggest that she may have been the one who told Brian Steele about this ex parte meeting. Now, she and Copeland will have to appear at a show cause hearing in a couple of weeks to determine if they should be held in contempt of court. Well, after all of this chaos surrounding the ex parte meeting, Copeland decided he didn't want Miss Bumpus to represent him anymore.
Sir, Mr. Copeland, is it your desire to release your counsel at this point in time?
She's fired.
She's fired? Okay.
But according to Miss Bumpus, she had already been fired before Copeland even testified. As you can see, this trial has been one surprise after the next. So now let's go back into Copeland's actual testimony. Assistant District Attorney Simone Hilton asked him to elaborate on the information that he had given to investigators during that interrogation in 2021 that I had mentioned. At the time, Copeland, a convicted felon, had been found with a gun during a traffic stop, and he was facing a 10-year sentence, but instead told the detectives about past crimes and crimes that he said were going to happen. The video, as I mentioned, was leaked online, and in it, Copeland also talks about Jeffrey Lamar Williams and how he would be willing to help get a confession from him. But a frustrated Copeland told Hilton he just told the investigators what they wanted to hear.
Did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Little D and Shannon being in your vehicle the night of the murder?
Huh?
Yesterday, did you tell myself, Ms. Love, and a few of my other colleagues that Little D and Shannon were in the car with you the night of the murder of Diamond Thomas?
I told you and them that what I told investigators in June when Nut got killed, something different, because I was trying to finesse my way out of a situation. So I said, I picked up D and Shannon. D never told me nothing. I made it up to clear myself up. And that's it.
And was that yesterday that you said that? Did you tell us that yesterday, what you just said?
You asked me to be truthful. And I didn't, and I told you. What I told the investigator back then wasn't me being truthful. So I'm telling you something that I didn't tell them because I ain't trying to go back to jail.
I got it. But I'm asking you, was yesterday the first time you said this part, and now what you're saying today is what is truthful. What you're saying right now, what you're trying to tell the jury right now, is what you are now saying is truthful.
What I'm trying to tell you is our conversation was about something that I said in the past.
I understand. I'm asking you.
I asked that Mr. Copeland allowed to finish his.
Okay, all right.
I'll tell you what's up.
Mr. Copeland, you need to finish your answers?
No, I need a break, Your Honor.
Say again?
I need a break.
If you're a Godfather Part 2 fan, by the way, it's very Frank Pantangeli. Michael Corleone did this. Michael Corleone did that. Sure, why not? Anybody, by the way, if you're a fan of the movie, honestly, that's not a bad impression. I encourage everybody to tell me otherwise. But anyway, so Copeland, let's go back to him. He says he doesn't remember much of what happened in that interrogation.
Do you recall what Thug said in 2015 to Kel?
Yes.
Yes, you remember what Thug said?
I don't recall what was said. I don't remember what was said.
Okay.
I don't remember me talking to the investigators about it.
All right. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that when Kel got on the phone, that Thug said the beef ain't over with until you pay for my window? You shot my window.
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't remember what I done told the police.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you just saying yes now to speed up your questioning?
Most definitely.
Okay. Are you saying yes, that's what you told Detective Gaither?
I know I ain't complete school, but I think I'm speaking proper English. I told you, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. You keep sitting right here asking me the same question over and over and over and over and over. I'm tired of it. I'm drained.
Okay. Well, if you would just answer the questions properly.
I am answering the question. You asked me, I said yes, yes. You keep, when I say yes, you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over.
But did you just tell the court or this jury that you're saying yes just to move the process along?
I think I said it loud and clear.
So again, will you just answer the questions and we can move the process along?
You keep asking. Okay, yes.
And while his answers were not quite what Prosecutor Hilton seemed to be looking for, from a viewer perspective, you really couldn't look away.
Did Thug ever speak with you about his relationship with Nut?
No.
Did you ever observe Thug and Nut together?
I never saw those two together. I never been around those two together. No, it never crossed my mind.
So how were you able to tell Detective Gaither that Nut and Thug was cool?
Because they're questioning me and I'm trying to get them off of me. And she asked me questions about Nut and Thug, I guess. And I'm telling her whatever she asked me, let's say she asked me a question about the sky. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen the sky. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling her the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is? Okay. She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth?
What color your shoes is? She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then?
Well, it depends.
So yes, Mr. Copeland is certainly one of the more entertaining characters that we've encountered during the course of this incredible trial, which is expected to last much, much, much longer. Just as I said, jury selection alone took almost a year, and the prosecution is only partway through its list of witnesses, and we haven't even gotten to the defense's case for the 6 defendants. But before we go, we want to leave you with another few quips from Kenneth Copeland during this week on the stand.
I can recall 2014. I've been in jail so much.
So once you heard the pop, 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 do you remember what happened next?
Yeah, I turned the radio down to see was I tripping.
Okay. And once you turned the radio down to see if you were tripping, what do you remember happening next?
Bullets hit my car. I don't know.
So you're saying you don't remember?
And after court on Thursday, Mr. Copeland allegedly posted this on Instagram. Job, I'd seen on your application you said you never went to jail. Me, correct. I never went to jail. I was taken. Copeland is going to be back in the hot seat once again on Friday. And of course, we will have a lot of the cross-examination. So we'll be seeing more of Lil Woody in the days to come. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
All that was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that?
Well, I'm disturbed too.
You got 5 minutes.
Well, I don't need it. I want to continue.
Mr. Steele, I am going to hold you still hold you in summary criminal contempt.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, the RICO trial against rapper Young Thug and several co-defendants just took another very wild turn. We're breaking down what led to the judge to storm out of the courtroom and a lead defense attorney in the custody of the bailiff. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey there, everybody. This is another Law and Crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastroparesis or other side effects after taking Ozempic or another GLP-1 weight loss medication? Well, the Ozempic lawsuits allege that the drug can lead to severe intestinal blockage and persistent vomiting, and that the manufacturers allegedly failed to provide adequate warnings about these risks. Well, True Law, one of our legal sponsors, is helping those injured file a claim through an experienced attorney who helps ensure your claim is thoroughly presented. Visit glp1case.com/sidebar to answer just less than 10 questions and check your eligibility to file a claim. If you haven't been watching our live stream over on our Law and Crime Trials page, I'm going to tell you right now, you're missing out. There is this massive racketeering and conspiracy case against rapper Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. Been going on for basically a year and a half so far, and I'll tell you, they are not even close to done. And while there are a lot of reasons for that, one is because of these very wild exchanges that end up happening in court. And this time, we're talking about an exchange that ended with Williams' defense attorney behind bars. We're going to get into it. So prosecutors allege that Williams is one of the founders of YSL, or Young Slime Life, which they claim is a criminal street gang that has been terrorizing Atlanta, Georgia. Defense attorneys say, though, this is just a record label. There's nothing nefarious going on. He, his co-defendants, they're charged with numerous crimes. Now, as I mentioned, there have been a lot of twists and turns, but also a lot, and I mean this when I say it, a lot of heated moments in that courtroom. And to give you context about what we're about to get into, we have to go back to Friday. And this concerns Williams' lead defense attorney, Brian Steele. You see, the prosecutor, Adrian Love, told the court that there was more evidence that hadn't been turned over to the state.
There is a matter regarding the jail calls that we were provided. Mr. Steele has not yet provided us the ISO file. We received something additional on a thumb drive last night. We had the deputy of our jail call unit look at that, and we are again missing. We do not have the complete file.
To be able to play, though?
To be able to access it properly, to be able to look at it, authenticate the calls, the time of day, all of that. We don't have it.
Well, Mr. Steele did not take kindly to what prosecutor Adrian Love was saying.
Judge Glanville?
Sir.
You allow another moment when Miss Love calls me that I did not do something. They have the exact image of what we got from the jail in Fayette County. That is it. And if I get another false allegation and you do nothing, I'm shocked. I'm appalled at you. I sit here day after day with this false allegation just machine. I gave the state everything. There's been no disconstruction. There's been no purposeful, I don't care. I don't care. I give over everything. I've done this for 33 years. Never in my life have I seen a trial. I've done 300 appeals in the state of Georgia alone. I've never read a case like this. Judge, I gave them everything I had. I waited. I was at my office till 8, after 8 last night. I waited for their investigator to come by. I handed him an exact copy of thumb drive. They have everything that we got from the Fayette County Jail. There's been no deconstruction. There's been no purposeful exclusion. This is not the first time. Okay. And I apologize that I'm getting temper, but I've never been treated like this. You talk about professionalism every week. Professionalism is lacking with one lawyer here. It has never been. I don't even like coming to court. I used to love this. I would die for what we do. I used to say, I'm dying. I would die. I couldn't choose a better profession. If I had litigated with Miss Love, I would. Your Honor, could we strike the hominem attack? No, I'm speaking. Really, could we strike that?
Okay, hey, everybody, calm down. Everybody, both of you, please be seated.
Judge, I'm not
both
done.
of you, please be seated.
You have to do something.
Wow. So look, I don't know Mr. Steele, but clearly from watching this trial, you can tell he is very passionate. He's not afraid to make his point, and he is not afraid to stand up even to the judge. And I want you to keep that in mind, because this wasn't the first time that Steele and Judge Earl Glanville have had words, and we've covered that before on Sidebar. And tell you what, it wouldn't be the last, because now let's talk about Monday. And honestly, this was a blow-up that is arguably of historic proportions in this case. So after the lunch break on Monday, Brian Steele wanted to bring something to the court's attention. He says someone told him about a meeting in chambers between Judge Glanville, the prosecutors, and one of their key witnesses, Kenneth Copeland, also known as Lil Woody. Now, Kenneth Copeland's name has come up before during the course of this case. In fact, video of Copeland during an interrogation with investigators was leaked earlier on in this trial, and in it, Copeland appears to implicate Williams in criminal activity. So he was offered what's called use immunity, and that's when what he testifies to, his testimony, what he says on the stand, can't be used against him by the state. Does become an interesting question if federal authorities could use it against him for federal charges, but that's a Separate issue. Anyway, so Steele says that in that ex parte meeting, Copeland allegedly confessed to killing Donovan Thomas. Prosecutors have argued that Williams rented a car that was used in the drive-by shooting of Thomas back in 2015. It's a key component of this case. And Steele also told the court that he was aware that Assistant Prosecutor Simone Hilton had allegedly told Copeland, who had pled the Fifth on Friday and barely answered any questions on Monday, that he could actually be held in jail until all the defendants, all 26 of them, had their cases dispensed with. And who knows how long that could take. So Steele was basically saying this is a kind of threat put forward by the prosecution. Now, a few things here. First, ex parte communications, ex parte meetings, meaning one-on-one with the judge without the other parties present, that can be problematic, particularly criminal defendants who can argue they have a right to be there, particularly if there is exculpatory information being disclosed. The defendant has a right to have that evidence presented to them, especially when you have a sworn-in witness having this essentially one-on-one conversation with the judge. So with that in mind, let's listen.
I was told, based upon information and belief, that when we arrived at 8:30, 9 o'clock today, we did not come into your courtroom until almost 11:30. And what I found out just recently, this is not waived, is that supposedly in chambers, this honorable court reporter at times, honorable court at times, district attorney or district attorneys from the DA's office, as well as investigators, sheriff deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to my knowledge, was aware that this was going on. And then somehow that email was CC'd to me. That never...
Mr. Steele, can I interrupt you just a second? I'm kind of disturbed because that's ex parte. All that was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that?
Well, I'm disturbed too. What I was told was that Mr. Copeland said...
And you haven't answered my question yet.
I'm not going to answer that question.
You're not?
No, I will not answer that question.
Why will you not answer that question?
Because I want to make sure that what I say is accurate, and I'm not trying to get anybody else.
I'm asking you, how did you get this information?
I'm not telling the court. What I'm saying is based upon information.
Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems.
We can have I got problems right now.
Okay, I know. Look, I don't want to know about your problems, okay, at this point in time. All I'm asking you at this point in time is, how did you come upon this information? Look, if the case gets reviewed, the record's going to be available for our appellate court and for whatever reason. But it's disturbing that how somehow you have surreptitiously gotten information in regards to the court's private ex parte conversations with a party. I mean,
a party, yes. A witness who was sworn in Friday. The court's telling. This is what I was told. If this is not true, not true. This court handed Mr. Copeland.
Tell me how you got the information.
Listen, whatever you want to do.
Tell me how you got the information. Then we can go ahead and go forward.
I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is this. I was told, and I hope this concerns the court.
It concerns me that you have proprietary information.
Why is it proprietary?
Or information that you should not be having that was ex parte.
Why?
With a party.
Why?
State of Georgia.
How about the witness? How about Mr. Copeland, who supposedly announced he's not testifying and he'll sit for 2 years, and then supposedly this honorable court, or excuse me, let me rephrase that. This court supposedly said, I can hold you until the end of this trial. Ms. Hilton supposedly said, actually, all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion, witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constitutional right to be present for. So I understand that you're upset towards me, but I don't know what I did.
Mr. Steele, I still want to know, how did you come upon this information? Who told you?
What I want to know is, why wasn't I there? Why did
Sir, I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who tell me who this information was.
I don't want to be held in contempt. Well, I'm not answering that question. That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not answering
attorney-client privilege. Unless you were in my chambers, that's the only way you can figure out.
I am telling you.
I tell you what, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me who if you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you in, I'm going to put you in contempt, because that is not attorney-client privilege.
Attorney work product privilege. I am not.
How did you get that information supposedly from my chambers? Did somebody tell you?
I'm not. You should have told me. You got 5 minutes. Well, I don't need it. I want to continue. This is what I was told. Mr. Copeland made statements that he admitted to killing Donovan Thomas and was. Don't take my notes. No.
Okay, the judge called for a 5-minute recess, and when he came back, he demanded to know how Steele had learned about this private meeting in the judge's chambers and what was said. And here's where it gets complicated, because it seems Steele is saying, Judge, you're giving me an impossible choice here. If I tell you, I violate the ethics rules.
Mr. Steele, before I recessed, I asked you, how did you get this information? And it is not covered by work product. There's only one way you could have gotten it. So I'm going to ask you again.
And I respect that. And it gives me no joy. But as you know, Georgia Rule of Professional Conduct, please check me. Rule 1.6, comment 5 reads, and this is what I have. 1.6
I know what the rule says, but here's the thing.
Well, let me just.
You need to please tell me who you got it from. I'm not asking you sum and substance of anything as of yet, okay? But I need you to tell me how you got the information. If you don't tell me how you got the information, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
I understand, and I don't want to be held in contempt.
And I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is so sacrosanct to have a conversation in my chambers parroted to you and others. It is that serious.
Yeah. And that's why I raised it. It is that serious that we should have been there, and it shouldn't have happened.
Sir, that's a whole separate issue, and that's why ex parte conversations are recorded.
Why would it be ex parte? You're acting like it's ex parte under seal.
It's ex parte. It's ex parte because that's what the state asked me to do. It's just like when you asked me for an ex parte conversation.
I've never asked this honorable court or any court to meet with me and a witness.
Sir, you're straying off the issue.
I'm not.
The issue is how did you get this information?
I understand the issue. I promise you, I understand it. But what I'm trying to ask you is, if you look at comment 5, this is how I understand the law.
You cannot. You can't violate something and then use privilege. Okay?
I'm not violating anything.
Okay, but that's why I'm saying, how did you get the information?
But just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You're threatening me with contempt.
The privilege in 1.6 would occur if you were in the right place, right time to begin with. You weren't.
Let me tell you. I'm just reading from it. But if I'm reading it wrong, I'm not trying to. It says 1.6 applies not merely to matters communicated in confidence by the client, but also to all information gained in the professional relationship, whatever its source. So you're asking me to break, you're ordering me, maybe. You're asking me, I'm not saying you're ordering me, but to give you information, and you're saying it's not sum and substance, but I'm telling you I can't do that under the bar rules.
All right. Well, I'm going to hold you in contempt. And you can think about it. 5 o'clock today, we'll see where you are at that stand on that point. Because no, that's not what I understand the rule to be. I've not asked you sum and substance of what was said. I asked you how you got it.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can, because I have an idea how you got it.
Well, your idea.
I have an idea how you got it, but that's improper, sir.
Your idea may be wrong, and you're asking me to listen. I told you the first time, and I'm not going to breach that confidence.
I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is that serious.
Judge,
you cannot eavesdrop and get information that was not meant for you to hear at that particular point in time.
Judge, listen. I'll do whatever you want to 5 o'clock or thereafter. But what I'm trying to tell you is, Your Honor, this is so serious to me. We need a hearing, and I'm moving for a mistrial. It is my understanding, based upon information belief,
from whom?
Part of it.
From whom?
Well, I'd like to get the substance first, and then we can talk.
Okay, well, then you'll be in custody until then, because you need to tell me how you got the information. I'm not asking you what was said. You've already kind of given us some snippets of what you said. That tells me that somebody parroted that information to you. So,
but you're assuming something because I told you already.
Well, then, other than if you were sitting, unless you were sitting in there with a recorder or Miss Love or Miss Hilton, or one of the deputies gave you that information, or Miss Weaver shot you a rough copy of the transcript, there's only one other person that's left.
Well, Your Honor.
And if that person gave you that information or shared that information with you, she probably violated privilege.
Well, let me tell you two things. One, I don't know how that is a privileged communication. It shouldn't have been.
Well, it's because she has a client she's supposed to represent.
Who are you talking about?
But anyways, I'm not going to have
I got this information.
I'm not going to have any further conversation with you about this. I want to know, the question still remains. I want to know who gave you the information?
I'd like to know what information happened outside her presence. That's really it.
He can go into custody at this point in time.
Prosecutor Adrian Love, she actually asked that Brian Steele be allowed back in the courtroom for the rest of the day's proceedings. The judge eventually let him back in, and at the end of the day, discussed the contempt proceeding. So what happened? Ashley Merchant, who's a very well-known Atlanta defense attorney who we recently saw during the attempt to remove DA Fonnie Willis from the Donald Trump Georgia case, she represented Brian Steele during all this. And Merchant and a second attorney, Alex Susser, argued that if Steele was in contempt of court, there needs to be a hearing because there's a difference between civil contempt and criminal contempt, where Merchant was saying if it's the latter, if it's criminal contempt, you need to hold a hearing for due process purposes, and another judge needs to hear this because Glanville is a witness in this issue. Judge Glanville disagreed.
Is it criminal contempt that you held him in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you had a hearing earlier today.
With criminal contempt, I told him what the contempt was, and that was he refused to order the court. If counsel, as you know, if the court orders you to do something and you don't, that's criminal contempt. So I've asked him several times, please just tell me who it is that told you. That I didn't ask or inquire about anything that was said. I just want to know who it was.
Now, Mr. Steele has indicated to us he does not believe that he can answer the question without violating his duty of loyalty and duty of confidentiality to his client. So he is being placed in a position where he's either going to jail or he's going to commit an offense that will put his license to practice law at risk. And that is an untenable position to be in. And Mr. Steele is a zealous advocate for his client, and he is simply trying to protect that duty of loyalty and duty of confidentiality, because if he answers your question, it is very reasonable to assume and likely that he will be facing a bar complaint that could result in a suspension or in the loss of his license. And so he's in a very, very difficult position where if we were able to have a full contested hearing with the benefit of witnesses and an impartial judge where you're a witness, then everybody could present their side of the story. And
I'm not doing that. The reason being is because that takes away the whole point of criminal contempt, and that is you do something, the court tells you to do something, order of the court, and you don't follow it. I didn't ask him to do anything illegal, immoral, unethical. I just asked him to tell me. I know what the privilege is. The privilege is the conversation. I didn't ask him about that. I wanted to ask him about who the person.
And
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Steele has indicated to us that he does not believe he can answer that question without also violating the privilege.
And it didn't end there. No, because Merchant also advised Judge Glanville that there were 25 attorneys from the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers that were right outside that courtroom that were ready to jump in to represent Mr. Steele. They were waiting in the hallway. Judge Glanville said, there's no room in that courtroom for all of them. Merchant apparently said, well, what about the jury box? Glanville said, no, basically not a chance, not putting them in there. Now, talking about support for a second, on X, there was a lot of support for Steele from the legal community. A lot of people felt he was in the right. But what happened? Well, the judge wanted to take a short break, which ended up being more than an hour, and court reconvened Monday night.
Mr. Steele, I am going to still hold you in summary criminal contempt pursuant to OCJ 15-1-3, subpart 3, for your failure to comply with my earlier order today. I'm going to order that you be taken into custody, incarcerated at the Fulton County Jail for no more than 20 days for this contempt. Those 20 days consisting of every weekend for the next 10 weekends. And you'll be reporting to 901 Wright Street Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318 at 7 p.m. on Fridays. You'll be released on 7 p.m. on Sundays. And it's to commence this Friday, June the 14th at 7 p.m. and not to end until Sunday, August the 18th at 2024 at 7 p.m., subject to further order of this court. And that will be entered and e-filed, and you may take whatever steps you and your counsel deem appropriate after that. Okay?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm going to file a notice of appeal, but for whatever reason that doesn't take, and you don't give a bond, then I'd ask that I can be with Mr. Williams and we work on our case all weekend, for all those weekends. Otherwise, I can't prepare. I speak with Mr. Williams all the time.
That's up to you, sir. I will, sir. If that comes to pass, you have my support. I will talk with our sheriff and we may be able to make that work. Okay.
So Glanville ended up signing an order holding Brian Steele in direct criminal contempt, demanding that he spend the next 10 weekends in jail. A motion to set aside the contempt was filed almost immediately, and in it, the attorneys reiterated what Steele had mentioned before, Georgia Bar Rule 1.6 regarding confidentiality. This is a lawyer shall maintain in confidence all information gained in the professional relationship with a client. But in a comment to the rule, it says, quote, Rule 1.6 applies not merely to matters communicated in confidence by the client, but also to all information gained in the professional relationship, whatever its source. So that's what they're relying on there, and why Brian Steele didn't have to reveal his source of information. The appeal also states, quote, hours after holding Mr. Steele in criminal contempt, the court stated that Mr. Steele can only purge himself of the contempt by telling the court from where he got information that he shouldn't have had. Thus, the court has imposed an illegal and inherently inconsistent punishment for this criminal contempt. Moreover, the court has involved himself in these proceedings, and thus, the court must recuse and allow these proceedings to be handled by a separate court. So just a wild and incredible turn of events in this trial, maybe not surprising given everything we've already seen so far in this case. And we shall see if Brian Steele is actually sent to the Fulton County Jail on Friday night. If so, he actually asked for the court's permission if he could share a jail cell with his client, Jeffrey Williams, so he can prepare his defense. The judge agreed. This is like my cousin Vinny, but in real life. Now, there are some who are speculating that there will be calls for Judge Glanville to recuse himself from the entire trial because everything is so tainted, and that could mean starting this whole process all over again. We'll see what happens. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time. More fallout over Sean Diddy Combs, from a producer who allegedly encouraged the rapper to confess, to a prestigious university cutting off its relationship with the music mogul, to a shocking theory from Suge Knight. We're going to break down some recent developments in the Combs saga. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey there, everybody. This is a Law and Crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. While Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is helping users file for compensation due to Google users' privacy issues surrounding Google Incognito. So if you've used Google Incognito anytime since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions at incognitoclaims.com/sidebar. More updates in the world of Sean Diddy Combs we want to bring you right now. As you may know, the rapper and music mogul is facing multiple lawsuits accusing him of sex trafficking, rape, violence, illegal weapons, and narcotics possession. His properties in LA and Miami were raided several months ago by Homeland Security agents reportedly pursuant to an ongoing human trafficking investigation out of New York. And while neither Combs nor anyone in his orbit have been arrested or charged in connection with that probe, and I want to be clear about that, it has been reported that witnesses may be brought forward to testify in front of a federal grand jury out of New York. Now, this is very important. This would be either to obtain an indictment or to get subpoenas that would be issued for documents or testimony. We can't obviously independently verify that this is happening. Grand jury proceedings are secret, of course, but these are what sources have told the media. Now, even if that is true, we don't know when this would be happening. We still don't have an idea of the timeline of this grand jury process. Reporting indicates that authorities may still be gathering information in this case, so they might not have it ready to actually present for an indictment. Now, I should tell you, if this is true, it does confirm what we've been saying, that investigators have probably been talking with a number of people, including possible Combs accusers. That's why we didn't see arrests on the day of the raids, and we didn't see arrests immediately. It takes time to build these kinds of cases. And again, we do not know what role Combs may be playing in this investigation. But investigators, they have to analyze what was taken from those properties during those raids. They have to interview people. They have to verify the information from witnesses, so this takes time. Okay, so with all of that as background, now let's talk some recent updates. And the first update we want to talk about concerns Kim Porter. This is the late ex-girlfriend of Sean Combs. And we talked a lot about Kim Porter on a previous sidebar, but she and Combs, they had an on-again, off-again relationship that started in the 90s. It picked back up in the early 2000s. They have 3 biological children together, but Combs has actually raised one of Kim Porter's children that she had with another individual. One of their biological children is Christian Combs, who is actually named in one of these lawsuits. He has been sued for sexual assault by a former steward on a yacht that Sean Combs apparently chartered. We also covered that in another sidebar. Now, sadly, Porter died in 2018 from what authorities concluded was lobar pneumonia. Her name actually came up relatively recently in a new lawsuit that was filed by another Combs accuser, April Lampros. One of her allegations is that Combs forced her and Porter to take drugs and have sex with each other in front of Combs, and that Porter led to her being fired from her job. Now, while that case works its way through the courts, we want to talk now about a different update, and it concerns Porter's father, 78-year-old Jake Porter. He spoke out to Rolling Stone about Combs, broke his silence, and more specifically, he talked about that horrifying video published by CNN, the video purportedly from 2016 allegedly showing Combs in just a towel savagely beating and dragging his ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura in an elevator bank at the Intercontinental Hotel in LA. Horrible video taken from surveillance footage. It's a video that is incredibly disturbing and hard to see. So Jake Porter told Rolling Stone, quote, "You can say I was disgusted with the video and I wouldn't treat my enemy like that. It was despicable. I couldn't believe it. I was in Vietnam and I wouldn't do that to my enemy." Porter explained that while he never witnessed the rapper become violent with his daughter, it now, quote, makes him wonder what may have been going on. Quote, "I didn't know he could stoop that low. I imagine it surprised a lot of people. I wouldn't even do a dog like that. My heart goes out to Cassie." And he added that the reason his daughter and Combs broke up was because even though she loved him, she, quote, just couldn't live with him. "I think he was a very jealous person. They both loved each other. Kim's love was legitimate. Puffy's love, I don't know what he calls love, you know what I mean? I really don't think he has any idea what love is." And by the way, Jake Porter's comments, they echo a number of people who watched that video and were shocked by what they saw. And let's not forget, Cassandra Ventura came out after the release of that video and said, "This is what it takes for people to believe what I was saying." And here's the thing, arguably just as shocking as that video was Combs' apology 2 days later on Instagram.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life, sometimes you gotta do that. I was f***ed up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
And we have covered this as well on Sidebar before, but him seemingly admitting that that was him on tape doing this could be very problematic for him, because while it doesn't seem he's going to be hit with state charges since time ran out to bring assault charges in LA, the statute of limitations ran out, there is this ongoing federal probe. Could this not be used as a piece of evidence in a larger sex trafficking case if we're talking about violence or threats of violence to coerce people into commercial sex acts, which, by the way, Cassandra Ventura had alleged in her prior lawsuit against Combs before she ended up settling with him. But aside from the potential legal consequences, there has been even more fallout for Combs after that video, which brings me to another update. Howard University, the private, historically black university out of Washington, D.C., has revoked its honorary degree it awarded Sean Combs back in 2014. The university's board of trustees released a statement saying, quote, Mr. Combs' behavior as captured in a recently released video is so fundamentally incompatible with Howard University's core values and beliefs that he is deemed no longer worthy to hold the institution's highest honor. This acceptance revokes all honors and privileges associated with the degree. Accordingly, the board has directed that his name be removed from all documents listing honorary degree recipients of Howard University. And by the way, I have to say, if that video that we've been talking about wasn't so clear as it is, I think it's a fair argument to make that Sean Combs may not have even come out and apologized for that. I think that's a fair assessment. But because that video was so clear, you could say, did he have no kind of choice? If it was grainy, is it possible he would have denied it like he's denied the allegations in the past? Would his attorneys have denied it? Would Howard University have revoked this degree? It's an important question. But given how clear that video is, something to think about. But by the way, this just continues the fallout for Combs in the wake of this video, in the wake of the lawsuits, in the wake of the raids. While not providing a reason, America's Best Eyeglasses announced it will no longer carry Sean John. They've pulled the frames from their retail stores and their website. Sean John, of course, is the fashion label created by Combs in the late 90s. The tuition-free charter school co-founded by Combs, Capital Preparatory Harlem, it ended its partnership with him. Hulu had reportedly been working on a reality show about Combs and his 7 children. That project was thrown out back in December. Combs reportedly stepped down as chairman and sold shares of Revolt TV. CNN reported that fitness powerhouse Peloton has removed Combs' music from its platform. And talking about that, back in April, Billboard reported that airplay of Combs' songs was down significantly overall. City of New York reportedly considering taking back the key to the city that was given to Sean Combs in September of last year. So clearly a fall from grace for Sean Diddy Combs. But now we move on to another update. Now, clearly, given the allegations against Combs, there are those who have made comparisons to disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly. R. Kelly was convicted and sentenced to decades behind bars for sex trafficking, racketeering, and child sex crimes. But again, need to emphasize that Combs has not been criminally charged or even found liable with respect to any of these allegations. These are just allegations at this point. However, Dream Hampton, the executive producer of the 2019 doc-series Surviving R. Kelly. She also produced a new documentary called It Was All a Dream that features clips of Sean Combs. Well, she claims that she reached out to Combs after Ventura sued him back in November 2023, that lawsuit alleging sexual assault, sex trafficking, sexual slavery. Remember, that lawsuit is what basically got the ball rolling on everything we're talking about. Well, Hampton apparently wanted Combs to come clean about everything. Quote, I reached out to him because I know that I'm someone that he'll listen to. And I said, Puff, I'm not trying to Olivia Pope you at all. I think that you're done and that it's time to tap out. And while she says, look, I hadn't seen him been violent before, she says that's very natural because men wouldn't beat their partners in front of other people. Hampton claims she followed up with a voice note to Combs. Quote, what you need to do, what we need, what we've needed really since Mike Tyson raped Desiree Washington is one of y'all mother effers to just say, I did this and I'm going to spend the rest of my life, and that includes financial restitution, trying to make this right. She continued, quote, I was like, this is a Sisyphean struggle that women are involved in. The so-called Me Too movement, the rock is coming down. And this whole Johnny Depp, Russell Simmons, deny, that's not even an option for you, Puff. Nobody is going to believe you. You're loathed already. So you actually have an opportunity here to enter into a different paradigm. Very interesting take from Hampton there. From a legal point of view, it's not surprising he didn't admit to anything. Again, these are all allegations, but even if he did do everything, he's trying to fight this in the court of law. So he wouldn't have an advantage to ultimately admit this, especially if he felt that if he admits to one, more lawsuits would come down the pipeline. But anyway, that's the legal point of view. From an ethical, moral point of view, that's a different question. Now, there have been all different kinds of reactions to the Combs saga. And that includes those who have not missed an opportunity to go after Sean Combs. And one of those people is rapper 50 Cent, who has this ongoing feud with Combs. Netflix, by the way, has also acquired apparently a docuseries that has been produced by 50 Cent that's all about Sean Diddy Combs. And he's talked about that before. And he has consistently been commenting on Combs after each one of these developments. So on X, after the raids, 50 Cent wrote, now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like that unless they got a case. When the Ventura tape got released and Combs put out that apology, 50 Cent wrote on Instagram, quote, this is not going to work. Who is advising him right now? SMH bad move. I'm shaking my head. Well, now 50 Cent apparently appeared at a comedy roast of Sean Combs. This was at the Dead Flamingo pop-up in Miami, Florida. Comics such as Lonnie Cox, Ricky Cruz, Drew Illa, they performed. It was actually designed to raise money for the National Domestic Violence Hotline. The event's host, Brittany Brave, said, quote, that Diddy is topical right now, so it made sense to join the conversation in a productive way. As for 50 Cent, he reportedly didn't get on stage or say anything, but he was there, taking pictures, passing out drinks. He posted this on Instagram, quote, yes, I was in attendance. I thought Puffy might show up because I saw Tom Brady at his, and then he has the emoji like shrugging shoulders. He didn't come. I had the shooters. And then he's got the film emoji. Get your mind out gutters, videographers. What? So he's seeming to suggest or joke around that he had shooters there ready to go if Combs had showed up, which is interesting because Combs reportedly is in Miami as all of this is going on. There have been photos and videos of him out and about recently, so kind of interesting to think about. All right, let me end this with one more update for you, and this concerns none other than Suge Knight, a very familiar character in Combs' world, a longtime rival, the founder of Death Row Records. Actually, he was mentioned in Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit against Diddy. So in her lawsuit, she says, quote, Miss Ventura was also exposed to the intense violence that pervaded Mr. Combs' rise to fame. For example, on one occasion when Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura were using drugs together in his home, one of his security staff barged in and announced that Suge Knight, a longtime rival of Mr. Combs, was spotted at Mel's Drive-In Diner in Los Angeles. Mr. Combs began to get dressed, retrieved multiple guns from a safe, and ran out of his home to where he believed Mr. Knight was dining. Miss Ventura became terrified and began to cry. Well, the former record executive currently sits behind bars and a 28-year prison sentence for manslaughter, but that hasn't stopped him from speaking out about Diddy. Now, we previously reported how he advised that Diddy should turn himself in, claimed that Diddy's life was in danger, and now he has a very interesting theory about what is going on. So on his podcast, Collect Call with Suge Knight, he does this from prison. He says, quote, "It's a lot of things that people have been knowing, and everybody gets judged differently. It shouldn't be a gray area when it comes to doing something right, doing something positive, or doing something for the community. That being said, naturally, Puffy been an FBI informant forever, as they would say. That's why it's different when it comes to him. Regardless of who gets hurt, all everybody been saying is Puffy, Puffy, Puffy. I think they shouldn't all blame everything on Puffy. His exes in the industry knew about it. Everybody in his crew knew about it. The B's he dates knew about it. Everybody knew about it. So don't push away from it now." So aside from the idea that Diddy is an FBI informant and is maybe getting some sort of protection, Knight does raise a very interesting issue in terms of if these allegations are true, who was involved? Who was complicit? Who knew? Who else could be brought into this, either as a witness or potential defendant? We don't know. But again, no arrests, no charges at the time of this recording. We will, of course, continue to follow more updates for you in the Sean Diddy Combs saga. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
I was blown away, to say the least. I mean, the stuff he'd come up with to try to get me back was sickening.
It is a bizarre and terrifying story out of Georgia. A woman's ex-husband is locked up, and Lifetime made a movie about her ordeal after he was convicted of pretending to be an intruder so he could attack her. She joins us to talk about that night, his case, and where her family goes from here. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We have got a different one for you right now. It is so strange, it is so harrowing, that it inspired a movie on Lifetime called Gaslit by My Husband, the real-life story of Morgan Metzer. So first, some background for you. Morgan Metzer met her husband, Rodney, in high school. They had a child in 2011 who sadly died just a few weeks after being born from a congenital heart defect. Eventually, they had twins, but their marriage was on the rocks. Rodney was a financial trader, had reportedly lost a large portion of his inheritance money. The relationship soured to the point where a divorce was finalized in December of 2020. But Morgan claims Rodney would stop at nothing to get her back, even allegedly faking cancer. You heard me right. Faking a cancer diagnosis, complete with documents, all to try to win her back, win her sympathy. But then, we fast forward to New Year's Eve 2020. The twins, their children, they were away. Morgan was home alone. And she awakes to find a masked man standing in her bedroom doorway, wearing some sort of voice distortion tool so that he sounded like something out of Batman. She says the intruder attacked her, beat her repeatedly with a pistol. She had a large black eye. And eventually, the culprit strangled her almost to the point of unconsciousness. The injuries that she was left with were brutal. A news release from the prosecutor's office talked about this in more detail. He zip-tied her hands, assaulted her, placed a pillowcase over her head, dragged her to the deck. He left her there face down, instructing her not to move until she heard a car honk. He told her she would be shot if she moved. Now here's the kicker. This masked intruder also reportedly told her that she was going to miss her kids and husband, which made Morgan very suspicious. A very weird thing to say about her husband, who just brings that up out of nowhere. Well, then, not too long after, Rodney shows up at the house. Yeah, his place was about 15 minutes away. He said someone had knocked on his door, yelled Morgan, so he came running to her house. But that is not what investigators say happened. No. Quote, after leaving his ex-wife tied up outside on the deck, Metzer went to his apartment, changed his clothes, and came back to her home, where he found her still lying face down, tied up outside. Evidence in this case was substantial. Investigators with the Cherokee Sheriff's Office located a handgun in the defendant's vehicle, zip ties in his apartment that were ultimately matched to the zip ties used to bind his ex-wife. Investigators also located surveillance video of the defendant leaving Lowe's Home Improvement carrying, you guessed it, a pack of zip ties, although he claimed he didn't know what zip ties were in an interview after his arrest. Surveillance video of the defendant coming home to his apartment and leaving a few minutes later wearing different clothing contradicted his claims of his whereabouts leading up to the assault. You know what other evidence they had? Internet searches. The defendant's cell phone and laptop revealed an internet search history that included the following: how long before you starve to death, how to change the sound of your voice, and how long it takes to choke someone unconscious.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So Rodney, he was arrested by police within a few hours of the attack, charged with a number of crimes, including kidnapping, home invasion, aggravated assault, family violence, sexual battery, false imprisonment, eavesdropping. So Rodney ended up taking a plea deal in August of 2021. He entered a guilty plea to 14 charges. He was sentenced to 70 years. Now, 25 of those years will be spent in prison, and the rest he has to serve on probation. So presumably, if he survives, he will be released one day. Now, this very twisted story, as I mentioned, was made into a made-for-TV movie. Jana Kramer of One Tree Hill fame, she stars as single mom Morgan Metzer as she lives through this harrowing experience. It's called Gaslit by My Husband, the Morgan Metzer story, premiered over the weekend. Well, joining me right now to talk about this is Morgan Metzer herself. Morgan, thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. First, let me just say, I'm so happy you're okay. I mean, that was an incredibly harrowing situation. When I was reading about your case, it's a miracle, you survived this. It's incredible to think about what happened. So let me just say, thank you so much for coming on. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm just happy you're safe and sound.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, too.
So you have to explain it to me. There's this movie that's premiering about your story, and it's great because your story is being told for the world. But I have to feel, is that kind of weird for you right now to see that happening, being played out, your story being retold in that way?
Well, some parts are a little strange to me. I guess more so the night of the attack and the parts of the movie are a little bit more triggering, I guess, for me. But other than that, I mean, it just feels invigorating to get my story out and to let women hear my story so they can possibly get out of certain situations that I was in earlier.
Have people come up to you and said, thank you for sharing this? I'm in a similar situation, or this was a kind of a wake-up call for me. Have you kind of seen that already as you have the ability to tell your story?
Yes. After everything kind of gets aired, say I have an interview or the movie or anything else like that, I will get flooded with messages, say on Facebook or Instagram. Some people find my cell phone number, but a lot of the women are constantly saying, yes, thank you so much for telling me your story. I was in the same situation. I wish I had known better. Or others would be like, I think I might be in that situation now, but thank you for telling me things to look out for. So yes, I get a ton of those, and then also just I'm happy that you're safe and we're praying for you.
Does it help you process the events in a way?
Well, I've talked about it since day one so many times, my story, that I feel like I've talked through it so much that not the emotion of it's out, but I feel like I've processed it already so much that it didn't emotionally mess with me as much as I expected it to. But they did a beautiful job with sharing my story, and that's exactly how I would have portrayed it. So.
How involved were you in the actual production of the movie and the story of the movie? How involved were you with that?
I was involved quite a bit. We set up a time to speak with the writers, the producers, and I kind of sat there and told them my story for a few hours, gave them some examples, kind of pieced everything together, and they had written up the first script. And when I got the first script, I read through it, and then they set up a second meeting to hear my input, say if I wanted a few things changed, or I wasn't comfortable with something, or I was comfortable adding more to it. So I was able to read the script, the first one and the rough draft, and they were able to really respect me and let me be heard, that I could, say what I was comfortable with putting in there.
And I hope, people watch it. I hope people read about your story because it's an important one to tell. What I was curious to ask you was, how do you tell this to your kids? How do you explain to them what happened here?
So my kids were almost 9 years old when this happened. When they were in Florida with my sister at the time, I had them stay there longer. They missed quite a bit of school so I could heal up and I wouldn't have bruises. And when I got them home, I sat them down and said, guys, when you get in trouble, there's always a punishment. If you've done something small or big, it just depends on the situation, how bad you get punished. And I said, well, Daddy has done something that's really bad, and unfortunately he has to get punished. But what he did was very, very bad, so he's going to be away for majority of your life. And I didn't go into details. I just pretty much said, Daddy hurt Mommy, but he still loves you guys very much. But we won't be able to see him at the time. But now that they're getting older, they ask for a little bit more information. So, they'll be like, well, how did he hurt you? I'll still explain it, not in big depth, but, they're 12 years old and they have Google. So, they look up things and they're starting to get a little bit more curious about it.
I can imagine how tough that is. Do they want to see him in prison? Have they had an opportunity to see them in prison? What can you tell us about that?
Well, he has a TPO against me. So if he reaches out to me or my family or any of my close friends, he will have his sentencing extended. So his parole will be taken away and possibly more years in prison. The kids don't really talk about him much. I think it's because they saw the abuse that I was given, and my son was also physically and verbally abused by him quite a bit. Randomly, they'll just say, what does Daddy look like again? And I'll say, do you want to see a picture? And they're like, no, it's okay. And we had the conversation about going to see him. And I said, guys, right now, you're under the age to make your own decisions. I said, but when you hit 18 years old, you can decide whether or not if you'd like to go see him. But until the meantime, Mommy has your best interest at heart. And I just don't think it's the best idea.
Stories like this one really make you wonder, how well do you know the people in your life? That is a scary concept to think about, but TruthFinder, our incredible sponsor and partner, may be able to help you out here. So TruthFinder is a service that can provide actual safety for you guys. And I say that because TruthFinder is one of the largest public record search services in the United States. Their whole goal is to help people like you learn about the people in their lives. And here's how it works. So you go on their website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. Make it easy. Type in Jesse Weber. When you do that, you type in my name, within minutes and a paid subscription purchase, you can access unlimited reports that can include information like phone numbers, location history, criminal and traffic records, including possible arrests, criminal convictions. I don't have those, but you get the idea. TruthFinder can be used to look up information about all different kinds of people. People you meet on social media, new dates, people you're selling to or buying to online, the parents of your child's friend. Look, you can never be too careful. We use it here on Law and Crime to research some of the cases we cover too. It's just a great, great tool. Now, here's the kicker. Right now, you can get 50% off of your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LC sidebar. Hope you check it out. You know, we kind of went through the backstory of it before we brought you on, Morgan. But when you look back and you think about what he did, does it still shock you? Or do you say, I go back to the relationship and I think this is something he was capable of doing?
It shocks me. I He was verbally abusive, but never did I think he'd ever be physically abusive. He was pro women not getting hurt. He wouldn't even watch a movie where women get abused. He was all about, just the complete opposite. Like, he was so protective, always made sure I was ready for any type of situation, say I was robbed or, anything like that. He was just so kind hearted. And it still blows my mind even when I think about it, because majority of relationship together since I was 14 years old has been kind, soft touch, nothing anywhere remotely close to giving that signal.
Can you talk to us more about the gaslighting component of not only the event in question, but also just during the course of your relationship?
Well, a lot of times during the gaslighting with narcissism, they tend to take there's this big picture and they tend to take small chunks at a time, which could be something very little. Say if he was having a bad day and he lost money, or he didn't make as much money as he wanted to, he would say, oh, it's because you were interrupting me, it is your fault, or you came into my office. And he would end up putting that on me, so I would feel like, okay, well, I caused this. And then it may be another situation or scenario where, example, the kids have a bad day or do something wrong. They'll say, he'll say, well, you told them they could do that, don't you remember that? And I'm sitting in my head thinking, no, but I guess so. And so I would start to believe what he said. I mean, it's just so many little things. It's hard to remember all of them, but it's just a tiny bit that he would take away from me. And then it became a really big picture of, this is what he's doing. He's making me out to be the bad person. He's turned everyone against me, even certain parts of my family at that time, because he convinced them he was the good guy and I was the problem. And situations I look back now, I'm like, wow, that is not what happened. And I can't believe I was just, I guess, what's the word? Under a spell, pretty much, thinking it was all my fault.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that happens in a lot of relationships. You see that happening, not clearly to this extent. And I got to tell you, the fake cancer diagnosis was something that I had to read again to make sure I understood that properly. How did you find out that he was lying about that?
Well, he did really well. He came up with fake documents from doctors from Emory Hospital here in Atlanta. I mean, I really believed him. He had proof, but I guess, during the investigation, they were able to find that they were forged documents. So at that time, I was able to know that it was fake.
And you must have been shocked.
I was blown away, say the least. I mean,
Yeah.
the stuff he'd come up with to try to get me back was sickening. I mean, who lies about having cancer, especially when your brother died of cancer and your dad had cancer? Why would you do that?
And do you think that was what motivated him to attack you that day?
So the day he told me about his cancer, it was 2 days before New Year's Eve. So I think it was his last tactic to try to get me back. And I think he had a plan that if that didn't work, he would then attack me, because he had already been buying supplies per the investigation and finding them in stores and whatnot. It was his last attempt to try to get me back. And once that didn't happen, he pretty much walked away that day, pretty quiet, didn't say much until New Year's Eve is when he showed up.
How frightening was that moment for you? A masked intruder comes into your house, attacks you, ties you up. If I know that I really don't want to make you relive that moment, but if you can briefly describe it to us, what that was like for you.
It's so hard to describe that feeling. It was disheartening. It was just, I can't believe. I mean, I felt like I was invincible to all this. I never would have thought I would get robbed or mugged. And I just felt so alone and just scared and just outer body experience, really. I felt like I was pretty much watching it at an outer body experience. It just, my heart felt like it was just crushed. I mean, just so many emotions were going through that it's really hard to explain, to be able to give somebody the picture of what it was.
There was a moment during that attack when he makes such an odd comment about, your husband, right? Thinking this is a stranger. Was that the aha moment to you? Wait a minute, I know who did this.
Yes, that was the aha moment. And at that time, I don't know how I came up with it, but I knew he wanted me. He was trying to get me back. So that's when I said, please don't hurt my husband. I love him very much. And that's when the whole tone of the room changed. You could tell. And that's when I definitely knew it was him because he was thinking in his head, okay, I'm getting her back.
And when you found out that was really him, what was your reaction?
Well, I never accused him of being, the attacker. When the detectives came in, and once again, it was because I had been so brainwashed thinking I'm the bad person. Okay, this night was my fault. That's what I'm thinking in my head. This was my fault. What did I do wrong to have somebody come and do this? So I never said anything because I felt like I was never heard and the finger was always pointed at me. But when the detective came in, he looked at me and he goes, that was your ex-husband. I know a narcissist when I see one. And as soon as he said that, I just broke down and started crying because finally somebody saw what this man truly is, and I didn't have to say it. I had somebody in my corner that was fighting for me.
With all the evidence, against him and buying the supplies, it was just, I'm not surprised he ultimately pled guilty and didn't really fight this. He was sentenced to 70 years. 25 of those will be spent in prison, but then the rest on probation.
Yep.
I know this is tough to think about, but 25 years is a long time from now. Do you ever envision a situation, and you do have young children together, but do you ever envision a situation where you would talk to him again? You would ever have him a part of your life? I mean, as you mentioned, you talked about the way he could potentially be a part of your kids' lives, but do you ever imagine that? Ever having him be a part of your life again?
Once he gets out?
Yeah.
I think it's inevitable. I am scared. I don't know if he's going to come out and try to finish what he did, or if he's going to come out, a different man, knowing what he did and paid, his dues and, hopefully might disappear in the wind at night, and I never see him again. But knowing his personality, that's not going to be that way.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid that I am going to have some sort of connection with him if my children want to have it.
Did he ever apologize, ever issue an apology for what happened?
He did in the courtroom. And when he spoke, I didn't really listen because everything he says is fake. So his apology, it was empty to me.
Morgan, I'm sure you've been told this before, but first time I get a chance to meet you, so I'm going to say it to you. You are incredibly powerful. And it's incredible to hear your story and hear how not only you survived this, but you've gotten some stronger over this and you're sharing this story with so many people. What is it you want people to know from this story? You talked a little bit about the importance of the movie, but overall, if you have a message for our viewers, our listeners, what would that be?
I guess thank you for that compliment. I really appreciate it. There's some days that I just don't feel like I'm powerful at all, and I just feel like I'm just weak at times. So I appreciate that. I guess my biggest thing since the beginning is women learning to speak to each other. Just this day and age, every woman wants to portray that they have the perfect life. They have the perfect husband, the perfect kids, the perfect house, the perfect car. It just, everything is perfect. And we're doing a disservice to each other as women, not speaking and opening up and sharing our daily lives, whether it's bad or good. There are good and you want to share it, but the more women can speak to each other, the more I feel like we can save each other. Because if you talk about certain things, someone goes, okay, that's not right. And it'll raise an eyebrow going, okay, well, maybe that wasn't okay. Maybe he is in the wrong, or maybe I am being abused. But if we keep being quiet with each other and trying to look like we're perfect, we're not going to help each other out.
No, that's a great point. That's a great point. And Morgan, I mean, thank you so much for sharing your story with me, but also our listeners and our viewers. I know this is going to help people who listen to it. And hopefully it can save somebody who's in a very similar situation. But from all of us here at Law and Crime, we're wishing you nothing but the best. All the best for you. All the best for your kids. Hopefully the movie is very well circulated. People see it. People hear this story. But Morgan Metzer, thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. And again, I'm so happy to see you're okay.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I do hope the movie raises awareness. And my next hope is to write a book. So
Oh yeah,
that could
let,
help.
let me, I wasn't sure about that. So you are going to write a book about this?
I want to write a book. So
Okay.
we're going to see. I want to see how it goes. If anybody reaches out or
Right.
kind of help me get the plan of the attack going. So, you know, it could be raise even more awareness, maybe give more signs, more tips to how to, you know, figure out whether or not if you're in an abusive relationship.
Well, I tell you what, if you end up writing a book about this, please come back on. Would love to continue the conversation about it because, again, I think it's such an important story to tell.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you having me on.
And that is all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
We heard the screams in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
Just do whatever you can to keep this monster behind bars.
It is a crime so horrific that it's hard to put into words. The mother and her 3-year-old son who were viciously attacked in a grocery store parking lot in the middle of the day. The boy didn't survive his devastating stab wounds. But police say they caught the alleged killer just minutes later with the knife still in her hand. We're discussing Bianca Ellis's arrest and bizarre arraignment with criminal defense lawyer Diane Menashe. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is a Law and Crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep, while Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is helping users file for compensation due to Google users' privacy issues surrounding Google Incognito. So if you've used Google Incognito any time since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions. Just go to incognitoclaims.com/sidebar. Well, you may have heard by now about this little boy who was butchered outside of an Ohio supermarket as his mother tried desperately to stop this apparently unprovoked attack. It is absolutely horrible. And there is a new video from an Ohio courtroom that shows the accused killer, Bianca Ellis, appearing to have absolutely no remorse for her action. 38-year-old Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son, Julian, were leaving the Great Eagles supermarket in North Olmsted, Ohio. This is outside of Cleveland. It was just the middle of the afternoon on Monday, June 3rd. Margot was loading groceries in the back of her car. Julian was sitting in the cart. And police have said that this appeared to be a random act of violence and that Ellis had no contact with Julian and his mom prior to this stabbing, which makes it just all the more eerie. There is graphic and disturbing 911 phone calls that started to come in to dispatch where you get a better sense of what was going on.
911, what is your emergency?
There's a lady with a knife stabbing somebody in the north.
Where?
The Giant Eagle.
She's stabbing somebody?
She's stabbing. She's walking
North
away
Olmsted
from
units, start responding to North Olmsted Giant Eagle. We have several calls of somebody with a knife trying to stab people.
Right there, stop.
Do you have a description of her?
Yeah, she's a black female. We got eyes on her. She's walking towards Lorraine.
Okay, she's outside now?
She's outside walking.
Okay.
With a knife in hand.
This is going to be a black female walking towards Lorraine Road with a knife.
Black shirt, black leggings.
All black? Is anybody injured?
Yeah, somebody's injured. I think this kid was stabbed in the mother's shoulder.
Okay, hold on a minute. Ma'am, don't hang up the phone. I'm just going to keep you on hold. I got to get an ambulance heading there, okay?
CPR is in progress as per one caller.
And you're not injured?
I am not injured. We heard the screams in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
Yes.
Now, before the attack, Ellis was allegedly seen on surveillance video outside of a thrift store holding the knife that police believe was used in that attack. North Olmsted detectives say that Ellis was inside the Volunteers of America thrift store where she took the knife. So in addition to a litany of assault and murder charges, Ellis also faces a theft charge for allegedly stealing that knife. Now, investigators say Ellis then allegedly spotted Julian and his mom inside the Great Eagle store. followed them into the parking lot, this all before the vicious stabbing. Body cam video from police on the scene just shows how absolutely chaotic this was.
5212, I'm behind medic 51. We're pulling in the lot.
Medic, come in here and relieve him.
Yeah, from back.
Medic, come in and relieve him of his chest compression.
You guys take it back. You got this shoulder.
Get mom out. Go take her to a car right now. Hey, somebody go get mom. She doesn't need to see this. Ready? There you go. Are you mom?
In there, buddy.
Where are you sitting? Hey, we need a second.
If you saw this, come to me. If not, you guys can clear the area. If you saw this, come to me. If you guys have nothing to do with this, go ahead and go home. Thank you very much.
You saw?
See this?
We were sitting right over there. We heard her screaming instantly right now.
So you didn't see the actual crime?
You didn't see the actual crime?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a great day, okay?
And the body cameras also caught the heartbreaking moment when Jared Wood, the boy's father, arrived in the parking lot.
Is that your son?
Yes.
Okay, come here. We're gonna have somebody take you to the hospital. All right? I can take it. Okay, we're gonna have you take you to the hospital. Okay?
I'm parked over there. No, you can leave your car over
Where's your keys at?
I have my keys right here.
Where's your car at?
I'm taking. It's the truck. There's parked facing this way. I'm taking him down.
Yeah, I'll be right there. I'll get your keys so you don't worry about it.
Witnesses recounted to officers what they say they saw happen.
And just stabbed.
Did she say anything?
No,
Anything?
I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off, and that's when everybody just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I got out. The one guy, he said, "What happened?" I said, "I don't know. I'm going to go look." I came about halfway, and I saw her trying to get away, so I hopped in the car and chased her down.
Okay.
To almost where that white building is.
Yeah.
That's when I called 911, and like literally 30 seconds later, you guys showed up.
Okay. All right, cool. So the kid was in the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
So from there, police hopped in a cruiser. They took off after the alleged attacker. They quickly found her. She lay on the ground while they arrested her. On the radio, you can still hear the chaos over at the grocery store.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
Slow down.
Hold on.
We're good.
All right. Yep.
Okay. You want me to go to the female or Giant Eagle?
Go to the female that's
Hey.
She's in the
first
3 rows farthest north.
Copy. I will be on.
You got a med kit?
Okay. You go around the side. You're good. Who's got a med kit in the front?
You gotta get her up.
We have a female in custody.
Are you bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere?
Female in custody, 1504.
Nice right there.
5217, I'm out.
Let's get her up. There you go, man.
Hold you up, okay? Grab your other arm.
11, do you have someone there with you?
We're going to lift you up, okay?
Stand up, okay?
1, 2, 3, stand up. Stand up. Come on.
In route. 14's in route with the exit.
All right, let's put her in the back of my
Hang
car.
on, I'm going to check her right here.
Let's go to Giant Eagle.
Okay.
Fire's been dispatched.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Walk her back this way.
52 LO3, I got 3 units. 1719 myself at Giant Eagle. In the parking lot, sort of aisle, if you got EMS coming. We don't have anything here. We're hit. Petro, out in the parking lot. We're out in the parking lot.
So what happened? Margot Wood was stabbed in the shoulder, expected to survive. Julian was stabbed multiple times in the head and the chest. He died at the hospital. Bianca Ellis was indicted on charges of aggravated murder, attempted murder, felonious assault, endangering children, tampering with evidence, misdemeanor theft. Arraignment was originally scheduled to be later this month, but that date was quickly changed to June 10th. In fact, the court record states, quote, defendant is ordered to be brought to the arraignment courtroom on Monday, June 10th, 2024 for arraignment by any means necessary. So clearly a lot to talk about in this case. And right now I want to bring on a special guest to talk about this. What is a really strange court proceeding, which we'll get into as well. Let me bring in Diane Menashe. She is a trial attorney in Ohio. Diane, so good to see you. It's been a minute since we have a chance to talk. Unfortunately, these are the circumstances. Before we even get into all of the legal components of it, what is just your overall reaction when you heard about this? Because this is your home state.
Good morning. Good to be here. It certainly seems on its face to be a mental health case, right? Just the sort of the randomness of the attack, using a knife is often indicative of a mental health case. And I think we're about to watch, or certainly Jesse, you're about to talk about her appearance at her initial arraignment. I mean, she even just her facial reaction, her blanketness, and then the reactions that she does have, the answers that she gave to the court, certainly indicative of a larger issue of mental health at play here.
Well, let's get into that. So I want to play some clips from Ellis's arraignment in the Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court. Ellis first appeared on video for the hearing, but didn't seem like she wanted to cooperate. Let's take a look.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ashlyn Carroll on behalf of Miss Ellis. We would like.
I'm going to ask her the questions.
Oh, sure.
Miss Ellis? Miss Ellis? Miss Ellis?
Yeah.
Please raise your head.
Where is it coming from?
I just need to ask you a few questions. I need to make sure you understand them. Do you have an attorney?
I'm looking for one.
Okay. Do you have the money or means to hire an attorney?
Repeat that.
Do you have the money or means to hire an attorney?
Possible.
Okay. Have you received and read your indictment?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've received it? Have you received it? Ma'am, just tell me whether or not you've received it, please. Miss Ellis, we'll be out of here in a few minutes. Just answer these questions. Miss Ellis, have you received your indictment?
What was her name?
Miss Ellis.
What was her name? The judge. What's the judge's name?
Russo.
Russo?
That's right.
Russo. Russo with an R?
Have you received and read your indictment? Yes or no? If you haven't received it, I'm going to send it over there. So you need to tell me that. Miss Ellis, why don't you want to answer these questions? All right, we'll come back to her when she's ready to talk to you.
Your Honor, could I just let the court know our office does represent Miss Ellis on another case, and
I understand.
there are some mental health issues, and I do believe they had been.
I'll come back to her.
Okay.
Do you understand on the indictment that the state has reserved the right to add the death penalty? Do you understand that? Have you read that? What's ASAP?
What's video court?
Your Honor, we would like to enter a not guilty plea for Ms. Ellis. We would like to waive a reading of the charges, waive any defects in time or manner of service. As I said, our office has reached out to the jail to get mental health services for Ms. Ellis. They were working with her on a previous case, and our social worker has gotten involved. So we would like to ask that counsel be appointed and that the public defender's office be one of those two attorneys, and ask for a reasonable bond.
Has she received the indictment? Have you discussed it with her?
I personally have not, but I do know attorneys from my office did go see her last week, and that there were some notable mental health issues.
Did they go with the indictment?
That I don't know.
Well, then how am I expected to arraign her?
I would like to waive that time period for her.
This could be a capital murder case. I don't think that's appropriate. So if somebody wants to go over there now and go over it with her, I'll hold it. So send somebody over there.
I'll reach out to the office.
Okay, we'll come back.
So, Diane, your initial impressions, because it seems like the judge really wants to make sure that Ellis understands what's going on here.
Absolutely. Particularly, as the judge has said, this could be a capital case. You know, in Ohio, given the age of the victim, it does meet one of the aggravating circumstances under the statute for which the state could seek the death penalty. And it's even clear from the audio and the video of that hearing that the state has already elected or reserved the right to later seek the death penalty. So I think the judge is just being very cautious and making sure that she's been read the indictment, and if she waives reading, that she's first been given the opportunity to either read it or have it read to her.
So we're going to play more clips, but before I do, people will look at this and say she's playing with the court. She's in the what we say in the legal community, malingering, you know, faking what's going on. But you heard her attorney say there's some serious mental health issues. What's your initial impression of seeing her behavior on that?
You know, and as I listen to it, I certainly know, as you've just said, a lot of people are like, oh, she's just malingering. You know, she's trying to tee this up, if you will, to be a mental health case. I would say actually that hearing her and the delays in her pause, it actually doesn't seem as if she's malingering. She's literally not comprehending. I think there's certainly a difference there. Also, interestingly, Jesse, the public defender indicates that they represent her on another matter. I looked at the docket last night. There are no other pending cases against her in Cuyahoga. And interestingly, she has no cases whatsoever on the clerk of court site under her name. So if this is her first sort of, you know, experience in the criminal justice system, and it's and add mental health to that, it could really be just a comprehension issue.
So I want you to pause that, because we looked into reporting about her past criminal history, and it is something. So we'll get to that in a minute. But before we do, after those attempts to arraign Ellis virtually, the judge had opted to have Ellis brought to the courtroom so they could, you know, kind of straighten out whether Ellis actually had seen and read and understood that lengthy indictment against her. And when Ellis answered the judge's questions, she kind of whispered. Let's watch.
Hello, Miss Ellis. Do you have an attorney? You do? Do you have the money or means to hire an attorney? Have you received your indictment? Okay. Have you read it? You have not read it. Okay. We have a copy here. You can read it. You don't want to read it. Are you willing to accept that the public defender has read it to you? I'm sorry. You asked her not to. Well, but she did read it to you, correct? She didn't read it to you. Okay, well, we can read it in open court.
Now, before we get into that, the judge ended up reading the indictment, and our YouTube viewers, and I'm going to show you this, I want you to watch Ellis's face, because they say she appears to laugh at what's going on. Take a listen.
It's a 10-count indictment. Count 1 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did purposely and with prior calculation and design cause the death of J.W. 10/29/2020. The state of Ohio reserves the right to seek a superseding indictment containing the appropriate 2929.04A aggravating circumstances specifications. And so you understand that means the state is reserving its right to add a death penalty specification. Count 2 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, that the defendant did purposely cause the death of J.W. 10/29/2020. Count 3 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did cause the death of J.W., date of birth 10/29/2020, as a proximate result of the offender committing or attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree, to wit, felonious assault, Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.11A1, and or endangering children in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2919.22B2. Count 4 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did knowingly cause serious physical harm to J.W. on date of birth 10/29/2020. Count 5 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did torture or cruelly abuse J.W., date of birth 10/29/2020, a child under 18 years of age, and furthermore, the violation resulted in serious physical harm to J.W., date of birth 10/29/2020.
So she's talking about this 3-year-old boy. You can see why people are very bothered by Ellis's behavior. What's your take on it?
Well, not to play quarterback psychologist here, Jesse, but we do know from the DSM that inappropriate laughter is a symptom of bipolar disorder. You know, it's a symptom that she's actually in a manic episode. And so when I saw that and her reaction at that moment, which clearly inappropriate at that time and place, it seemed just symptomatic of exactly what we've been talking about, is this larger mental health issue, and specifically bipolar disorder, which can have these, you know, highs and lows and associated with it.
Are we talking potentially, and again, this is kind of maybe premature, are we talking in the insanity defense here? Because, again, we'll keep in mind some things I'm about to share with you about her past, but is that what we're talking about potentially?
You know, I think based on what I've seen, certainly her attorneys, I would anticipate, will explore an NGRI case, an insanity defense, and also certainly just a competency too, whether or not she's competent to assist in her own defense.
Even competent to stand trial, understanding what the charges, understanding the whole process.
Exactly.
So during all this, Jared Wood, Julian's father, who I mentioned was at the scene before, he's standing in the back of the courtroom. You can feel the tension. I can't imagine the self-control that he had. He was allowed to make a short statement to the court.
I have now read the indictment to you. Do you wish to enter a plea of not guilty?
Sí.
Pardon me?
Sí.
What's saying mean? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I understand the victims are represented and they want to make a comment before I set bond. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Could you start with your name?
My name is Jared Wood, father of deceased, husband of Margot. Your Honor, that day, 1 week ago, she took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son, or anything that my wife and I, even our other kids, are going through. It's horrendous. But I really wish no bail, period, or extend it to the max limit possible that you can, at the very least. Just do whatever you can to keep this monster behind bars.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you would like to say?
That'll be it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It's incredibly heartbreaking. Think about how he can even just stand there. The judge finished up the hearing, sending Ellis back to jail on a $5 million bond. Let's take a look.
Is there anything else before I pronounce bond?
Your Honor, we would just ask that you consider assigning the Public Defender's Office, recognizing this is not our number. We did represent her at the first appearance unit. I did meet with her on Friday. We have had contact with her family and begun working on the case. Thank you, Your Honor.
When the original bond was set out of Unity Court, the bond was set at $1 million, and it was before the passing of one of the alleged victims. I do not believe that bond is appropriate given the change in circumstances and the allegations that are contained in this indictment. Bond is set at $5 million, cash, surety, or property. GPS, no contact with any surviving victim or victim's family, DNA order. Judges John Russo, pretrial June 17th at 9 a.m. I'll assign counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Diane, right decision?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's indigent. She was found indigent after the hearing, so she doesn't have the ability to pay for counsel. So really, a $1 million bond is as good as a $5 million bond in this case, because in Ohio, you post 10%. But absolutely the right decision, particularly given that the state has noticed it could be a capital case. $5 million is certainly not out of the norm and seems appropriate.
Now, before we even get into her history, because this is pretty shocking, just going back to the potential defense in this case, with insanity, she would have to establish that she really couldn't perceive right and wrong here and that she couldn't appreciate her actions. Do you think that's a tough bar? But based on what you've seen so far in this case, you think there could be something to explore there?
Certainly something to explore, and something that must be explored by her defense counsel, just given what we already know and the nature of the facts. But I have to tell you, Jesse, incredibly high bar to meet.
Right.
You know, I've 26 years and I've done over 40 capital cases, and literally in one capital case, I've had a successful NGRI defense. Just incredibly hard. Certainly competency, you know, whether she's able to assist in her own defense and understand the nature and objectives of the proceedings, lower bar. Of course, though, Jesse, as you know, there's that restoration piece. If she's found not competent, you know, then she would be sent to a psych facility and they would try to restore her to competency. Right. But NGRI, insanity defense, such a high bar.
I just have to bring that up because it seems to me, given the surveillance footage, given a surviving witness, given potential other witnesses, other defenses might be kind of limited here to say she didn't commit the crime. But now I want to walk you through something. So stay with me here about what led to this incident. And this is, I want you to tell me, if taking everything is true, if this is a failure of the justice system. Let me talk about it. So Ellis claims that she is killed before. According to police documents, Ellis had a warrant for violating her probation. This was out of Rocky River Municipal Court out in Ohio. It was related to a May 2023 theft charge. Somehow, she ended up in California, where Kern County deputies issued warrants for her back in February because she was accused of 3 counts of battery on a person. Now, despite that, she came back to Ohio. She ended up in a women's shelter. An official at that shelter called Cleveland police because Ellis said she wanted to confess to murdering someone in Bakersfield. Now, according to the report, quote, she states the victim was a white female, approximately 5'6", 150 pounds, and that she was a bartender who worked at a bar. Ellis claimed that she dumped the body in an unknown area and she wasn't sure if anyone had ever found it. Now, you might be saying, oh, maybe she's making this up. Well, apparently, police out in Bakersfield, California said they had some unsolved homicides that may match up to what Ellis described. But there wasn't enough to arrest her, name her as a suspect, and they weren't going to go to Ohio, travel to Ohio, to pick her up on those battery charges. So the Cleveland police report also stated that Bianca had told officers if she was not taken to jail, she was, quote, going to murder someone at the shelter, and that she also said she wanted to kill someone and eat their flesh. Now, apparently, North Olmsted police refused to pick her up on that probation violation warrant. So what ended up happening? Well, at this point, Cleveland police took Ellis to a hospital for mental health evaluation. And apparently she had been sedated after fighting with the staff. It's not clear how long she was in that hospital. But not long after that, she finds herself in Florida. She's arrested for refusing to leave a hotel. She made her way back to Ohio after getting out of jail, comes back to Ohio, where she reportedly was arrested just days before this attack on the Woods. A judge released her and said he didn't have enough reason to believe that she was a danger, no reason to really keep her held up. And then she allegedly commits this horrific attack on a 3-year-old and his mother. Is this a failure? Diane.
Yes, it's a failure, but I think there's some context to add to it. One of the things that really sticks out to me is she's on probation for a misdemeanor offense, right? Municipal court here is misdemeanor level offenses. So she's not on probation for a felony offense, which does take a different sort of light to the question about, is it a failure? What I have to tell you is I think it's a failure of just basically an understanding of mental health. And that's even true in our criminal justice system. And what you've just talked about is a prime example of that. That super aggressive behavior, that manic back and forth, the traveling, those sort of statements that she's making that are the grandiosity of, I've killed someone, I put them here, I've done this. I mean, that's all indicative of severe, manic episode of bipolar. What I think, though, Jesse, is one of the things the court probably considered that we aren't hearing about yet is what that assessment that she had or that inpatient treatment that she had, what was the outcome of that, right? Did she leave properly medicated? Was she supposed to be continuing her medication? We could presume yes. Of course, we know that, someone with mental health is dependent on their medication, and should they stop taking it? Well, I mean, that's a real issue. But yes, it's a failure, but I think there's some context to add to it. I think it's just such an understanding by our country, our criminal justice system, everyone about the severity of mental health.
And real quick, Diane, do you think that this is a case where her attorneys would try to work out a deal, life in prison as opposed to, the death penalty?
Certainly, if they aren't able to do an insanity defense, then absolutely. Under Ohio law right now, aggravated murder is life in prison without the possibility of parole. There's no other sentencing option for ag murder here right now. So if they do ultimately indict her for the death penalty, I would absolutely presume, based on the facts of the case, that her attorneys will try to work out a plea just as you've described.
Let me wrap all this up by not focusing so much on Ellis, but now focusing on Julian. There is a GoFundMe page for Julian. It's raised more than $260,000. A funeral was held over the weekend with a procession that the organizers called a memory line. The family asked for people to wear the color green and dinosaurs, which was Julian's favorite. Really, really sad, horrible case. Diane Menashe, thank you so much for coming on, breaking down the law with us, giving some context to it. We'll continue to follow it, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. There is no shortage of developments in the ongoing legal saga of Sean Diddy Combs. And as allegations of sexual abuse and sex trafficking emerge, we want to get perspective from none other than renowned predator catcher himself, Chris Hansen. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey there, everybody. This is another Law and Crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastroparesis or other side effects after taking Ozempic or another GLP-1 weight loss medication? The Ozempic lawsuits allege that the drug can lead to severe intestinal blockage and persistent vomiting, and that manufacturers allegedly failed to provide adequate warnings about these risks. Well, True Law, one of our legal sponsors, is helping those injured file a claim through an experienced attorney who can help ensure your claim is thoroughly presented. Visit glp1case.com/sidebar to answer less than 10 questions and check your eligibility to file a claim. We have covered almost every aspect of the ongoing legal saga of Sean Diddy Combs, from the multiple lawsuits filed against him alleging sexual abuse, sex slavery, sex trafficking, violence, illegal narcotics, weapons possession, to the raids on his properties by agents from Homeland Security reportedly pursuant to an ongoing human trafficking investigation, to the release of a video from 2016 purportedly showing Combs savagely beating and dragging his ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura in a hotel hallway. Or how about the fact that it's being reported that witnesses may soon be testifying in front of a federal grand jury in New York, not to mention all of the fallout for Sean Diddy Combs, whether it be Howard University rescinding his honorary degree, him essentially stepping down from Revolt TV, Hulu reportedly canceling production of a reality show of him. And by the way, airplay of his songs across the radio significantly down since all of this came out. And there's a lot more we can get into, but there is a lot to discuss with the Sean Diddy Combs saga, and there's a lot to break down. And although we have spoken to a number of experts on this story, there's one person we have not spoken to yet, someone who has a deep understanding of sex crimes and sex crimes allegations, renowned predator catcher Chris Hansen, host of Takedown with Chris Hansen on True Blue, host of the podcast Predators I've Caught with Chris Hansen, and Chris Hansen joins me right now. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
Good to see you, Jesse. I'm great. Thank you.
We brightened up the studio since the last time we were here. Yeah, we're trying to make this as perfect as possible for you. I can't believe we haven't talked about this.
Well, I know. It's such a compelling issue. And you got to remember that the Southern District of New York, right, which is looking into this, is the same office that looked into Peter Nygaard, another huge predator we've investigated. Homeland Security was also involved in R. Kelly. I mean, there's so much evidence here. It seems very unlikely that Diddy is going to escape this one. They've got a lot. And you know, we saw the video. Well, the statute of limitations is run out, but that impacts the aggressiveness of federal agents.
There was something about that video that changed everything.
Oh,
and I think Cassandra Ventura said it. She goes, I wish it didn't take that video for people to believe my story.
It was violent. It was upsetting, predatory. It was just violative in every single way. I mean, to keep on beating viciously this defenseless woman in a hotel, and how he got away with it then, that's the question. I mean, obviously this stuff has been going on for a decade or more. And you can say all you want about the environment of hip hop and rap and record producers and people who are around them know what they sign up for. These are crimes, violent, predatory crimes. And I wonder how it is he got away with it for so long. Intimidation, keeping people quiet and buying them off, I'm sure had a part to it.
Well, in her complaint, there was the allegation that he bought the tape. And what was interesting about it was her accounting of what happened to her in that hallway is almost identical to the video. So it does give credence to what her allegations were.
And why would you not believe her?
Right.
I mean, yes, she reached a settlement in civil court, and you can't blame her for that. But that doesn't hold him immune from criminal prosecution, as you know, being a lawyer yourself.
Right.
It's not going to protect him. And so right now, I'm based upon everything I'm hearing from federal sources, and I spoke with, people close to the Homeland Security Department just minutes before I sat down with you. There is a very aggressive investigation. They're in no rush because they know where he is. They're going to do this right, and they're going to keep chipping away at it and have a grand jury and have witnesses in front of the grand jury. And I can virtually predict without fear of contradiction, there will be indictments in this case.
They didn't give you a timeline of when that would happen.
No. And that's difficult to get, and grand juries are their own beasts with prosecutors bringing witnesses and evidence in front of them. But he's in trouble. And there's all this talk about, was he a cooperating witness for the FBI or some other?
Well, Suge Knight said that.
I mean, Suge Knight said it, and so you got to consider the source. Although, Suge Knight would know, theoretically, right? And maybe that could explain why he stayed out of trouble for so long. But even if he was, and I can't confirm that he was, or say that he wasn't, that's not going to keep him out of trouble in this case, for sure.
So, I mean, that's the question. A lot of people are wondering, why is it taking so long? Why wasn't he arrested? They had to collect everything from the house. They speak to witnesses. Do you think it's the main accusers in these lawsuits that are going to be the star witnesses of what could be a potential federal case, a federal sex trafficking case against, a potential case against Sean Diddy Combs? So, by the way, he hasn't been charged. He hasn't been arrested. He hasn't been found liable.
I totally think that, and here's why. If you look at these past cases, the civil lawsuits often come before the criminal investigations and the criminal charges. So it would be a derelict of responsibility for Homeland Security to not pay attention to this evidence that comes out there from these civil cases. It would be wrong if they didn't take a look at it. I mean, the evidence is strong, it's compelling, the crimes are offensive, violent, and as I said, predatory. So they have to take a look at it. And I was told earlier on that they kept this so close to the vest, Homeland Security, when they raided Diddy's residences, there were agents on that raid who didn't know whose home they were raiding.
Oh, wow.
That's how tightly held this was. So this has been going on a while, and they've kept it under wraps.
There's so many things I want to ask you about that. First of all, would you agree that the way they conducted those raids was not abnormal? I mean, given
Not
the
given
subject matter and the circumstances?
not given the fact that you've got somebody who's talked about weapons, who's you know, by many accounts has weapons around, who's had violent behavior. You don't know who's in there. You don't know what you're going to walk into. So they went in heavy.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything wrong with the way they conducted those raids. I just don't.
And by the way, going back to that video from 2016, you know, I've talked to experts about that. He might not be charged with assault in California, but that could be part of the case that they're building.
Absolutely. And it could be, as you know this better than I do, when you have incidents like that in somebody's past, they can be introduced as evidence in trial for other crimes.
Right.
It's past actions. We saw the whole dust up in the Weinstein case over that very issue, similar acts testimony. So it could very well be used, number one, in the grand jury, and number two, at trial someday.
Yeah, because if you're talking about sex trafficking using force or coercion to force
what
people
more
into
do you
commercial...
need to see than to show somebody's state of mind?
Were you shocked that he issued that apology? Because, first of all, let's be clear. He doesn't issue it years ago.
No.
He doesn't admit to it years ago.
No.
He only admits it when the statute of limitations ran. But like we were talking about, he could still be, that video could be used against him. Weren't you shocked that he apologized for it?
I am in two different ways. One, it was a feeble apology.
Right.
And it was more self-serving than anything else. Two, I got to believe he did it without consulting his lawyer first, because any defense lawyer would say, let's hold off on this and figure out what our strategy is going to be. So I'm shocked on two levels.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to apologize, go out and say it. You know, Cassie, I'm sorry, I was a bad human being. You know, this was wrong on every level.
But he denied it for so long. He denied all the allegations, and then this comes out.
The apology gets him nowhere in the court of public opinion, and it hurts him in the court of law.
If that video wasn't so clear, if it was grainy, if you couldn't tell what was going on, I would put Vegas money down that he would not have issued that apology.
I guarantee it. It was just offensive and shocking on every level, and there's no way around it. And that's why you're seeing, you know, the university give back the $1 million. That's why you're seeing these other projects being canceled. He's dead in the water right now. Nobody's going to touch him.
But I do want to be clear about something. Just because that video, he admits to that, it doesn't necessarily make everything else that's being alleged about him true, right? And one of the things that happens is when you're dealing with very high-profile individuals, you know, the lawsuits one after another. And the timing of it, you could say, if one person comes out, the other people feel comfortable finally to be able to go after such an important and powerful individual like him. The other way of looking at it is they could look at it as he is characterized as a cash grab.
People are jumping on the bandwagon.
And what do you take of that?
Well, I think there's always going to be some jumping on the bandwagon, and there will always be opportunists. But I think in this particular situation, the prosecutors are going to have a vast menu of criminal activity from which to pick and put in the indictment.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot there, and they're not going to have trouble picking the most relevant and important crimes to prosecute him with.
We did a sidebar on what the potential charges could look like, whether it was sex trafficking or racketeering or guns charges or narcotics. When I read these lawsuits, though, and one of the reasons I was very excited to talk to you, other than the fact that I love talking to you, this behavior, the idea of forcing people into commercial sex act. These are the allegations. The freak-off sessions. I mean, one of the things from Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit was that he forced her to have sexual relations with men while he watched and pleasured himself. In your experience in your career, is that consistent with other behavior you've seen from people before?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, we see repeat offenders all the time, and when people get away with certain behavior, they will test it again. We had a guy we caught in a sting in Ohio 18 months ago, right? He was a guy who drove from Indiana. He wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old girl while the father watched. than watch the father have sex with the girl. Now, these were all undercover, detectives and deputies, but we watched it play out on camera. Yesterday, I find out that this same man who's left Indiana, is living in Ohio, was charged again being on the same website trying to ignite a romantic relationship with another underage girl. And so now he's going away forever. He should have gone away forever the first time, but now he's going to go away for a long time. Diddy, once charged, and if in fact he's convicted of these crimes, he could be facing, a long stint in prison.
And these allegations, if you take them in the whole, they're coming back from the 90s.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, how, if this is all true, if he's ultimately charged and ultimately convicted, how did this go on for so long? Who knew about it? Who knew what? I actually believe that a lot of people didn't come forward either because A, they're cooperating with the government, they're they're providing information, were subpoenaed, or they're afraid to come out.
Well, I think this world, some inhabitants of this world, hip hop, rap, or whatever, were able to have this sense of impunity because they could control the people in their circle. They were giving them money. They were intimidating them with power and weapons and drugs and everything else. And I think for a long time there's a sense, well, if I give him up, I'm going to be giving myself up. So I better not say anything because this is kind of how I'm getting my money.
Yeah.
And little by little, this behavior escalates to a point that people are going to say enough is enough. And that's what's happening here.
Yeah, and again, look, these are allegations at this point. I am curious to see if there will be charges and when there will be charges if it ultimately happens. But, you talk about the other people that knew. Christian Combs, his son, has already been facing his own lawsuit for allegedly sexually assaulting a steward on a yacht. And in that lawsuit, the lawyer who filed on behalf of the plaintiff uses very colorful language, but basically said the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And taking everything is true, taking all of it is true. If that's really a situation where his son is engaging in similar behavior, in your experience, do you see that pattern of behavior passed in a family line like that?
I interviewed a predator we caught last week who showed up in our sting, having done 7 years in prison for sexually assaulting his girlfriend's 13-year-old daughter back in 2002. Talked to him in great detail. He's going away for a long time now, but it turns out his son, who's in his early 30s, is in prison right now for assault with intent to commit murder of his girlfriend. So you do see this, and not in every case, and there are children of bad guys who, are marvelous human beings who do very well in life.
Yeah.
But sometimes you see it, yes.
I was wondering how they're going to be able to prove it, and a clear part of it is the witness testimony, is the testimony from the survivors.
I also wonder big picture, and you know about this being a lawyer yourself. It's going to come down to a point where does he take some sort of plea, wrap this up into one hefty sentence, and say, okay, enough's enough, and the kids go, and I'm going to go do 20 and try to get out, by the time I'm in my 70s.
Well, look, he's actively fighting the lawsuits, and we know lawsuits are very different than charges.
Right. Well, he's throwing money at him, but money's not going to last forever, even if you're as rich as Diddy.
His legal arguments are good, though. I've looked at some of them, and I've said he actually makes good legal arguments where some of these cases could be tossed. But again, these are the lawsuits, not the charges. So we would see if a deal would be on the table and he would accept it. But I imagine, one of the things that shocks me about this, and the allegation was from the Rodney Jones lawsuit, his former producer, claims that Diddy has tapes of all
Well, that's why they went so heavy into
that?
the house. I think that's why they went heavy into the house,
Right.
because obviously he kept evidence, voyeuristic evidence, for his own pleasure, or at least that's the allegation. And so if they find any of those things, it's the best evidence you could possibly have. This was taken by the defendant of illegal crimes committed by the defendant, whether it's sexual assault, regular assault, or human trafficking, making somebody do something with somebody else. It's serious.
Why would so maybe it could be.
Well, they want to relive it. They want to relive
yeah.
it. This is their thing. They've done so much in their perverted life that it escalates into knowing they can't do this all the time, so they take video of it so they can relive the thrill of having done it the first time.
Yeah.
It's psychotic.
Yeah. So all in all, you believe charges are on the horizon. You believe
I
it's going
don't
to be
see how he gets out of this without criminal charges.
Is there any way?
I mean, this train is down the tracks.
Yeah.
And a fair ways down the tracks. Now,
where does it lead? What are the ripple effects of this being?
Well, I think it's going to make people in that industry look over their shoulders and start thinking, geez, what party was I at? People are going to start distancing themselves from alleged bad actors in this business. And I think it's going to change the culture at some point of how some folks behave.
What a saga.
Oh,
right? My gosh.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, Jesse, here's a guy who really had the world by the tail.
Yeah.
I mean, money, influence, creative freedom, kingmaker, prince maker, queen maker, princess maker, and now this. And it looks like he's going to face serious criminal charges, if not go to prison.
Chris Hansen, we're going to continue to follow it, see what happens.
Appreciate it, Jesse.
Appreciate your perspective, appreciate your insight on it. So, Chris Hansen, we will obviously continue to follow the Diddy saga here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for watching us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. This is Chris Hansen. Catch you next time.
He shot most people multiple times. And as he wrote, he did this for notoriety. And he wanted to go down in history as the biggest school shooter in Michigan history. Respectfully, defendant is the rare juvenile before this court.
The Oxford school shooter wants his guilty plea withdrawn and his sentence tossed, saying there is new evidence that the court should see. Is it possible this could work? We're going to bring on former Parkland shooting judge Elizabeth Scherer, who encountered a very similar legal defense in that infamous school massacre case. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. It seems the story is not over when it comes to the Oxford High School shooter, the young man who pled guilty to murder and terrorism charges for opening fire at Oxford High School back in November of 2021, injuring students and a teacher, killing 4 of his classmates. Tate Muir, 16 years old, Madison Baldwin, 17 years old, Hannah St. Juliana, 14 years old, and Justin Schilling, 17 years old. Horrific, horrific crime. Now, the shooter, who is now 18 years old, was 15 at the time of this killing spree, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now, his parents, Jennifer and James Crumbly, they were each found guilty of involuntary manslaughter themselves. Why? For their gross failures in preventing their son from doing this. Both were sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison. Now, you would think that that's it, right? End of the story. Well, it turns out it might not be. The shooter's appellate attorneys are arguing that his guilty plea should be thrown out and that he should be resentenced, that life without parole is not appropriate. And I will tell you, this is a very interesting argument. They are saying that the shooter has severe mental health issues, this cognitive, adaptive dysfunctions that was possibly caused by his mother drinking while pregnant with him. That was the allegation, possibly fetal alcohol syndrome. They say that the shooter didn't properly understand his rights and the ramifications of entering that guilty plea. They say this was never presented to the court. They say his trial attorneys were ineffective, that they didn't raise these issues during the plea and sentencing, and the judge was not aware of any of this, that they didn't even conduct an investigation into potential mitigating factors for sentencing. They didn't speak to the right experts. They didn't call the proper witnesses because the shooter's appellate attorneys say, guess what? We discovered there are witnesses who can testify to what the shooter was going through and that can testify to how Jennifer Crumbly was drinking while she was pregnant, that this could have affected the judge's decision, but he was not presented with this evidence. Now, you might be saying, why does this sound very familiar? And I'm going to tell you why. Do you remember the Parkland school shooting case back in 2018, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School? 17 people lost their lives. Well, during the shooter's sentencing in that case, this fetal alcohol syndrome argument was put forward.
What do we know about Brenda's pregnancy? We know that it was very stressful and chaotic. The majority of her pregnancy, she was homeless and living on the streets. We know that she was using drugs. We know that she was smoking cigarettes. We know that she was drinking booze. Proper nutrition and proper prenatal care were not a priority for Viola. And because Nicholas was bombarded with all of those things, he was poisoned in the womb. And because of that, his brain was irretrievably broken through no fault of his own.
And with that in mind, let me bring on the person who knows this very well and can speak about this potential legal strategy. The former judge that presided over that Parkland case, Elizabeth Scherer, who's currently in private practice at Conrad and Scherer. Judge, great to see you. Thanks for coming on. So in your case, the shooter was sentenced to life in prison. That was the question of the death penalty in that case. But talk to me about what your initial impressions are with this Crumbly case.
Well, it definitely brings me back to a very similar case, like you said. I hadn't realized until I was asked to appear on your show that this defense was actually being brought forward. First and foremost, a Miller hearing, which is the type of hearing that this defendant has a right to, where a juvenile offender is being sentenced to life without parole, is very different from what I can tell than a sentencing hearing for a death penalty case. So in other words, his right to put forth mitigation seems like it's much less inclusive than one, say the shooter in the Parkland case, who's facing death.
And that's fair, and that's 100% fair. I guess the question would be, if the judge was presented with this evidence about, again, fetal alcohol syndrome, or that his mother was, like we saw in the Parkland case, allegedly abusing substances while pregnant, that it affects the cognitive abilities of the child, their decision making. One of the arguments that was put forward in your case was that the shooter never got a fair shot. And so the argument here would be, if the judge knew about this, then maybe life in prison without the possibility of parole wouldn't have been the sentence. So what is your take on this defense, this fetal alcohol syndrome related defense?
I'll first say that it's not recognized as a mental illness in the DSM, which is the leading journal or learned treatise that doctors apply diagnoses with the assistance of the DSM. It's not recognized. There's not enough information about fetal alcohol syndrome. And also, there are different levels of fetal alcohol syndrome. There is nothing that was presented in the Parkland case regarding fetal alcohol syndrome, in my opinion, that lessened the culpability of the shooter, or that would have been such a mitigating circumstance that it would have warranted a decision for life in prison. Now, whether or not the jury was thinking that along the lines of how I'm thinking, I don't know, because they don't have to give their reasons. The jury did find in favor of life for the Parkland shooter. But in my opinion, if I had to be the one that was deciding the mitigating factors, I would have given little to no weight to the mitigating factor of fetal alcohol syndrome, because of the lack of evidence supporting that particular syndrome or defense.
This is just a really sad, disturbing case, and it makes you think the world is scary. It really is. It's uncertain. And one of the scariest things that can happen to you, if you think about it, is if you get injured, right? How incredibly traumatic is that? How confusing is that? Well, that is why I want to take a minute to call out our great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is a firm you would want in your corner because they are specialists in this area. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm, and for a reason. They win a lot. They have secured multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements. In fact, they secured a $120 million verdict in one of the first personal injury trials post-pandemic. And by the way, in that case, there was a pretrial offer of just $20,000. Yeah, Morgan & Morgan, they don't settle for lowball offers. They fight to protect your legal rights and for what you deserve in compensation. But one of the best things about Morgan & Morgan is how easy they make this whole process for their clients. From starting your claim to uploading documents, to signing contracts, to talking to your legal team, it can all be done from your smartphone. That's it. Seeing if you have a case only takes a few minutes. Oh, and there's no upfront fee. You only pay them if you win. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar or by dialing pound law, that's pound 529 on your phone. And this is what I want to play for you. This is Judge Kwame Rowe talking to the shooter before he ultimately, and remember, the shooter took a deal, not a deal, he pled guilty. But let's take a listen to this.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to make will be the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You put your hand down. What is your name?
Robert Crumbly,
And Mr. Crumbly, how old are you?
16 years old.
Can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear and understand me, the prosecutor, as well as your attorney? Are you satisfied with the advice your attorney is giving you? And you also have been appointed another court-appointed attorney as well as a legal guardian ad litem. Did you have an opportunity to speak to your legal guardian ad litem?
Yes, sir.
And having spoken to your legal guardian ad litem, are you still prepared to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
And you're comfortable with proceeding?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you will be pleading guilty to count 1, terrorism causing death. That is a felony where you face up to life without parole or a minimum sentence of 25 to 40 years and a maximum sentence of at least 60 years. You may have to reimburse the government for expenses incurred from the violation. You're also charged in count 2, first-degree premeditated murder. That is a felony where you face up to life without parole or a minimum of 25 to 40 years and a maximum sentence of at least 60 years. You understand the maximum possible penalties you face here?
Yes, sir.
You understand that the maximum possible penalty you face here on the underlying offenses is up to life in prison? And that would be life in prison without parole. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Judge, that's just a sampling. There was obviously a lot more that he went into. But here's the thing about that. So the Oxford school shooter's attorneys are arguing he didn't understand. And the shooter's attorneys say he was 16 when he pled guilty. And if you look at the research and studies, it would suggest that children are susceptible to just pleading guilty without due consideration, that they don't make a thoughtful, intelligent decision. What's your take on after reviewing that and that argument?
In my experience, and I don't have research to back this, but children are just the opposite. I think the juvenile offenders are more prone to take a case to trial because they don't understand the ramifications of that versus taking a plea because they're immature. If there is research to say the opposite, obviously I'm not a learned scholar in that area, but I can tell you in my experience, it's just the opposite. So what we have to understand here is when somebody enters into a plea, they have to be competent to proceed. That's totally different than having a mental illness. A person can suffer from a major mental illness, like even schizophrenia, and still be competent to proceed because they have to understand the role of the court. In other words, do you understand what the judge does? Do you understand what the prosecutor does? Do you understand if you went to trial, what rights you would have at trial, like the right to remain silent, the right to testify, the right to confront and cross-examine the witnesses who are brought against you. So the standard to be able to enter into a plea is just the ability to be able to understand the adversarial process and the adversarial nature of a trial and of a criminal complaint and the process that goes hand in hand with that. Without me knowing more, can I say whether or not he was competent to proceed? I cannot. I would assume this is judging 101. When you're going to have somebody plead guilty to a charge that could be facing the maximum penalty, that a maximum penalty could be imposed, and they perhaps have nothing to lose by going to trial. In other words, if he was found guilty, the judge would be determine whether or not he gets life without parole or, like the statute said, 25 to 40 years. So what I would be telling this individual is, do you understand that you have nothing to lose by going to trial because you are facing the maximum penalty? The maximum penalty is also the minimum penalty in this case and is essentially going to be a good portion of your life or your entire life, and you're not leaving until you're dead. And I would very, very thoroughly go into that and make that person understand before I would accept the plea. I don't know anything about this judge. I assume that this judge would make sure all of those questions were answered and make sure he was satisfied with the answers before finding that the defendant entered into a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent waiver of his rights.
Well, speaking about the judge, he has two motions to decide here. First, he's going to decide whether to hold a hearing in June of 2025. So, reportedly a year from now, right? That's when we think June 2025. Apparently, it's because his attorneys, the shooter's attorneys, and attorneys from the state, they're from the state appellate defender's office. They need time to do a comprehensive investigation. Now, if the judge withdraws the guilty plea, then we're back to square one, where we either face a trial or he enters another plea. If he grants the motion to correct the sentence, then he holds what you mentioned before, a Miller hearing. It's required pre-sentencing hearing for offenders who are under 18, who face a mandatory life in prison. Then there would be a sentencing where presumably the shooter's attorneys would present all this new evidence that I mentioned about what the mother was doing and all this and his cognitive deficiencies for the judge's consideration. Now, Roe can deny both of the motions. He could maybe hold a hearing at the very least. What do you think he's going to do here with respect to either withdrawing the guilty plea or correcting the sentence?
I think it depends on, because just because the public defender who represented him initially didn't present this mitigating evidence doesn't mean that they didn't present mitigating evidence. And just because they talked to certain experts but they didn't talk to other experts does not mean that the bottom line will change. So to me, I'm going to look at, did I consider the mitigating circumstances, and whether or not, and the Supreme Court says that a child can be sentenced to life if the child is considered permanent incorrigibility. In other words, cannot be rehabilitated. So in my mind, I'm going to be thinking, can this person be rehabilitated? Well, Jesse, in all practicality, can a school shooter who premeditatedly kills 4 students, who plans it ahead of time, who draws pictures of the situation, who talks about it, can that person be rehabilitated? It would take a lot to convince me. I have never seen a school shooter that could be rehabilitated. I certainly don't think the Parkland school shooter could have ever been rehabilitated. There was just something missing in his mind that most of us, thank God, have, called remorse, called guilt, called any type of just feeling sorry for what he did. He just didn't have that. He was missing that. And I would assume that this school shooter, anyone who can carry out this type of act, is not going to be able to be rehabilitated. And I think it comes down to that. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to end it with, because if he's successful at getting a second chance at sentencing and it presents this evidence, I was curious if you thought the shooter could be successful at getting something less than life in prison without parole. But here's the thing, right? My understanding is when you talk about something like first-degree murder, it carries a mandatory life sentence in Michigan, but Judge Roe would have the discretion to impose an indeterminate term of years instead, which I believe is what the Oxford school shooter was asking for, particularly since he was 15 when the shooting took place. Could a judge, impose a term of years when the shooter? But here's the thing, and just to add to it, could the judge do that when we can't forget the shooter requested that the judge issue the sentence that the victims' families had requested? He had said to the court, I want any sentence that they ask for. I ask that you impose it on me. I'm a really bad person. So do his attorneys say, don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to what he said. He doesn't know what he was saying. Is that the argument? Is that the argument then?
I mean, let me just say this. If he is a sociopath, which I would assume that he is, someone who feels no remorse, someone who does not know the difference between right and wrong, somebody who wants to be the center of attention, this could have been another play by him. Oh, look, I'm going to fall on my sword. I'm going to show remorse. I'm going to pretend to have remorse. And I'm going to say I want whatever the victims' families want. And then after he sits behind bars for a few years, he thinks, oh, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Or maybe this isn't working. Maybe they're not going to have mercy on me like I thought. Maybe I'm not in the spotlight anymore. So this is not, maybe what I wanted to do. I mean, I don't really know, but you're right. In the scheme of things, even if there is a resentencing, even if the judge reverses himself and sentences him to a period of years to be revisited at a later time, is another judge in 40 or 50 years going to let him out? I mean, I wouldn't.
Judge Elizabeth Scherer, Thank you so much for your perspective. I was really happy to have you on because you have this kind of unique insight into it and clearly this connection to, unfortunately, another school shooting case. But we'll continue to follow. It's really interesting arguments. But Judge Scherer, thank you so much for coming on, as always.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time. A retired cop in Las Vegas found herself on the other side of the justice system after she admitted she shot and killed her former son-in-law. And her reasoning could be a Hail Mary at trial. We're breaking down this case with trial attorney Rich Schoenstein. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. 5 years after a woman allegedly shot her former son-in-law, Sean Babbitt, inside of her home in Las Vegas, her trial is finally underway. Pamela Showing, who told the court she now goes by Pamela Bordeaux, is charged with murder with the use of a deadly weapon. Authorities say on April 22, 2019, Sean was at Bordeaux's home for a scheduled visit with his son. Now, Sean and his ex-wife, Bordeaux's daughter, they were divorced. Sean had visitation rights. He had an hour-long visit that was scheduled with his then 3-year-old. Then the ex-wife and the boy, they stayed upstairs in the home at one point. And this is when Sean and Bordeaux were downstairs. And that is when, according to reports, suddenly shots rang out. Bordeaux ended up turning herself over to the Las Vegas Metro cops who responded to the scene. And she actually knows how this goes. Why? Because she's a retired detective herself. We'll get into that. But when it comes to information about what actually happened or the aftermath, there is body camera video that shows Bordeaux maybe less than forthcoming.
Is Sean down?
Okay, is Sean down?
Is he 419?
I don't know. Does he appear like he's dead? Is he moving?
I don't think so.
Do you hear any moaning, anything like that? No?
No.
Now, Bordeaux and her attorney say she did shoot this man, but she shot him in self-defense. What's interesting about that is she apparently shot him at least 10 times.
Is he holding the gun or is the gun near him?
It was my gun.
It was your gun? Where's it at?
You can advise,
Did you shoot him or did he shoot himself? Okay. Did you shoot him or did he shoot himself?
Action team ready to go.
Huh? You shot him.
So Bordeaux was released on a $1 million bond as she and her legal team prepared her defense. And this trial is now underway and we want to talk about it. So let me talk about Bordeaux's defense, her strategy, where this case might go with my friend, trial attorney, law and crime legal analyst, host on the network, Rich Schoenstein. Rich, good to see you.
Nice to be here, Jesse.
Different digs for us a little bit.
I know, it's
you like
very
him?
nice.
You like
I
a little
do.
talk
I do.
show vibe. Interesting take on self-defense, right?
Yeah. I mean, 10 shots is a problem. Right off, right at the top you say 10 shots is a problem for self-defense. It doesn't sound defensive as much as offensive.
Well, what about the fact, and we have covered, of course, police-involved shootings before, but according to her defense attorney, Bordeaux was a veteran of the U.S. Army, serving 3 years before being honorably discharged. She had worked for the Metro Police Department for 23 years. How does that affect the analysis?
Well, I think it gives her some credibility. It gives her some premise that she knows how and when to use a gun. But really, you have to flesh out the story more. She says self-defense. Is she saying she was under imminent danger, she was being attacked? Or is she saying just this was a really bad dude and I was defending my family?
We will get to the really bad dude component in a second, but let me just go to the law in Nevada. So it says that, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but justifiable homicide is the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense. And it says against one who manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force. So this is a stand your ground jurisdiction. If they can't be the original aggressor, They have to have a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used, and they can't have actively engaged in conduct in furtherance of criminal activity at the time deadly force is used. So those are the factors. What do you make of it?
Well, she's going to have to explain, right? This is a case where the defendant's going to have to testify to have this defense. She's going to have to explain what he was doing that put her in that kind of imminent danger that would have justified that force. I haven't heard that he had a gun or any weapon.
Do you need it?
No, he could endanger her without it. She could have a reason to shoot him even though he doesn't have a gun, but she's going to have to show what that was.
Hey guys, so as you know, we talk a lot about Morgan & Morgan here on Sidebar, but you know what? They're not just an incredible partner and sponsor of ours, aside from the fact that Dan Morgan is actually my friend. No big deal there. But did you know that Morgan & Morgan is also the official law firm partner of the UFC? Yeah, the UFC. And when you think about it, it kind of makes sense because fighting is in Morgan & Morgan's DNA. Like the UFC fighters who bring their everything to the octagon, Morgan & Morgan attorneys, they bring their everything for their clients in courtrooms across America. They fight for your legal rights. They fight for what you deserve in compensation. I always say it, but they don't settle for lowball offers. They're the largest injury law firm in America for a reason. So, with that being said, we have something special for you guys. Morgan & Morgan is giving away 2 tickets to the McGregor vs. Chandler fight in Las Vegas on June 29th. And entering to win is so easy. Just text LAW to For the People. That's 484-373-6742. Or click the link in the description for your chance to win 2 tickets to UFC 303 to see McGregor vs. Chandler. Have you, in recent memory, have you thought of a case where somebody was unarmed and the person shoots them and they put over a colorable defense of self-defense even when the other person doesn't have a weapon on them?
No, but the stand your ground stuff is a little bit different than cases we've seen over the years, and that might be a better hook.
Are you talking about a jury? Like a jury in a stand your ground jurisdiction might feel more sympathetic to her cause?
Yeah. Well, I think the defense strategy, again, we're going to get into the bad guy stuff. I think the idea here is to get this jury really sympathetic to her cause.
So, yeah, this is where it gets interesting. According to Bordeaux, Sean was allegedly unstable and a danger to Bordeaux's family and the community at large because of, quote, deviant sexual behavior. So the defense filed a report from clinical and forensic psychologist John Paul Garrison, and Garrison says he reviewed multiple records related to Sean, including emails, text messages between Sean and his ex-wife, and in those messages, Sean reportedly admits to deviant behavior. Garrison wrote, quote, as he found pornography less satisfying, he continued down the porn rabbit hole. Sean reportedly admitted to watching pornography where animals like dogs and horses were having sex with humans. He also allegedly mentioned incest role plays in these messages. The report says Sean also admitted to using heroin. Now, Garrison referred to a handwritten and notarized letter from Sean where he turned over all parental rights, writing, I am an unfit parent. Now, this is again according to Garrison, but Sean's visits with his 3-year-old, they were limited to 1 hour a week, which is kind of interesting to think about. And the psychologist concluded Mr. Babbitt's impulsive behavior, addiction to extreme pornography, and inadequate therapy significantly contributed to his propensity for violence. The perception of imminent danger felt by Miss Bordeaux is consistent with the evidence of Mr. Babbitt's escalating and volatile behavior. So that's interesting.
Well, that's very interesting. So, and they have to connect those things, right? They can't just show that the guy watched bestiality porn, which obviously they would like to tell the jury that because that's going to make them feel less sympathetic for him and more sympathetic for her. But it doesn't connect to an imminent threat of violence. The fact that he had this outrageous behavior, the fact that he's divorced, the fact that he's been limited in the visitation rights for his child, none of that really goes to whether she was under imminent threat of violence when she shot him 10 times.
Well, let's break that down for a second. Sure, if somebody is violent in the past it doesn't necessarily mean you can use deadly force on them at that point. But doesn't it go to her perception of events? Doesn't it go to her subjective belief that, taking all of this in mind, what she knows about him, if they're having a conflict, if they're having a disagreement, she knows she might be on heightened awareness?
Well, I'll give you my take on it from the other side is that none of that evidence is that he was violent. They're saying there was a propensity of violence because he did these things. He was a heroin addict. That doesn't make him violent. He watched porn. That doesn't make him violent. He was a bad father. That doesn't make him violent. So how do those show a propensity for violence? Now, can she argue that because she knew all of that about him, she felt he was unstable, and therefore at the moment she shot him, she felt that she was in danger? Maybe. That's how they got to try to get it in, right? You're absolutely right. Her state of mind. I knew all these things about this guy. I felt in danger at this moment. But she's going to have to show something more than just his past conduct.
And I've seen this before in other cases where, look, if these allegations are true about what he was interested in, disturbing. But having said that, there are some people who would say it's not fair to paint a broad brush of everybody like that, right? So in the sense, like, he might be addicted to pornography, but everybody who watches pornography doesn't mean that they're violent, right?
Right.
And I would say, though, if you're talking about incest and you're talking about him spending time with his young child, and there was this limited visitation rights, could she perceive that as trying to, because the self-defense statute says it's not just about defending yourself, it's about defending other people in the household.
I think maybe she can make that argument. But you know, the answer to that again is imminent threat of violence. Right? If she perceives that he's a threat, go to the authorities. Get his visitation canceled permanently, or get a monitor assigned to participate in those visitations to make sure nothing goes wrong. It doesn't mean you can shoot the guy 10 times.
10 times, I think, is but you've seen cases before where somebody opens fire, shoot somebody multiple times, and they're found not guilty by self-defense?
Yes, because once you start shooting somebody, you want to make sure you get the job done. So,
and it depends where the shots were fired, right? So if you shot somebody 10 times in the chest and the head, maybe excessive, but if you fire one at the leg and then one at the arm, and that doesn't stop them.
Well, where they're fired also, are they coming or going, right? Is the person coming at them or going away? Now, because she has law enforcement experience, that to me makes it more suspect that she shot him 10 times, right? Because she knows how to use a gun. So why does she need to shoot him more than a couple of times?
That's a good point. Now, his family calls this an execution, that Sean had defensive wounds from bullets on his hands, along with wounds to his head and torso. His ex-wife told authorities that she didn't hear any kind of dispute or confrontation before the gunshots, which is definitely a negative for Miss Bordeaux. And Miss Bordeaux also reportedly had no injuries. Now, the prosecution says that this was an unprovoked attack. It was an absolute ambush, an absolute execution, that Sean's family insists he was a peaceful individual who was kind and loving. They said that he had a tremendous relationship with his son, and she could face life in prison if she's convicted. So that complicates it for her as well.
Yep. So I think it's going to come down to two things. One is, how much of this evidence about him is the prosecution able to get in? How much of this stuff about the porn and the heroin and the bad father can they present to the jury? And then two, her testimony.
Yeah.
Because she has to explain to that jury why she did it. And they have to feel sorry enough for her not to convict her.
It's actually interesting. You would think that some members of law enforcement or former military would be excellent witnesses. And I'll tell you, a lot of times in the cases we cover, they're excellent witnesses. The way they testify, the way they prepare, the way they recite details. It's different, though, when they're on the stand testifying in their own case.
Yeah.
And sometimes they get a little emotional, they get a little defensive. How do you anticipate somebody with that background would testify in a case like this?
Well, I think the background is helpful. I mean, she might even have experience on the stand that would be helpful. But this sounds like a very emotional thing. I mean, this was a mother and a grandmother who says she was protecting herself and protecting her family. That's full of emotion.
Yeah.
And she killed a man, and that's full of emotion. So I don't expect it to be a, only the facts, ma'am kind of testimony, and it really shouldn't be. She's got to connect with the jury.
And of course, there's her testimony, but as I mentioned, some of the physical evidence, if it doesn't quite line up to her theory of what happened and the lack of injuries, now you don't necessarily need to have injuries because they would say, what do I have to wait to get hit? What do I have to wait to get attacked?
She's under imminent threat of violence. He could be threatening her.
Right.
He could be coming at her.
Right.
She does not need to be injured at all. They can get past the 10-shot thing if they tell the right story, but you know it does make it harder.
It does.
And the fact that her daughter says there was no yelling and screaming going on. I mean, I don't know.
That's a problem.
Right. I don't
That's
know
a
what
problem.
I don't know what she's going to say about how this arose. I'm interested to hear that.
Me too. Rich Schoenstein, good to see you. Thanks for
pleasure.
coming on. Appreciate it. All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
I'm kind of disturbed because that's ex parte. All that was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that? Mr. Steele, I am going to hold you still hold you in summary criminal contempt.
We are still reeling from the judge holding Young Thug's attorney in contempt of court, with him about to spend 20 days in jail in a cell alongside his client. But the Georgia Supreme Court has just stepped in to stop it. There has been a lot of blowback against the judge in the legal community, so we're going to bring on acclaimed trial attorney Ben Chu, the man who famously represented Johnny Depp in his infamous trial, to get his take on who's right here. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey there, everybody. This is a Law and Crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep, well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is helping users file for compensation due to Google users' privacy issues surrounding Google Incognito. So if you've used Google Incognito anytime since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions at incognitoclaims.com/sidebar. As we discussed on a previous Sidebar, we're still trying to make sense of this latest legal mess in the Young Thug trial out of Atlanta, Georgia. The rapper, real name Jeffrey Lamar Williams, who along with several others has been charged in this wide-sweeping racketeering indictment accusing them of operating a criminal street gang known as YSL. It is a case that's been ongoing for, a year and a half due to a number of issues such as, almost a year of jury selection. And while we really haven't talked that much about the actual charges and the actual evidence so much, we have before, we've talked about it. It seems so much of our discussion as of late on this case has to do with the back and forth between the attorneys and the judge. And as we reported, there was this massive development concerning Young Thug's attorney, Brian Steele. You see, Judge Earl Glanville held Brian Steele in contempt of court for not revealing how Steele found out about the judge having a private meeting with a prosecution witness and the prosecutors. This is a big deal because that witness, Kenneth Copeland, aka Little Woody, in that meeting allegedly said he would testify to being the killer of Donovan Thomas. Why is that important? Because Williams is accused of renting a car that was used in that drive-by shooting of Thomas back in 2015. This hearing is called, or I should say this meeting is called an ex parte meeting, where the defense was essentially excluded. They weren't even notified of the meeting. They weren't a part of it. Obviously, that can create an issue when you talk about a defendant's due process rights, ability to hear all the evidence against him, especially with a witness that was already sworn into court and had testified. Well, maybe I should say testified in air quotes, because at that point he had actually pretty much pled the fifth for most of it, answered a few questions. It's interesting because he was granted partial immunity for his testimony. But Mr. Steele, let's go back to him. He also alleged that in that meeting, a prosecutor had essentially threatened Copeland that he would remain locked up until the cases for all 26 defendants were resolved. So Steele was held in contempt because he refused to give up his source on how he found out about that meeting. He said it violates his ethical obligations to reveal that source. The judge sentenced him to 10 weekends behind bars, 20 days, with Steele reporting to jail 7 p.m. Friday night. Actually, the judge agreed to allow Steele to spend that time sharing a cell with his client, Williams. It's like my cousin Vinny, but in real life. But now, the Georgia Supreme Court has stepped in, and they actually granted Steele's emergency motion for bond, and they paused that sentence from being imposed. So by all accounts, he's not going to have to report to jail on Friday night. We're going to talk about that. But it doesn't quite resolve the whole issue of contempt that's still on the table. And I will tell you right now, there has been a lot of blowback against Judge Earl Glanville for doing this. Tons of commentators, including on social media, legal minds, legal experts, they've spoken out. To give you an idea, attorney Bradford Cohen, who we've had here on Sidebar before numerous times, Kodak Black's lawyer, here's what he posted on X. Quote, "This case and judge is off the reservation." He said, "This is an instant mistrial. I cannot believe the judge thinks taking a defense attorney into custody isn't a mistrial. Brian Steele is a real one. Defense lawyers across the country should be terrified by the lack of judicial knowledge." Well, let me see if my next guest agrees. Joining me right now is acclaimed trial attorney Ben Chew, who famously represented Johnny Depp in his case against Amber Heard. Friend of the program, I like to say friend of mine. Great to see you, Ben. Great to have you on. Let me just get your initial take on this. Where do you stand? Where do you throw your opinion into this, what is essentially a legal mess?
Well, Jesse, I'm honored to be considered a friend of yours, and it's great to see you again. So thank you for that. I think that I'm very reluctant to criticize judges who I think by and large do a wonderful job, very conscientious, fair-minded. I have to agree with the assessment that in this case, Judge Glanville was off the reservation, really ab initio, when he decided to have this meeting with the reluctant witness, with the prosecutors, and not giving Young Thug's counsel, Brian Steele, notice of this. I think that was his first mistake. I've never heard of a judge having that kind of ex parte meeting without at least apprising the other side. So that was the first thing that shocked me.
Well, now I'm going to play you some of the back and forth between Steele and Glanville in court. Want your take on it. This is from the other day. Let's play it.
I was told, based upon information and belief, that when we arrived at 8:30, 9 o'clock today, we did not come into your courtroom until almost 11:30. And what I found out just recently, this is not waived, is that supposedly in chambers, this honorable court reporter at times, honorable court at times, district attorney or district attorneys from the DA's office, as well as investigators, sheriff deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to my knowledge, was aware that this was going on. And then somehow that email was CC'd. To me, that never...
Mr. Steele, can I interrupt you for just a second? I'm kind of disturbed because that's ex parte. All that was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that?
Well, I'm not disturbed too. What I was told was that Mr. Copeland said...
And you haven't answered my question yet.
I'm not going to answer that question.
You're not?
No, I will not answer that question.
Why will you not answer that question?
Because I want to make sure that what I say is accurate, and I'm not trying to get anybody else.
I'm asking you, how did you get this information?
I'm not telling the court. What I'm saying is based upon information.
Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems.
We can have I have problems right now.
It concerns me that you have proprietary information.
Why is it proprietary?
Or information that you should not be having that was ex parte.
Why?
With a party.
Why?
State of Georgia.
How about the witness? How about Mr. Copeland, who supposedly announced he's not testifying and he'll sit for 2 years, and then supposedly this honorable court, or excuse me, let me rephrase that, this court supposedly said, I can hold you until the end of this trial. Ms. Hilton supposedly said, actually, all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constitutional right to be present for. Why did
Sir,
this
I'm going to
happen?
hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who the.
I'm not, I
tell me who this
I
information
don't
was
want to
come
be
from.
held in contempt.
Well,
I'm not
then,
answering that question. That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not answering that
attorney-client privilege. Unless you were in my chambers, that's the only way you can figure out.
I am
I
telling
tell you what, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me,
You don't
who
have
you,
to. I'm
if
gonna
you don't
keep
tell me
telling
who
you.
it is, I'm going to put you.
But let me-
I'm going to put you in contempt.
Okay, so now the judge did call for a 5-minute recess, and when he came back, he still demanded to know how Steele had learned about that private meeting. Let's listen.
Mr. Steele, before I recessed, I asked you, how did you get this information? And it is not covered by work product. There's only one way you could have gotten it. So I'm going to ask you again. If you don't tell me how you got the information, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
I understand. I don't want to be held in contempt.
And I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is so sacrosanct to have a conversation in my chambers parroted to you and others. It is that serious.
Yeah. And that's why I raised it. It is that serious that we should have been there and it shouldn't have happened.
Sir, that's a whole separate issue, and that's why ex parte conversations are recorded.
Why would it be ex parte? You're acting like it's ex parte under seal.
It's ex parte. It's ex parte because that's what the state asked me to do. It's just like when you asked me for an ex parte conversation.
I've never asked this honorable court or any court to meet with me and a witness.
Sir, you're straying off the issue.
I'm not.
The issue is how did you get this information?
I understand the issue. I promise you, I understand it. But what I'm trying to ask you is, if you look at Comment 5, this is how I understand the law.
You cannot you can't violate something and then use privilege. Okay?
I'm not violating anything.
Okay, but that's why I'm saying, how did you get the information?
But just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You're saying, you're threatening me with contempt.
Privilege would occur. The privilege in 1.6 would occur if you were in the right place, right time to begin with. You weren't.
Let me tell you. I'm just reading from it. But if I'm reading it wrong, I'm not trying to. It says 1.6 applies not merely to matters communicated in confidence by the client, but also to all information gained in the professional relationship, whatever its source. So you're asking me to break, you're ordering me, maybe, you're asking me, I'm not saying you're ordering me, but to give you information, and you're saying it's not substance, but I'm telling you I can't do that under the bar rules.
All right, well, I'm going to hold you in contempt. And you can think about it. 5 o'clock today, we'll see where you are at that stand on that point. Because no, that's not what I understand the rule to be. I've not asked you sum and substance of what was said. I asked you how you got it.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can, because I have an idea how you got it.
Well, your idea.
I have
may
an
be
idea
wrong.
how you got it, but that's improper, sir.
Your idea may be wrong, and you're asking me to listen. I told you the first time, and I'm not going to breach that confidence.
I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is that serious.
Judge,
you cannot eavesdrop and get information that was not meant for you to hear at that particular point in time.
Okay, so Ben, there is a number of issues here because he was held in contempt. Let's first start with the idea, does he have an ethical obligation to not reveal to the court where he got this information about the ex parte meeting?
Jesse, you're right. This is almost like a law school exam because there's so many potential issues here. But I think he's got a colorable argument that it is attorney work product. And I think that probably merits a separate hearing. It sounds like an issue of significant magnitude that it should be briefed and argued before there's any finding of contempt. Because
let me even double down on that, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. Let's just say somebody from that meeting, let's say it was an attorney for Mr. Copeland, gave him that information. Is that privileged? Is that in the sense, because I read the 1.6 rule that he talked about, it says whatever its source, that could be part of something that he doesn't have to reveal. Is that privileged communication? He cannot reveal it to the court, and let alone in open court?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, I follow your judgment. I think it's at the very least a colorable argument that should be considered and briefed so that there is a record before the judge went to the very serious issue of contempt. which not only affects the attorney, but more importantly, affects the integrity of the trial of young Thug and makes it vulnerable, should it result in a guilty verdict, of attack on appeal, which is not in really anybody's interest.
You think the judge overreacted by holding him in contempt? Because couldn't another option have been him asking him to tell him privately in chambers where you got this information?
That's an excellent suggestion. I think so, but I also understand it now, having heard the back and forth. I can understand the judge's perspective too, because I do believe that Steele went out of his way to be provocative. I've never spoken to a judge the way that Mr. Steele spoke to the judge, interrupting the judge, not showing the usual respect that judges are accorded. So I can understand why that got under the judge's skin. So I can see that the two were clearly speaking past each other. The judge was concerned, rightly, about the lack of the lack of security of the conversation, which he clearly intended to be kept confidential. But you also sympathize with Mr. Steele, who had to raise this issue on the record so that he could preserve the record. So I don't think he had any choice, but I think he could have gone about it in a more respectful manner.
So talk to me about the idea of the ex parte meeting, though. In and of itself, is it wrong for the judge to have a private meeting with a sworn witness, the prosecutors, and not notify the defense? Because the judge seemed to defend this was an ex parte communication. How did you know about this? Does a criminal defendant, does defense counsel have a right to know, A, that the meeting happened, and B, what was discussed in that meeting?
I think certainly, Jesse, that the defense counsel, Mr. Steele, had a right to know that this meeting was taking place in advance so that he would have the opportunity to raise an objection to it. And certainly he had a right to know that the meeting was taking place with the prosecutor and the witness. I think it would have been more appropriate for the judge if the judge thought an ex parte meeting with the reluctant witness was necessary. He should have apprised both parties in advance that this is what he intended to do so that they could make their objections, if any, on the record. But I think it's unfair and improper for one side to have been present in the meeting, the prosecution, and the other side, Mr. Steele, to be excluded. So I think there are at least two issues there.
So there are more issues we're about to get into. The idea of one of the attorneys has asked the judge to step down from the case. There's going to be another issue where the judge has set a hearing to determine how that information got out. We'll get to that in a second. What I want to get to now is the fact that Ashley Merchant, who is a very well-known Atlanta defense attorney, she jumped in to represent Brian Steele when he was held in contempt of court. And there's this back and forth about civil contempt versus criminal contempt. And if it's criminal contempt, you need to have a hearing for Brian Steele for due process purposes. The judge, Judge Glanville, seemed to disagree. Let's play a little of this.
Is it criminal contempt that you held him in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you had a hearing earlier today.
With criminal contempt, I told him what the contempt was, and that was he refused to order the court. If counsel, as you know, if the court orders you to do something and you don't, that's criminal contempt. So I've asked him several times, please just tell me who it is that told you. I didn't ask or inquire about anything that was said. I just want to know who it was.
Now, Mr. Steele has indicated to us he does not believe that he can answer the question without violating his duty of loyalty and duty of confidentiality to his client. So he is being placed in a position where he's either going to jail or he's going to commit an offense that will put his license to practice law at risk. And that is an untenable position to be in. And Mr. Steele is a zealous advocate for his client, and he is simply trying to protect that duty of loyalty and duty of confidentiality, because if he answers your question, it is very reasonable to assume and likely that he will be facing a bar complaint that could result in a suspension or in the loss of his license. And so he's in a very, very difficult position where if we were able to have a full contested hearing with the benefit of witnesses and an impartial judge where you're a witness, then everybody could present their side of the story. And
I'm not doing that. The reason being is because that takes away the whole point of criminal contempt, and that is you do something, the court tells you to do something, order of the court, and you don't follow it. I didn't ask him to do anything illegal, immoral, unethical. I just asked him to tell me. I know what the privilege is. The privilege is the conversation. I didn't ask him about that. I wanted to ask him about who the person.
And
okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Steele has indicated to us that he does not believe he can answer that question without also violating the privilege.
Ben, it's not like a witness was held in criminal contempt. It's not like the defendant was. It's a lawyer. And it's the lawyer representing one of the key defendants in this case. And the question becomes, should there be a separate hearing? Is Judge Glanville a witness in this case? Was it too premature to just, he's held in criminal contempt and that's it?
Jesse, I agree with the purport behind the question. I think there certainly should have been a hearing. I think on the underlying issue of whether it was appropriate for Steele to withhold the information, that's a legitimate issue, a colorable issue at the least, that should have been adjudicated. Then, to the extent the court determined that the information was not subject to attorney work privilege, product protection, or any other privilege, then you get to the issue of whether, I think Steele, assuming that the result was that the information should be disclosed, then I think Steele should be given an opportunity to reconsider his position. Then you get to the issue of whether he should be held in contempt of court, criminally or civilly. But I do think Judge Glanville put the cart before the horse. Again, I understand his frustration and wanting to keep the case on track, but I think this is a legitimate issue that he just he ignored, and he went too fast.
So Merchant, she also advised Judge Glanville that there were like 25 attorneys from the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers that were outside the court. They were ready to jump in to represent Mr. Steele. They were waiting in the hallway. And what that does is it actually leads me to what was filed by Steele's counsel. It was called an emergency motion for a supersedis bond on criminal contempt. And they make several arguments that the judge had a duty to recuse himself from the contempt proceeding, that Steele's rights were violated because he was obligated to have a hearing, and that if you're going to hold Steele in criminal contempt, you need to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that he interfered with the administration of justice and that he knowingly exceeded the bounds of what is allowed in advocating for your client. And they were asking for a supersedis bond be granted while the contempt finding is appealed and that the jail sentence be paused or stayed. The Georgia Supreme Court ended up granting it. So he stays out of jail for now. He's not going to have to report to jail on Friday night. What do you think about the fact that the Georgia Supreme Court ruled in this way?
Well, I think they did the right thing because I think the court got ahead of itself. I think there should have been due process on the underlying issue of whether this was protected and also on whether Steele's conduct was contumacious or whether he was in the horns of the dilemma. On the one hand, as he said, he didn't want to be held in contempt. He was not intentionally defying the judge. He was caught between the proverbial rock and a hard place. So I do think that the Georgia Supreme Court did the right thing. Now, whether the judge needs to recuse himself from these proceedings or from the underlying proceedings, I think that's a separate issue. But
can I amplify that a little bit? Because
yes,
there's another lawyer in this case, Doug Weinstein, I believe he represents Yak Gotti, filed a motion for Judge Glanville to recuse himself from the case. And he alleged in that motion that in that ex parte meeting, among other things, Copeland would sit in jail for 2 years rather than testify. Copeland said that, or allegedly said that. That Glanville allegedly told Copeland he could lock him up until the other defendants were tried, that Copeland said he would lie on the stand, that he would confess to killing Thomas. And the prosecutor allegedly said that she would try him for perjury if he said that on the stand. And Glanville allegedly printed out the perjury statute for Copeland. So Weinstein says that there is clearly a bias here. There's a feeling that the judge is intimidating a witness, that this ex parte meeting violated his client's constitutional and statutory rights, and that Glanville, again, improperly coerced Copeland to testify. Weinstein said to him, "Don't you want to remove the cloud over this case?" Glanville seemed to be very upset by that and told him to basically tread carefully. Ben, what's your take on the fact, if those allegations are true about what was said in that meeting, does Judge Glanville need to recuse himself, and did he too quickly decide that he shouldn't?
Yeah, in light of those allegations, I think, as you well know from your experience, judges have to avoid not only impropriety, but also the appearance of impropriety or the appearance of bias. And this is not every case. This is not a typical case. You know, the slippery slope argument, I don't think applies here, where there are specific allegations that the judge is taking sides and made these comments, and these are mere allegations. It does put his impartiality at risk. And it sounds like the prudent thing for him to do would be to step aside, even if he strongly believes that the allegations are false. He's now been alleged to have been a participant rather than an umpire.
I guess, well, first of all, that would throw this whole case into flux and whether or not we have to start all over. But I think the other way of looking at it is if you have a witness who's basically threatening to lie on the stand, it would not necessarily be improper for a judge to say you could be charged for perjury. And his legal counsel was there. Copeland's lawyer was there, right? So is it just the fact that defense counsel wasn't made aware of it, that defense counsel wasn't there? Is it really a violation of their client's rights? Or have you ever seen before a situation where such an important witness has had this private meeting, again, represented, but this private meeting with the prosecutors and the judge?
I have not. As you know, I'm mostly a civil attorney. I have not experienced this ever. I haven't heard of it. And I do think original sin is the wrong word because we're not talking about that. But I think that the judge's original sin here was to have this ex parte meeting without notifying the defendant, because I think that started the whole series of events that have become so problematic.
So, Ben, before I let you go, I have to ask you about this final point. So, actually, I got two final points. I lied. But first of all, it's being reported that it seems the judge believes he figured out who relayed this information to Brian Steele, because the judge, seemingly doubled down, ordered a show cause hearing to be held with Copeland, Copeland's attorney or stand-in attorney, Kayla Bumpus, prosecutors, everyone at that ex parte hearing, and that they have to show cause why one or all of them shouldn't be held in contempt of court for allegedly sharing this information to the ex parte meeting. And during the judge's conversation with Brian Steele, he seemed to intimate that he believes it was Ms. Bumpus who gave that information to Brian Steele, which we talked about. He set a hearing for June 25th. Can she get in trouble for sharing that information with Brian Steele?
Yeah, theoretically she could. If the judge ordered that those proceedings be sealed and kept confidential, yes, that she could be. I mean, she's in a somewhat different position than Mr. Steele, at least arguably. And it's unless there's some kind of joint defense agreement between Ms. Bumpus's client and Mr. Steele's client, I think she's in a different position, in a precarious position. But that doesn't, I mean, show cause hearings are, as you know, are not uncommon. And at those proceedings, it is important to show cause for each of the people summoned to show why they weren't in contempt of the court's order. So that raises a whole different set of issues, and I think she has some vulnerability there.
And I think Copeland actually fired Bumpus, by the way, or tried to fire Bumpus. I want to, before I let you go, now I have to ask you one final question. Should a mistrial be granted here. The idea of holding an attorney who is representing a key defendant in this case in contempt of court, even whether he's going to jail or not, the fact that you do that, is this grounds for a mistrial? Is this whole case tainted?
I don't think so necessarily. I don't think any of this took place in the presence of the jury. I mean, if the jury were aware of this and were aware that the judge and the defense counsel were at odds, I think you do need a mistrial because, as you know, juries often look to the judge and look up to the judge, and that could poison it. But I think, as I understand it, this has all been kept outside the understanding of the jury. And so I think it's too early for a mistrial.
All right, we will see what develops. But Ben Shu, great seeing you. Thank you for your perspective. You have joined into the legal mix of those who do not agree with Judge Glanville here, but I'm very curious to see what happens next in this very wild trial. Ben Shu, great to see you.
Thanks so much.
And that is all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
You know, my mother would tell me that I have a lot of nerve if I raise those issues.
I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all, man.
Stop. Just stop. I made my ruling.
Lawyers yelling at the judge yelling back, possible misconduct in front of the jury, defiant witnesses, and controversial rulings. We have some of the biggest recent moments in the RICO case against rapper Young Thug and several co-defendants as it drags on in Georgia. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. It's been a while since we've talked about the Young Thug trial out of Atlanta here on Sidebar. And if you haven't been following the case, there have been fireworks over the last few weeks that we're going to get into. So you might remember, though, that Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams, he was indicted on a laundry list of RICO racketeering charges that accuse him of leading a criminal organization known as YSL, or Young Slime Life. And when we talk about the main underlying charge here, conspiracy to violate the RICO statute, violate the racketeering statute, there has to be an agreement to break the law, and there has to be overt steps or acts that were taken in furtherance of that agreement. That's what we mean by a conspiracy. So overt acts don't have to be crimes. They just have to be certain actions that were taken by the co-conspirators. The idea here is that Williams and others had an agreement to participate in gang activities, and there were 191 overt acts taken in furtherance of the YSL gang. That's the key there. It has to be in furtherance of the gang, not that these people committed crimes to benefit themselves as individuals, but that it was to benefit the gang, the criminal enterprise as a whole. Now, there were more than 24 other men that were charged alongside Young Thug, but that number dwindled down by the time we got to the start of trial. That was for various reasons. Their cases were severed, they took plea deals, but now we have the current defendants and we have Mr. Williams. So the defense is suggesting that YSL, though, is merely a record label and that there is no gang here, that there is no criminal activity afoot. Now, with all of that in mind, let me be clear about something. This trial has become a spectacle in my mind. I can't feel like I'm the only one that believes this, because between the courtroom packed with defendants and their attorneys, to the notoriety of Mr. Williams, to the absolute incredible amount of time this trial has taken and is going to take. Sometimes I ask myself, what is going on right now? It took almost a year just for jury selection. The trial finally started last November, but since then, we've had, less than 60 days of actual court? And while it is certainly entertaining on one hand, we can't forget that these are real lives on the line here. These are very serious crimes that are being alleged. And we have real defendants, Williams and his co-defendants. They could face years in prison if they're convicted. Now, for now, I should tell you that Mr. Williams is actually locked up in the Fulton County Jail as this trial progresses. But What we want to do is we want to take you through some of the recent fiery moments from inside that courtroom, as well as some big rulings that have impacted the case. And let's start this out with a blow-up over a motion to suppress some evidence. We're talking about how Doug Weinstein, he's representing Diamante Kendrick, also known as Yak Gotti. And Weinstein wanted to suppress a 2015 police interrogation video of Kendrick because he claimed that the investigators violated his client's rights by asking him more questions after he had requested a lawyer. Now, on March 14th, the judge watched this police interview outside the presence of the jury and made a decision. Take a listen to Judge Earl Glanville.
During the course of page two, during the course of over 2 hours of the initial interview, defendant did not ask to speak to an attorney. At some point during the interview, Detective Joe Galpin, who was investigating a separate homicide incident, entered the room. Defendant then indicated he wanted to talk with his attorney, and questioning stopped. So Judge Baberman, I can't tell whether or not he took into account what I heard on the video, which was, I need to talk to my lawyer. I don't want to talk no more. That is equivocal to this court, me, Judge Glanville, that he invoked his or withdrew his consent at that point in time and did not wish to speak to law enforcement officers anymore. I understand the state's argument about parsing it out, asking for clarification, but I think that once he's, the appellate, case law that I've looked at, in Paul Doe and others, he has invoked his right at that point in time, and it's this court's opinion that anything thereafter would be inadmissible.
Your Honor, the court also found that he reinitiated, and that was what.
But that's their issue. That's not my issue.
Your Honor, with respect to the statements that were made after that time, we do have, as I stated, Investigator Thorpe to tell the court on the record, present under oath, that it was not Detective Thorpe, it was the defendant that reinitiated the conversation with Detective Thorpe. Our representations to the court are not evidence, and since the state has the burden of proof.
Okay, but I've seen the video at this point in time.
The video does not encompass when the defendant actually reinitiated contact.
But the problem is, he invokes, and then we don't know what goes on in the 45 minutes, but we come back afterwards, and at that point in time, you don't get to eat your cake, have your cake and eat it too. It's once he invokes, that's it. It's over.
Your Honor,
they should not be bringing him back at that point in time and asking, well, let me just clarify a little bit about whether or not these statements were made to these set of detectives or to Galpin. I think that you all are just annoyed more so that your detective did something that he probably regrets now. And that you all probably would not have told him to do. Don't interrupt this particular investigation or this particular hearing, because what you did is you just now created a wrinkle that now I got to deal with, or whether or not the defendant has invoked his right to counsel. He has. Once you initiate your right, or you revoke your right to be examined and have counsel, and to have counsel present at that point in time, the courts are very, let's just say, cautious about reinitiation at that point in time. And you all presented to me what was the salient point of this particular issue is. So if I believe at this point in time that he's invoked unequivocally his right to counsel at this point in time, the questioning is supposed to stop. You're not supposed to go out and get cigarettes and do everything else. It's supposed to stop. I mean, that's this court's opinion. So, and that's my rule.
The thing is that, Your Honor, we did not.
You're arguing with me now, Ms. Love. So can we stop at this point in time?
Your Honor,
if you have other evidence independent of this, I'll consider it at the appropriate time.
And we do, and that is what I was asking. So if the court will permit me to actually introduce the evidence that we have, as the court in State versus Paul Doe 309 Georgia 130, where it says a suspect who asks for a lawyer at any time during a custodial interrogation may not be subjected to further questioning until the suspect reinitiates the conversation. And in that, they are citing Dozier versus the State 306 Georgia at 35, Your Honor, Edwards versus Arizona, and Your Honor, this is a 2020 Georgia Supreme Court case. And
Your Honor, at some point,
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm talking,
Your Honor,
and I
at
don't know
some
why I
point,
am being interrupted. I will
rulings
not
need to
stop.
be
Your
final.
Honor. I was speaking.
Ms. Love, y'all got.
I'm sorry, I was speaking.
Both y'all can't talk at the same time.
I know, I was
Honor, the
speaking, and
state
I
can talk
expect
for
to be
years.
allowed to speak when I'm speaking.
Hey, both of you all need to just take it down a notch.
And so, Your Honor, if I may finish, because I was the one speaking before Mr. Weinstein interrupted.
But you continually engage in this pattern of behavior, Ms. Love. You don't want to accept my ruling.
Your Honor,
and I know you're being an advocate, but at some point, stop. Just stop. I made my ruling. Good, bad, or indifferent to you. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some.
I do accept that
Okay,
fact.
no,
but
you
Judge,
don't. No, you don't.
Your Honor, we have just not been able to present the evidence. That
No,
the,
you don't. I get it. I get it. And if you have an independent basis to introduce statements that may not, or that may be not subject to the fruit of the poisonous tree, or any other thing, or any other issue related to evidence that may have flown out of this particular interview, then I'll hear it at that point in time.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that the bailiff had to get involved in that. But look, it is an important issue. The idea of a suspect asking to speak to counsel, the questioning has to stop. So it's an interesting legal issue if his statements could come in. If he initiated the conversation once again, the judge was not persuaded by the prosecution's argument, said that once he requested that attorney, that's it. And felt law enforcement, softened him up and improperly got him to say stuff. Well, a few minutes later, Doug Weinstein, again, the attorney for Mr. Kendrick, got to have the last word for the time being. And what a word it was.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop so that opposing counsel can speak. Your rulings at some point have got to be final, Your Honor. Whether you hear from Detective Thorpe or not is irrelevant. He requested his lawyer. He invoked his right to not speak anymore. And I don't care what schmoozing Detective Thorpe did out at the Sally Port, taking my client off camera. I don't know what went on down there. I don't know what self-serving, well, I have some idea. I don't know what self-serving statement Detective Thorpe could possibly give to this court that would cause the court to change their order. This continued going back whenever the state loses in this case has got to stop at some point, Your Honor. Thank you.
But this certainly wasn't the only explosive moment over the last few weeks, or that the tense moments only were between Judge Glanville and the prosecution team. Oh, no. Because on March 20th, there was a moment between Judge Glanville and Williams' attorney, Brian Steele. It's hard to hear because the audio is so bad, but what ends up happening is the judge accuses Steele of kind of being unprepared and almost seems to berate him in front of the jury. Steele points out that the jury needs to be dismissed, and then he goes to the podium to address his grievance with the court.
This is the second time that this honorable court in front of the jury has addressed me inappropriately and wrongly. Second time. The first time I gave the state discovery of a song from a Super Bowl. Weeks before, there was an objection. You assumed that I didn't give it to the state. I didn't want to embarrass the court. So you were yelling at me and saying, do you understand me? Do you understand me? And instead of saying, do you understand that you're wrong? I sat here and I said, yes, Your Honor. That was to protect the integrity of this courtroom and the court. Now you say in front of the jury how unprepared I am. I am not unprepared for anything.
Okay,
I have no.
Steele,
I need to make
Mr.
a
Steele,
record. Your Honor, I need
Mr. Steele,
to
wait a
make
second.
this record.
When you keep delaying, okay, and that's what's happening to the court. You keep delaying and elongating and pushing out these particular our ability to present a seamless case in front of the jury. Now, I asked you those two particular questions because if they turned over the audio to you in discovery and you've listened to them already, then you either have an objection or you don't have an objection. And I was trying to solicit from you whether or not we could just go ahead and just hear it. So you can imagine my frustration because all these little delays just elongate out the whole our presentation in front of the jury. That's for your benefit, not for mine, Your Honor. So that's why I've told you all at various times during this particular case. It's not because I want to embarrass you, Mr. Steele. It's just that I'm trying to kind of keep this thing presented in a way that the jury can listen to it.
And the court is wrong. This is the second time. And you know what it does to me? I don't care. I'm hurt because you're a court, but I really don't care. But what does it do to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Steele, I'm not trying to personally insult you or hurt your feelings, okay? You are a grown professional advocate. I am a grown professional jurist. And people say things to me that border on the lines of I could take action or not. You have certainly said some of those things to me during the trial of this case. I have let them go. So, sir, that's just the trial. That's just the trial of the case, okay?
No, but that man's life is here.
And you know
him?
you're doing a fine job in representing him.
Well,
but you know what? That's just the way we are right now.
I make a motion to ask you to please recuse yourself. I know it has to be in writing within 5 days. If you want me to do that, I'll do it, and it has to go to another judge. But this is what's going on, Your Honor, whether you see it or not. You're yelling at me in front of a jury for nothing, and then you won't apologize. And I did nothing wrong, ever.
I get it. You don't want the jury looking at you that way. What the court says, sometimes juries really hone in on. So if it puts Steele or Mr. Williams in a bad spot, I get it. But again, Judge Glanville denied that motion on the spot. But Mr. Steele, he wasn't done yet.
But I'm asking for a mistrial.
Okay, now, Ms. Love.
I don't think it's a fair forum for Mr. Williams.
Okay.
And I don't want to ask for a mistrial. But I have no choice when the court is saying what it said, that I'm not going to repeat it in front of a jury. That's hurtful. And I'm not saying me. I mean, regardless of what I think of it, it's hurtful to Mr. Williams getting a fair trial.
And the judge denied that as well. Hey, everybody. So I want to thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this episode of Sidebar. Always love talking about them. Now, here is the incredible thing about Morgan & Morgan, and one of the reasons why I like talking about them so much.
Hey, say something about our big wins.
You're not supposed to come on camera. The reason Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, is so big, and I'm sure you can guess it, is because they win a lot. And
Don't forget huge verdicts.
Yeah, I was. They've won big verdicts. $6.8 million in New York, $26 million in Philadelphia. You see, the thing about them is they don't settle for lowball insurance offers from insurance companies, which is something.
Mention that you can submit a claim from your couch at home and on your phone.
Dan? They've completely modernized the process by submitting your claim, talking to your legal team. It's all done straight from your smartphone. Again, that's something
With 8 clicks or less.
8 clicks or less. Yes. You can see if you have a case in just a few minutes.
Got 1,000 lawyers. We have over 1,000 lawyers.
All right. You know what, Dan? If you really think you can do better, maybe you should just do it yourself.
What Jesse was getting at is if you've ever been injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. You can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less. To start your claim, just visit forthepeople.com/LC sidebar.
You came a little too close to me. It hurt me a little bit. I'm probably actually going to have to hire you guys now, but that was well said. That was well said. Well, we have had some very interesting witnesses in this trial, to say the least. And one of the witnesses that we've seen a lot over the past few weeks is a man named Adrian Bean. And just to give you an idea of how slow this trial has been going, the snail's pace of this trial, Bean first got on the stand on February 29th and finally finished up on March 19th. But he was actually really on the stand for, I think, 5 days. The prosecution brought Bean in to talk about a shooting that happened more than a decade ago in Atlanta. Prosecutors wanted him to establish that Williams was present at the scene of that drive-by. Bean was allegedly the getaway driver, but Bean, he wouldn't do it. No, he didn't give the prosecution what they needed. He said he was doing so many drugs in 2013 that he doesn't really remember the shooting or the car crash that happened after. That shooting is one of the prosecution's overt acts that I mentioned before, that they want to tie Williams to the scene to show his participation in apparent gang activity. But going back to Bean, several times over the course of his testimony, we heard these taped interviews and phone calls after Bean was arrested following the shooting. According to retired Detective David Quinn, Bean was one of the first people to even mention Williams during that investigation.
This sounds like the truth. You're the driver. You really cleared something up for me, the thug, and I got to go out here and find a picture of this joker because it's important. Because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let me.
Now, I can't testify. I can't do none of that now, you know.
All right, you ain't got to testify. That's on you.
Put me on blast front.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I mean, I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like, and it went. Who knew the police were going to be there?
So much for not having to testify. But when prosecutor Adrian Love tried to question her witness, this pretty much sums up what happened.
My statement is that I don't remember anything from 2013, man.